Columbia, 2015.
How much? Okay,
Really high.
but also,
San
Dad, you
Jose.
shouldn't have done that. Dude, you shouldn't have done that. I would have come in low.
San Jose,
I was going to say $2.4 billion.
that's a lot. I'm going to say 1.8 billion. I never would have said billion. 1.8.
What did I say? 2 point something.
2.4.
17 million.
What?
Jesus Christ. The discovery of the San Jose shipwreck has all the elements of a great drama, international and political intrigue, a treasure of gold and emeralds worth up to $17 billion, and now accusations of lies.
Everyone always forgets about emeralds. Everyone forgets about emeralds.
I sleep on emeralds. I sleep on them all the time. I never take them seriously.
Clink, clink.
I mean, nobody's like, yo, my emeralds. That's not even the best rock you can get. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, emeralds. Why emeralds?
And they're only for women.
They're just shiny.
Everything other than diamonds are for dudes, and diamonds aren't really for dudes.
They're not for dudes.
They're about dudes. No, they're all for women mostly. Like a guy can wear some diamonds, like rappers wear diamonds.
Yeah, but it's sparkly. Girls like sparkle.
Right, but rappers can't wear rubies. Right?
I have a nice ruby. Yo, check out my ruby.
Right? Am I right too? They can? Someone's wearing rubies?
Why you eyeballing my ruby, yo?
Of course they are. What about emeralds? Can they wear emeralds? I bet Conor McGregor wear the fuck out of some emeralds.
Oh, man.
You know, Irish and shit.
Yeah. Just a big emerald sash.
How you wear like a chest plate. Emeralds.
Are you looking at my emeralds?
And if you're wearing turquoise and you're not Native American, I got questions.
Yeah.
Right? If you're really into turquoise and silver,
Yeah.
slow down, buddy. Are you
Yeah.
really from New Mexico?
Show me your artwork. Show me that you're really kicking ass with some Indian artwork, because if not,
Show me the guy on the horse. I know you have, you fuck.
let me see the dream catchers you're selling.
The dream catchers. Not the dream catcher.
You,
Oh my God.
man with a turquoise bracelet.
Oh man. Yeah.
There was a
And boom, we're live. Graham, great to see you again.
nice to be back
Always.
with you, Joe.
And we were just talking about your new book, America Before, that there's two versions of it. There's one version, and then there's a newer version that's a Barnes & Noble version that's specific to Barnes & Noble that has an extra little chapter in it.
That's correct.
Yeah, and so they can get that at Barnes & Noble. I'm just trying to keep bookstores alive, man. They're
I
on the
think
way
I think
out.
it's really important, and that's one of the reasons that I did this, because I had finished the book, and then Barnes and Noble came to me through my publishers and said they would like to do a special edition of the book, but in order to do that, I needed to write them some extra material, and I had a lot of material that I hadn't put in the book, and I thought, well, this is an opportunity to put that out there.
Beautiful. So if people want that, it's a little bit different. There's a small gold
Well,
square.
okay, so first of all, my website, grahamhancock.com, has a page about America Before, and the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is there, as well as the link to the standard edition, which is on Amazon and iTunes and all kinds of other places. So grahamhancock.com and the America Before page, the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is right there.
All right, there it is. So, how is this? Before we get into it, what is it?
Go to talks and events.
Okay, we're on the Graham Hancock website.
No, go to books. Go to books. Go to America Before. Go to United States, you can see Amazon, there's Barnes and Noble.
Special edition.
Special edition, click on that.
There you go. And then the ebook as well.
The ebook is available. The audiobook, which I read myself, is available there. And then if you scroll down, that should be there.
Sons of bitches. I am so happy you read it yourself. I get angry when someone else reads someone. I'm like, come on, we can talk.
Yeah, I enjoy reading my books myself, and what I've learned from feedback I get from audiences and presentations is, yeah, the one thing I can't read is fiction.
Really?
Well, yeah, because fiction requires access to the book and can get into the different characters, but for a non It's very straightforward for me just to read it myself.
I agree. I'm a tremendous Stephen King fan, but when I read Stephen King's books where he reads them or listen to them when he reads them, they're terrible. He's awful at it.
I don't think a novelist should read their own novels. I think that's a job for an actor. Oddly enough, I've just been reading Stephen King's Dark Tower series. I just very near the end of the 7th volume of that.
Yeah, I'm just a giant fan of his, but man, when he reads it like he's just reading it.
Yeah,
it's like, oof, this is rough. It's hard to get behind. Anyway, America Before.
So give us on the website. There's details about the book. There's a page where there are links to the book, and also the other thing I would like to take this opportunity to mention is I'm in America and Canada for the next 7 weeks, and I'm going to be doing something like 25 presentations in something like 20 American cities, and then 3 Canadian cities in Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto, and that's all on the talks and events page of my website. So if anybody wants to come along and meet this old man in person, I'll be doing those events.
And are you doing these at theaters, and do you allow Q&As? Like how
absolutely, I allow Q&As. I encourage that. I feel as an author that, frankly speaking, I'm nothing without my audience. I owe my audience, my readers, big time. And what I try to do at events is to give back as much as I can. So if people want to take pictures with me, I am absolutely up for that. I don't understand why anybody would want to do that, but it's fun. It's kind of fun. And when people want to come to the desk where I'm signing and ask me personal questions, I'm ready to do that. Sometimes on the British book tour, which I just finished, I was behind in the event space for 4 hours after the event finished, signing and taking pictures. But it's a joy. It's a really opportunity for me to interact with the people who actually make my work matter. So
that's fantastic. Beautiful. So what inspired this? I know there's always been, well, first of all, we should just say for people who don't know, you have been at the front of the line for decades talking about these lost civilizations. And from reading your work, I mean, I think I first read your work in the 90s. You exposed me to a lot of these, what were at the time controversial ideas that have now been substantiated by actual evidence, particularly Göbekli Tepe and I mean all the water erosion stuff on the Sphinx. And I've since had Dr. Robert Schock on the podcast to talk about that as well. But all this stuff was at one point very controversial, and now far less.
Yes.
I mean, whatever traditional academics and traditional historians that are trying to, I guess archaeologists, that were trying to resist, they've let go a lot of that. They've had to with things like Göbekli Tepe.
They've had to because the evidence has overwhelmed them. And Göbekli Tepe is an excellent example. Prior to the discovery and excavation of Göbekli Tepe, which is a site in Anatolia in Turkey, it was the very firm view of archaeologists that there had been no megalithic architecture anywhere on Earth. And when I say megalithic, I mean literally big stones, stone circles, huge constructions, nothing like that before at the very, very earliest 6,000 years ago. And they would point to sites in, for example, Malta, a site called Gigantia, which is about 5,800 years old. That's the oldest megalithic architecture in the world. And they could understand how that was because these were agricultural societies. They generated surpluses. You could free up people who could become specialists in architecture, in astronomy, in geometry, and they could apply their skills to the construction of these sites. But what they never considered possible was that a society that was hunter-gatherers would have created a gigantic megalithic site. And then suddenly, Göbekli Tepe is discovered. It dates to 11,600 years ago. It's more than 5,000 years older than the supposedly oldest megalithic architecture in the world. And it is in the center where there had been no previous evidence of agriculture. But the moment Göbekli Tepe appears, agriculture appears as well. And this is just something that's really hard for archaeology to explain. They've suddenly got 5,000 years of missing history that they've just never taken into account. And what I see them doing is largely avoiding the problem rather than getting to grips with it directly. And in fact, there have been a great number of changes in the last 20 years, which have worked generally in favor of the arguments that I've proposed.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by ExpressVPN. If you're one of those people that likes to travel abroad, there's a lot of things on your checklist to pack, but what's probably missing There's one app that's going to keep you safe and secure when you're online. That's ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN doesn't just encrypt your data while you surf the internet on public airport or hotel Wi-Fi, but it even lets you stream and access content that normally would have been blocked in that country. With ExpressVPN, you can unblock all your favorite websites and have access to the internet just like you would at home. ExpressVPN runs in the background of your computer or phone, and then when you use the internet, just like you normally would, you can get away with a lot more. You can download the app, click to connect, and voila, you're protected. I don't go online when I'm traveling without ExpressVPN, and you shouldn't either. It protects your data, your passwords, and it's the fastest VPN I've ever tried. It costs less than $7 a month, and it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't travel anywhere this summer without downloading ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months for free at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Well, I'm so happy for you because I know that for a long time you were out there on your own. A lot of these theories.
Very, very much so, and also subjected to the most blistering and deeply unpleasant criticism from the archaeological fraternity and from their friends in the media. Like, how dare this journalist propose that history might be different, or that we might have a forgotten chapter in the human story. It was regarded almost as offensive that I would put this material out there, and archaeologists felt it was their responsibility to show the public that I was full of shit, and that was the whole way my work was greeted, and to a certain extent still is greeted by archaeologists, but things have changed. Central to my work was the notion of a global cataclysm, roughly 12,500, 12,800 years ago. It made sense to me in 1995 when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, but there was no compelling evidence for a global cataclysm then. All the evidence seemed to point to that time and a massive global event. And then from 2007 onwards, more than a decade after I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, we get a group of more than 60 major scientists who are seriously proposing that the Earth was hit by multiple fragments of a giant comet 12,800 years ago, and that this caused a huge rise at sea level and extinctions of megafaunas. They are not saying that it also wiped out a lost advanced civilization of prehistory. I'm saying that. But what has changed is that we now have compelling, hard scientific evidence. I'm not saying every scientist accepts it. It's the nature of science to dispute findings, but we have a group of 60 major figures who have seriously proposed this in all the leading mainstream journals, and it's changed the balance of power in this argument. Because one thing that they used to say is Hancock can't be right because there was no global cataclysm, 12 or 13,000 years ago. Well, now we know there was, and there are various explanations for it. So that's moved things along. And the other thing that's changed a lot is the attitude of the man in the street to authority. That has changed. Back in the 90s, authority figures were the gatekeepers. They controlled everything. If an authority figure in a discipline like archaeology said Hancock is completely wrong, he's made all this stuff up, that would generally be believed, not by everybody, but by the majority of people. Today, to have a mainstream authority figure say that to me is actually an advantage, because people are so distrustful of authority, and rightly so, because we've been lied to by authority figures in all fields for so long. The bullshit has been so enormous that people are finally waking up, but we can't trust what authority figures say.
And I think we can thank the internet for that.
We can thank the internet for that, yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the more recent evidence of a crater that they just discovered, like fairly recently.
Greenland.
Yes, enormous.
It's an enormous crater. It's 18 miles wide. It had not been discovered before because it's under ice. It's under a lot of ice. At the end of the Ice Age, Greenland was one area which never lost its ice cover completely, whereas North America, everywhere north of Minnesota, was covered in ice a mile, sometimes 2 miles deep. Europe, the same, Northern Europe. But Greenland kept its ice, whereas the other parts of the world lost their ice at the end of the Ice Age. And what's interesting about Greenland is there's already evidence of comet impact in Greenland, which goes back to papers published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2013, that they found what are called impact proxies in Greenland. In other words, nanodiamonds minerals, carbon spherules, and evidence of a lot of platinum and iron was found in a layer in the ice dating to 12,800 years ago. But the next development, and you're absolutely right, and this was just a few months ago, was the discovery of this humongous crater in Greenland, and evidence that it was caused by an iron impactor of some kind. Now, dating of it, I would be irresponsible to say that that crater definitely dates to 12,800 years ago, because the work has not been done to prove that yet. But what I can say, and what the specialists who have explored and excavated the crater are saying, is that it's recent. They can say for sure that it happened during the last ice age. Under the crater is nothing but massively disturbed and destroyed and completely wrecked ice from the ice age, from the Pleistocene. Above it is smooth, perfect ice from our epoch, which is called the Holocene, which began about 11,600 years ago. So all the evidence suggests that this crater dates to that period between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, but to absolutely confirm that, more work needs to be done. But it's part of a growing pattern. The Younger Dryas impact scientists, they call themselves, they call this the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, and it's because there was a period in the Earth's geological history that geologists call the Younger Dryas, which lasted for 1,200 years, from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. It's a very mysterious period. We see all the megafauna dying off suddenly and rapidly. We see rises in sea level. We see a huge collapse in global temperature. It's a cataclysmic epoch, and what is becoming clearer and clearer is that the evidence that a comet was behind it is extremely strong. And as more and more evidence comes in, we realize how widespread it was. So they found evidence of the impacts as far south as Antarctica now. Previously, they were focused very much on North America. Now, as far south as Antarctica, as far east as Syria. This was truly a global event, and it changed the world. And I think, and it's my case, that it wiped our memory of a previous episode of human civilization, that right at the epicenter of this cataclysm was a civilization that we would regard as advanced, not a simple hunter-gatherer civilization, which was utterly wiped out in this cataclysmic event.
And I should say, for anyone who's really fascinated right now, please maybe pause and go listen to the two that you did with Randall Carlson,
yes,
where it really goes into depth about the impact, the evidence of these impacts, yes, the evidence of the very quick demise of the Ice Age, and what may have resulted in all these floods that you read about in the Epic of Gilgamesh, that you read about in Noah's Ark, and that all these things are probably tales of stories that people pass down from generation to generation that survive this time.
Yeah, because we now know that at that time, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, truly global cataclysmic events involving rapid rises in sea level did occur, and suddenly the worldwide tradition of a global flood stops being just a myth and starts being a memory, an account of real events. It's been my privilege to work very closely with Randall Carlson.
Yeah,
Randall is absolutely amazing. He is a total genius. He's also a gentle giant and such a kind, generous, spirited person. It's a joy to work with him, and every minute spent with him is an education. I had the privilege of traveling across the Channel Scablands in Washington State with Randall, and seeing things through his eyes really opened my eyes to the scale of this disaster. You know, you can look at these giant boulders called glacial erratics, and they just look odd sitting there in the landscape. But when you really consider how they got there, that they got there in icebergs the size of oil tankers, that were carried on floods that were at least 500 up to 1,000 feet deep, that were tearing through the Channel Scablands, literally ripping the landscape apart. Then the icebergs would ground on valley sides, the flood waters would recede, the icebergs would be left, they're giant icebergs, and as they melted away, they revealed the rocks that they had enchained that were caught up within them, and they're scattered all over the landscape. And you look at that and you think, anything that was underneath that 12,800 years ago is gone completely. There can't be anything left of it at all. Utterly destroyed.
And I would encourage people that are interested in this to please watch the YouTube videos of it, because Randall provides all sorts of video and photographic evidence where you can take a look at the landscape and you get a perspective of how immense this destruction was.
Yeah. It's really important to see that, because it's easy enough to talk about floods and cataclysms, but actually to see its effect on the landscape directly is it has an emotional impact. I felt emotional traveling across the Channel Scablands, realizing that this was the heart of an event that changed the world completely. And the evidence continues to build. I have, in America before, I've not gone over old ground that I went over in Magicians of the Gods that we covered in the various interviews and podcasts, of which it's really a good idea that people take a look at. But what I have done is added the new information published since 2015, which further supports the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and the notion that multiple fragments of a giant comet hit the Earth and created an absolute global catastrophe.
So what was the motivation behind creating this book, America Before?
It's a curious mixture of things. I have been exploring the possibility of a lost civilization for more than 25 years. That was the essence of my book, Fingerprints of the Gods, that was published in 1995. There has been a huge forgotten episode in human history. I continued to follow that in a series of other books, and by the time I got to 2002, when I published a book called Underworld that followed 7 years of scuba diving on continental shelves looking for structures that were submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age, I really felt I'd done it. I felt I'd walked the walk. I'd put out to the public a massive body of information, and I thought my role in this is over, and I can breathe a sigh of relief because it's hot in this particular kitchen, and I can go do something else. And I ended up writing a book about psychedelics. I ended up writing Supernatural Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, about the role of psychedelics in the origins of the human story. But then new information started to come out that touched on the lost civilization idea, and I couldn't just stand by and ignore that information. That's why I published Magicians of the Gods in 2015. And then, as I was researching that book, I became aware of something I hadn't realized before, that there's a massive new information from the Americas, specifically from the Americas, which completely rewrites the story of human history, that the Americas have been misrepresented for a very long time by archaeology, and archaeologists will be annoyed with me for saying that. They have a way of forgetting their own errors, of saying, "Oh, well, we knew that all along. It wasn't the case." But the fact of the matter remains that for the best part of 50 years, from the 1960s through until about 2010, American archaeology was locked in a dogma that they actually had a name for, which was Clovis first, that they invented a name for a culture. They called them the Clovis culture. We don't know what they called themselves. They were hunter-gatherers. They first appear in the archaeological record 13,400 years ago, and they vanished from the archaeological record 12,600 years ago. And for a very long time, it was maintained adamantly that these were the first Americans, that no human being touched the soil of the Americas until 13,400 years ago. Just animals, but no human beings present at all. And any archaeologist who attempted to dispute that dogma, and I use the word deliberately, there should be no room for dogma in science, but any archaeologist who challenged that would face severe problems with his or her career. They would be mocked and humiliated at conferences, like an archaeologist called Jacques Cinq-Mars from Canada, who excavated in the Yukon. Humiliated at conferences, insulted, accused of making stuff up. Their research funding would be withdrawn. Basically, to challenge Clovis first was the end of your archaeological career. So naturally, very few archaeologists wanted to challenge Clovis first.
What was this gentleman in the Yukon?
He's called Jacques Cinq-Mars. And interestingly, the Smithsonian, just in 2017, did a big kind of mea culpa, a big admission about this, that everybody had got things wrong, that Jacques Cinq-Mars had been ruined by the Clovis first lobby, that he'd been right all along. The site he excavated in the Yukon was re-excavated in 2017, and every single thing he said was correct, even though they had just sneered at him.
What year was he?
He was excavating in the 1980s and the 1990s. He's still alive. He's still alive. Yeah.
Is he better?
Well, I think he's vindicated, and it's kind of nice to be vindicated.
Yes.
That there's almost a place in folklore for the individual who is scorned and humiliated, by others, but who turns out to be right, and he was right. But my point about this is that what what it meant was, since it was the dogma that Clovis was first, that the oldest dates were 13,400 years ago, there seemed to be no logic to archaeologists in digging deeper. You know how it is with archaeology, that the upper levels are the youngest, and the deeper you go, the older it gets. That's why we say upper Paleolithic for the late Ice Age and lower Paleolithic for the late Stone Age and lower for the older Stone Age. And the feeling was, no need to dig below the Clovis layer, because we already know that there were no human beings there before that. And then a few archaeologists, I mentioned Jacques Cinq-Mars, but another is Al Gougier from the University of South Carolina, who excavated a site called Topper in South Carolina. Now, Topper is an incredibly rich Clovis site. It's full of their tools, their points. They made these special flint points that were used as arrowheads and spears. Great Clovis site. He finished excavating the Clovis level, and then he did something that was supposed not to be done. He decided to dig deeper, and he carried on digging down, and there was a layer of about 1.5 meters of barren soil, and then beneath that, more human artifacts. And they finally date those back to more than 50,000 years ago. And then in 2017, published in Nature, by Tom Demeray, who's the chief paleontologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum, and a bunch of other very high-level paleontologists, published in Nature magazine evidence for human presence in North America 130,000 years ago. Now, this has really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Now, if humans were present in North America 130,000 years ago, and archaeologists have been telling us for 50 years that they were only present from 13,000 years ago, that's 10 times as long that we've had humans in North America capable of doing stuff, and the archaeological dogma has prevented any search for what they were doing until very recently.
What was the evidence from 130,000 years ago?
Okay, so it's not the, let me be clear about this, because this is something that is often misrepresented in my views. It is not the evidence for an advanced civilization that we find 130,000 years ago in America. The evidence that we find is evidence for human presence, and what they were doing was very much Stone Age stuff. It's a mastodon skeleton that was excavated. It was actually found by accident during road construction near San Diego, and an archaeologist was attached to the road construction crew and immediately stopped construction, and they investigated it thoroughly. And what they found was so much dynamite in the early 1990s when they found it that they decided not to publish at the time, because what they found was evidence that those mastodon bones had been cracked open by human beings using tools, and that the marrow had been extracted, that one tusk had been left standing upright in the ground and another had been left beside it, that a femur of the animal had been taken away completely from the site, and there was assemblages of instruments that were used to smash and break the bones. And the conclusion of the team was that only one kind of creature could have done that work using tools on a mastodon, and that's human beings. That's classic human behavior. So this sets the goalposts in a totally different place. Suddenly we have to consider that humans have been in America for 130,000 years. We already know that a dogmatic approach of archaeology has rather refused to look at anything older than 13,000 years ago. And what it does is it generates an engine of demand that we need to be looking at those missing 100,000 plus years. We need to be looking at it hard. Of course, the immediate reaction has not been to go looking for stuff in the other 100,000 years. Most archaeologists have responded by saying this is impossible. It can't be so. But that's precisely what they said to Jacques Cinq-Mars, who said that humans were in Bluefish caves in the Yukon 25,000 years ago. And it's precisely what they said to Al Gougier, who said humans had been at Topper 50,000 years ago. And they were both right. And I believe that Tom Demeray and his team, you don't get a big article published in Nature unless it's already pretty solidly based and pretty much peer reviewed. It has produced a reaction. I would be wrong to say that it's universally accepted. It's very much challenged, but it's intriguing.
What is the challenge?
The challenge fundamentally comes from we archaeologists know that there were no human beings in the Americas years that far back. To put it in perspective, it's about 60,000 years before the first evidence of human beings in Europe. It's about 60,000 years before the first evidence of human beings in Australia.
And this is just evidence of the first human beings.
Yes.
We have to point out how difficult it is to find evidence.
It's extremely difficult to find. You know, sometimes we imagine that archaeologists are working with masses of skeletal material. No, they're not. They're not. I mean, this is one of the ironies. The whole Clovis first dogma, you would think that they had masses of material to work with. They did have the tools, but in terms of skeletal remains, just one single skeletal remain.
Now, one of the things that Michael Shermer had said to me was this dispute that perhaps the bones had been cracked open by the excavation material.
Yeah,
by the excavation machines.
I saw Michael's email last night, and I appreciate that Michael wants to continue to engage with this subject, and that's his job. He's a professional skeptic, and it's his role to do so. But what he misses out, it's true that a new paper has been published, which raises questions over the what's called the Cerruti Mastodons, which is the site that Tom Demeray at San Diego Natural History Museum excavated. And what's interesting, since Michael took the trouble to write the questions, can I just read you something that I responded to on this?
Sure.
Which is that
the microphone.
Yeah. Basically, this paper was in no way a refutation of the original paper in Nature. As a matter of fact, the gentleman who wrote that paper never even looked at the archaeological remains that are now in the San Diego Natural History Museum. What he based it on is reference, I'm quoting from the abstract of the paper itself, reference to a freeway right-of-way map and construction plans, contemporary road building practices, and worksite photographs available on the internet. In other words, the site was not visited. They simply looked at secondary references. They did not look at the archaeological material, and they ignored the entire argument of Tom Demeray and his colleagues, who had already addressed that issue.
They didn't look at the bones.
They did not look at the bones. When you break a fresh bone, it has a characteristic kind of spiral fracture that does not happen when you break a fossilized bone. And Tom Demeray and his team specifically ruled out road-making machinery as responsible for this breaking pattern, because they actually carried out experiments on modern elephants, deceased elephants, and they broke their bones, and the kind of fracture that you get in a fresh green bone is completely different from the kind of fracture you get in a fossilized bone. So unfortunately, this paper pays no attention to that. It just looks at road plans and says there was road work there, it must have been done by road work. And it's very sloppy, very weak, and it's certainly not the answer. We can expect ongoing debate, and that is healthy, but this is not a strong case at all.
So this points to the first evidence that we found. And is there any effort underway to try to uncover more evidence from a similar time?
Well, I'm going to cite Tom Demeray, the chief paleontologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum. That's what he would like to see. He makes the point to me. I interview him. I spent a day with him at the Natural History Museum. He was very generous with his time. I did an extended interview, and I quote from it in America before. And his wish is that archaeologists, instead of spending all their time trying to find ways to dismiss and get rid of his findings, his wish is that they would spend a little bit of that time looking at deposits older than 13,400 years, and even being willing to go back as far as 130,000 years. That's would be a proper scientific response. Here is a thorough body of work put forward by a very senior group of scientists who hesitated before they published it. They had the information back in the 1990s, but it wasn't until refined dating techniques later than in the 21st century that they finally were sure what they had, and that they published it in Nature in 2017. It's an important study, and I think what's going to happen is that we're going to find much more evidence of very ancient human presence in the Americas, and that's what Tom Demeray thinks as well. And as he points out, if we don't look, then we're never going to find it. We allow dogma to stop us looking and saying, oh, it's impossible that humans were in the Americas 150,000 years ago, so we want to look. What a failure of science that is. And to spend all the time instead trying to get rid of the evidence that doesn't fit with their narrative.
what's so fascinating that just this fortuitous discovery during the construction site can change the way people perceive things. You just gotta wonder how much of that stuff is. I mean, how deep do they have to go to find these mastodon bones?
Well, so this is a road cut that's being made. So those would be pretty deep down, 10, 15 feet down. Grader is going through and flattening it. It varies from place to place depending on soil deposition, the stratification of the soil. But what the key point is that what you need to do is go deeper than 13,000 years ago. You need to do so with dedication and vigor and with some kind of funding. And at the moment, archaeology doesn't seem to point to that. If the paper in Nature by Tom Demeray was alone, if there were nothing else than that, I wouldn't place so much trust in it. But I've spent a lot of time during the research of this book with archaeologists who did dig deeper. And what those archaeologists all confirmed was that there had been communities in the Americas for tens of thousands of years. And it's not surprising that can be pushed back to 150,000 years ago, because part of the argument about the people of the Americas has to do with the place that we now call the Bering Straits between Alaska and Siberia, which during the Ice Age were at times the land which they were exposed because of lower sea levels. But migrants who crossed that land bridge from Siberia on many occasions over periods of tens of thousands of years would find themselves confronted then by the North American ice cap, which oddly wasn't at the tip of Alaska but began further in. So there was living space in a bit of Alaska that couldn't get through the ice mountains, these literally ice mountains, 2 miles deep, covering the whole of North America and preventing access to the unglaciated parts of America. The thing is that what happened around 13,400 years ago, there had been a period of global warming. The ice sheets began to melt, and a corridor opened up between what's called the Cordillera ice sheet and the Laurentide ice sheet, two major ice caps in North America. And it's thought that the migration came through that corridor. Well, the thing is that exactly the same thing happened between 140,000 years ago and 120,000 years ago. There was an episode of global warming, an ice-free corridor opened up, and the same opportunity to get to the Americas was there at that period, and it wasn't the later. Tom Demeray's point of mine is that we have to pay much more attention to that period. And that's really why I've gone ahead and written this book, is to try to put before a broad general audience, hopefully in language that makes sense, an assembly of all the latest information that casts doubt on the story we've been told. Because my goodness, if archaeology is wrong about the story of the people of the Americas, if it's radically wrong, as it now appears to be, then our whole understanding of human history has to change. It's not just the history of the Americas, it's the history of the entire world. It has been an absolute article of faith amongst archaeologists that civilization began in the old world. And indeed, I have a book in my library called History Begins at Sumer, and it's by Samuel Noah Kramer, a very renowned archaeologist, and it's a good book actually. But the argument is that this is where civilization began in the culture that we call the Sumerians, Mesopotamian, and Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and that it began about 6,000 years ago, and that civilization is entirely an invention of the old world. It has nothing to do with the new world at all, because the new world was populated so late. This is the argument, and this is the argument that now radically and subtly begins to change, that the Americas, this enormous landmass, resource-rich, bountiful in every way, south of Minnesota, south of the ice cap, vast land areas that are bountiful. Get into South America, Central America, South America, the Amazon, just huge areas of land that were very, very often great potential for human occupation. Dogma has said there were no humans there. Now the first bits of evidence are coming out that says there were humans there. And if that's the case, then we must consider the possibility that the story of civilization might have begun in the Americas, not in the old world at all. It might be a new world, actually, not an old world.
Some of the more fascinating pieces of evidence in South America have come out recently about these channels and pathways that they found in the Amazon that could not have been created any other way but by humans creating irrigation, humans creating like it appears like grids, like a city grid.
The Amazon is a colossal mystery, and it's one of the subjects that I explore in depth. First of all, to give some basic figures, the Amazon basin is huge. The Amazon basin is 7 million square kilometers in area, and within it, 5.5 million square kilometers remains almost entirely unstudied by archaeologists, and that's the 5.5 million square kilometers that is still covered by dense rainforests. And to put that into perspective, 5.5 million square kilometers is the size of the entire Indian subcontinent. So it's like saying we've done world archaeology, but we just ignored India. You know, we've done world archaeology, but we just ignored the Amazon. It's the same argument. 5.5 million square kilometers. The view was, again, there was a dogma, there was a preconception. Human beings couldn't have flourished in the Amazon. It's not a resource-rich area. The soils are poor. It's a difficult area, challenging to get to, very far from the Bering Straits. So the view was that humans hadn't entered the Amazon until about 1,000 years ago. And then gradually, little by little, that view has begun to change. It's begun to change because of the tragic clearances of the Amazon, because the Amazon rainforest is literally being cut down and turned into soybean farms and cattle ranches. And in that cutting down process has emerged things that shouldn't be there at all. For example, evidence that large cities flourished in the Amazon, enormous cities which were larger than there was a Spanish explorer who went down the Amazon River system in 1541 to 1542. He was the first European to cross the entire length of South America from west to east along the Amazon. He reported seeing incredible cities, advanced arts and crafts, millions of people, a thriving culture. And 100 years later, when other Europeans got into the Amazon, they couldn't find these cities. So they said, "Oh, Francisco Orellana, that was his name, made it all up. It was just a fantasy." And then, in the last decade, as the clearances of the Amazon have proceeded, we've begun to see the traces of those cities. What happened was that the Spaniards brought smallpox into the Amazon. Smallpox devastating the local population because there was no immunity to it. There was a massive die-off. The cities were deserted. Within 50 years, they were completely overgrown by the jungle, and that's why they were not seen by the explorers who came in 100 years later. But now the jungle's being cleared, those cities are emerging, and we can say that a city like London, which had a population of roughly 50,000 in the 16th century, there were cities of that size all over the Amazon. Huge numbers of them. And a possible total population of the Amazon that exceeded 20 million people. What? Yes, 20 million. This is the latest evidence from the Amazon. And then you ask yourself, how did they do that? How did they feed 20 million people in the Amazon? Because it's a fact, rainforest soils are poor. It's one of the reasons these soybean farms are a really stupid idea. Because once you clear the rainforest, the land is largely unfertile and you can't grow stuff on it for very long. So how did they feed all these people? The answer was they invented a soil, and that soil has a name. It's called terra preta. Archaeologists refer to it as Amazonian dark earths or Amazonian black earth. It's a man-made soil. It's thousands of years old. It's full of microbes that are not found in adjoining soil. It's based around biochar, and you can take a handful of 8,000-year-old terra preta and you can add it to barren soil, and that soil will instantly become fertile. It's highly sought after in the Amazon, and it explains how they fed these people. There was science. Well, this is something that's not understood. It's still not understood by soil experts to this day as to how that was done. That's one of many intriguing pieces of evidence of much higher development in the Amazon than it has been given credit for, and of a kind of science in the Amazon.
So this is it. Wow, exactly. And so was that done by burns? Did they use controlled burns?
They did. One way that it was achieved was to do wet burning of middens. They would be burned and smolder. They wouldn't burn fiercely, which just produces charcoal. They would burn and smolder, and that what's called biochar would result, and that's part of the fertility of the soil. The mystery is the microbial content of the soil, which is completely different from the microbes in neighboring soils, and that remains unexplained.
So, what are the theories? Composting, some sort of advanced composting?
Yes, some sort of advanced composting, but again, what has not been explained is the microbial content of these soils. So there, first of all, is an issue of how two things: how large populations get fed in the Amazon, and evidence that there was a culture in the Amazon that was capable of manipulating the environment in such a way that it could support large populations with the invention of terra praetus. Secondly, new evidence previously not recognized. The Amazon is basically a garden. The Amazon is a man-made rainforest. There are certain trees like Brazil nut trees or the ice cream bean tree, which are food crops, which are very, very valuable, and they dominate the tree regime in the Amazon. They're what's referred to as hyperdominant species. In other words, people living in the Amazon over thousands of years selected certain trees, which they then cultivated and grew. So the whole thing is not simply a wild, pristine rainforest. It's a very ancient man-made environment. And emerging from that man-made environment, as well as evidence of large cities, large populations, and this mysterious dark earth, are huge geometrical structures. And again, I go into this at length in America before because I love this mystery. We have in the UK structures that are called henges. I live in the city of Bath, and about 30 miles away there's a beautiful site called Avebury, and another more famous site called Stonehenge. And what a henge is a ditch which has been dug deep, and then an embankment has been pushed up outside the ditch. When people first saw these structures, they wondered if they'd been built for defense. But then it became obvious they hadn't been built for defense, because if you want to create a moat, you put it outside your embankment, not inside your embankment. So a henge is an earthwork which consists of a deep moat with a large embankment outside it. And it can be circular, it can be square, and in the UK and other parts of Europe, it often contains stone circles, megalithic stone circles as well. But the henge itself is entirely an earthwork. What we find in the Amazon are thousands of henges that are now beginning to emerge from the cleared area of the jungle, and others that have been identified for the first time with LiDAR technology to be employed in the Amazon. It's non-destructive. You can see what's under the trees. What is LiDAR? Light imaging and detecting radar. They bounce laser beams down into the jungle. It's a whole pattern of them. You need helicopters, but it doesn't damage the rainforest. And you can strip away and see what's there. If this isn't too much of a diversion, let me give you an example of Guatemala. Guatemala is a small country, if I remember correctly. It's not much more than 100,000 square kilometers in size. It is filled with intriguing Mayan ruins. Everybody has heard of Tikal. What archaeologists didn't know was that literally within walking distance of Tikal, surrounding that whole area were more than 60,000 structures that they hadn't identified. And these have all been identified by LiDAR in a country that's just 100,000 kilometers in area. So you have to ask yourself, in that 5.5 million square kilometers of the Amazon, if LiDAR technology could be applied comprehensively, what would we find beneath there? And the evidence already is extremely tempting and extremely tantalizing. And I'm intrigued by these huge geometrical figures, which involve primarily circles and squares. And they are classic henges in the sense that they are deep ditches surrounded by huge embankments. They're extremely geometrical. For example, you can find an octagon surrounding a square. At a place called Jacosá in the Amazon, you can find a square perfectly enclosing a circle. Now that is an exercise called squaring the circle that our academics have given to the Greeks. They said the Greeks were the first people who performed that exercise. But now we find in dated sites in the Amazon that this was being done in the Amazon long before the Greeks. What are the dates? The earliest dates that have been found in these sites now are about 3,500 years old. About 3,500 years old. But the evidence is that the sites have been constantly remade. And what intrigues me is what remains in that 5.5 million square kilometers that has not been investigated yet. We are just, I think, looking at the edges of history. The archaeologists involved, who are mainly from Finland and also from Brazil, feel the same. Their estimate is that there are thousands of these structures remaining in the jungle, and they're open as to how old they may ultimately prove to be. The investigation needs to be done, but what's fascinating about them is this very powerful geometry and astronomy. So a number of the sites are perfectly aligned to true north, true south, true east, and true west. I'm not talking about magnetic north, I'm talking about true astronomy. to do that, there's only one way to do it, and that's with astronomy. So that tells us that astronomers were working in Amazon. The geometry is very complex and very precise. That tells us that geometrical skills were working in Amazon. And thirdly, the scale of the sites of hundreds of meters, gigantic earthquakes on the scale of hundreds of meters, tells us that this was highly organized project that was undertaken on a very large scale, a very large group of people. It's a wonderful history, and it deserves much further attention. And that's Jeppezone, exactly. Squaring the circle, so you can see the outside embankment, and then inside it is the square ditch, and then there's another embankment inside that, and a circle inside that.
Made a road right through the
Off-roaded road, yeah, because there's no respect for the ancient world, unfortunately.
There's another one. Wow, that's incredible. So that's what they found. The stuff that they found in the Amazon. What imaging technology were they using to find?
Initially, it was entirely found because areas of the rainforest had been cleared. Economic interests said, we want to make a cattle ranch here. We want to make a soybean farm here. So we're just going to clear the rainforest. In the process of clearing the rainforest, they start discovering these earthworms that had previously been completely overgrown by the jungle. Then the next step was to say, what can we do to find out more about this? Obviously, they don't want to destroy more jungle, and luckily we have a technology which is LiDAR, as I mentioned, which uses radar. And using LiDAR, they've been able to identify many more of these sites, and then to get to the sites without destroying the jungle, and to begin excavations on them, and to find that they go back, in the cases of the ones that have been explored so far, at least 3,000 years. This is an intriguing development, completely unexplained in our understanding of the Amazon. But what it suggests is a heritage of extremely ancient knowledge. You don't wake up one morning and create a perfectly geometrical square or circular earthwork that's perfectly aligned to true north, south, east, and west on an enormous scale. There has to be a background to it. There has to be a reason for doing it. And the evidence is none of these sites were lived in. There's no habitation, refuse found in them whatsoever. We don't know what they were used for. I make the case in America before that they're connected to a system of ideas which is found all around the world, which is to do with death and the afterlife destiny of the soul. And I go into the issue of ayahuasca in this book because, first of all, ayahuasca is itself another example of Amazonian science. As you and I and many of the listeners and viewers know, the active ingredient of ayahuasca is DMT, dimethyltryptamine. But dimethyltryptamine is not normally accessible through the gut. We have to smoke it or vape it to get that rocket ship to the other side of reality. And the journey lasts, 10, 12 minutes, not much more than that, sometimes quite a lot less. What ayahuasca does is it makes DMT available through the gut. The reason it's not available through the gut is because of an enzyme in the gut called monoamine oxidase. That switches off DMT on contact. The ayahuasca vine, which is one of the two ingredients of the ayahuasca brew, the other ingredient is leaves that contain DMT. The ayahuasca vine contains a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, which switches off the enzyme in the gut and allows the DMT to be accessed orally, which produces a rather different journey from the smoked or vaped DMT treatment. It's a much longer journey, it's 4 or 5 hours, it allows you to integrate the two and to interrelate with the strange landscapes in which you find yourself amongst them. The entities that you encounter, I'm not making any claims about the reality status of those entities, but what I am saying is a fact is that people who work with DMT and ayahuasca do encounter what they construe to be entities who communicate with them intelligently. So somebody in the Amazon, out of 150,000 different species of plants and trees, selected 2 that are not psychoactive on their own, but when put together, create an extraordinary visionary brew. And ayahuasca means the vine of the dead. And what it's connected to in South American religious and spiritual thinking is what happens to us when we die. And the Tucano, who are an Amazonian people, work regularly with ayahuasca. I mean, the Tucano actually will give a teaspoonful of ayahuasca to a newborn infant. They feel ayahuasca is so important that there is a hidden realm around us which we are not normally aware of. We need to be aware of. Ayahuasca is important for our that. In their ayahuasca journeys, the Tucano shamans experience visions, and they will then come back to an alert, normal, problem-solving state of consciousness, and they will paint and depict their visions. And what's intriguing, and we go into it, is that quite a number of the Tucano paintings of the other world, of the afterlife realm, of the entrance to the other world, are geometrical, and they look exactly like geoglyphs. So I'm beginning to wonder whether these geoglyphs were part of a system of spiritual ideas concerning what happens to us after death and what we need to do in this life to ensure a beneficial outcome. And oddly enough, that same system of ideas is found in the Mississippi Valley. In the Amazon, it involves particularly ayahuasca and the belief that the ayahuasca journey takes you to the afterlife realm and a journey along the Milky Way. In the Mississippi Valley, the mound builder sites up and down the Mississippi Valley, particularly Moundville in Alabama, exactly the same system of religious ideas associated with geometrical construction, that on death, the soul, in a very specific, ascends to the constellation of Orion, transits from the constellation of Orion to the Milky Way, makes a journey along the Milky Way, which they call the path of souls, and encounters challenges and ordeals where the soul must account for the life that it has lived. Then we go to Egypt, and what do we find? The same system of ideas. The soul must rise up to the constellation of Orion. There's a narrow shaft cut through the southern side of the Great Pyramid of Giza, which targets directly the lowest of the three stars of Orion's belt. Widely accepted as a star shaft or a soul shaft. The soul would rise up through that shaft, get to the constellation of Orion, which stands by the banks of the Milky Way, would then transit to the Milky Way, which the ancient Egyptians called the winding waterway. It would make a journey along the Milky Way where it would be confronted by challenges and ordeals. Very similar idea to the Tucano, very similar idea to the Mississippi Valley. As far as we know, none of these cultures were in contact with one another. Either we're dealing with a huge, unbelievable, extraordinarily detailed coincidence involving architecture and ideas, or we're looking for a legacy that was inherited in all of these different places from a common ancestor. And I believe that's what
do we think the people from the ancient Mississippi Valley, that culture, what do we think they were using? If they were using ayahuasca, do we think that's what they were using?
Well, that's an interesting question. Whether visionary substances are the only way to get into altered states of consciousness, and I would say they are definitely not. Of course, there are visionary substances which are used in Native American vision quests. I've had the privilege of peyote with the Native American Church.
I've never done that one.
I loved it actually. I thought it was amazing. It doesn't overpower you in the way that DMT or ayahuasca does. It's much gentler. It's much more. You feel much more integrated and connected with nature. Your thought processes are quite clear. It felt just like a very beautiful and healing experience. And I love the ceremony that I'm inside a tea with 30 or 40 other people. There are specific roles that are assigned to those different individuals. One will keep the door, another will be responsible for the fire, which is a work of art in itself. Just gazing into that fire, the glowing embers is enough to induce an altered state of consciousness on its own. Incredible drumming, which drives your state of consciousness into a kind of peak experience. This is a technology for accessing other levels of experience and other levels of reality. And it's clear that the Native Americans had a number of advanced technologies in this area. The sun dance doesn't use a substance, but it uses austerity, it uses pain to drive an altered state of consciousness. The objective in every case seems to be, let's just for a while get ourselves out of the narrow, rigid frame of the alert, problem-solving state of consciousness. We all need that. It's incredibly useful. Hunter-gatherers need it just as much as people in cities need it. But it's not the only state of consciousness available to human beings. And maybe that's one of the big mistakes that we're making in our culture, and was not made in shamanistic societies.
That is a really interesting breakdown. And maybe that is one of the big mistakes we're making in our culture when people point to the problems that we have in this country. One of the problems we have is our inability to connect with each other. Or to recognize that we're all sharing a space and time together, instead wanting to uphold our own religious or ideological ideas as being the only one way to get going, the only one way to get through. And one of the things that I've found these psychedelic experiences, it really makes ideologies seem, if not preposterous, at the very least insignificant in comparison to human experiences. The experience of camaraderie and friendship and love. You realize that this is what's really, not enforcing your ideas or pushing them on other people, forcing people to behave instead. Love.
And think about religious ideas, which cause so much division, so much chaos, so much hatred, so much fear, so much suspicion in the world today. Is it really what we want to do as human beings? Simply to accept a package of ideas that were believed in by our ancestors, to accept them whole, without question, as absolute fact, which we regard as such authoritative fact that in some cases we're willing to be deeply unpleasant to people who hold different views, or perhaps even kill them. We've had this recent event in Sri Lanka, primarily a religiously motivated terrorist event. It happens all over the world. People feel so convinced that the inherited package of ideas that they had nothing to do with creating and that they have never questioned, they're so convinced that those ideas are right that in extreme cases they're actually prepared to kill other human beings who hold different ideas. Are they so insecure in their own beliefs that they're prepared to go to that level of actually murdering another human being who holds it? They're so threatened by the other beliefs that other human beings hold. So it's an abnegation of our responsibility as human beings. We should be questioning things. We should not be accepting packages of ideas intact, fully formed, and using them to drive the way we behave towards one another. That was part of the human story, but we need to move on from that. It's a very dangerous situation in a very complex modern world with billions of human beings on the planet. To have these kind of energies being generated where certain groups of people are saying, we are absolutely right and you are absolutely wrong. We are superior, you are inferior. This is a very, very dangerous path that we're on, and it needs to be changed. Personally, I know this is not a comment that will go down well with many people, but I am strongly opposed to nationalism. I don't see any virtue in nationalism. It is an accident of birth, which nation you were born in. It was nothing that you did for your own merit. You didn't earn that. You were born by accident in a particular nation. Why should we automatically feel that other people who were born by accident in that particular nation have something special in common with us, and that we together are a group who are much more important than other groups? I've been privileged to spend my life traveling around the world, living with communities all over the world. And one thing that really comes across to me strongly, it should be a cliche, and yet it's not, is that we are all one family, that humans are intimately interconnected all around the world. That you could go to the remotest area of the Amazon jungle and find the same hopes, the same fears, the same dreams that we have in industrialized cities, shared by the hunter-gatherers in the middle of the Amazon. So our similarities as human beings and what we share in common at the emotional level, at the level of love and at the level of heart, are far more important than our differences that are defined by the nation or the military which we grew up in. And when I say I'm against nationalism, I need also to make clear that does not mean, and I hope I'm not taken out of context by others who are listening to this, that does not mean I'm in favor of world government. I detest governments. That's another thing we need to grow out of. We don't need governments anymore, but if we have them, they should have a very minimal role in our society. I think it's possible for the human race to relate as one family without leaders and governments who are exploiting the worst aspects of our character, the lowest common denominator of our society, deliberately encouraging fears and hatreds and suspicion. What responsible leaders should be doing is encouraging love and unity. And their failure to do that, in my view, disqualifies them from the leadership role entirely. And that's why I've often said I would like to see a situation in which no head of state can be appointed to that position unless he or she has first had 12 sessions of ayahuasca. That would be the condition.
What's up, brother? How are you, bro? See you, my friend. Always. Thanks dates for a while, man. Yeah. We both been busy. It's crazy. And in the meantime, we became legal. Yes. You guys were at the forefront, man. You guys were way ahead. You were ahead of everybody.
You know, we took a shot. Took a shot, you know, as stoners and advocates and whatnot. You know, we were stoners at first, right? You know, that's how you start. Like, you know, you have your friend says, "Hey, man, try this," or you're the one who says, "Try this," right? It's one or the other. And, you know, eventually you start getting into the high time magazines and stuff like that, looking at the, you know, centerfold pictures of weed, but also we like to read too occasionally. So, you know, we get into some of the activism aspect of it as well. And that's when we heard names like Jack Herrera pretty much opened our eyes to everything. And then, you know, I think we became real advocates. You know, at first, you know, we thought we were, you know, sort of, we read the High Times magazines and we were stoners, so we thought we were advocates. But right in reading what other freedom fighters were actually doing out there and protests and rallies and all that stuff, you know, we really weren't advocates like we thought. We became that later for sure.
Yeah, Jack was way ahead of the curve. He's just such an interesting story. Rest in peace, because he was a Goldwater Republican. Yeah, he was just a button-down, old-school Republican. He got a girlfriend. And his girlfriend got him smoking weed.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's like, "Man, this is fucking amazing. God, why am I such a dick? What's wrong with me? Who am I? What am I doing with my life?"
Absolutely. It totally flipped his life around.
Yeah, the Emperor Wears No Clothes. Great book.
Yeah, it holds strong to this day because everything that he said in the book is sort of happening right now. All the stuff that they tried to prevent from happening through all the anti-cannabis propaganda.
Yeah.
You see it now, and now you see those very companies trying to get into the industry.
They were always on the outside waiting. You know, they were like at the launching block, not quite ready to run, but any minute now it's going to get legal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, they're lying in wait with the fields.
Don't even bother applying for the job if you haven't done
And
this.
we have to be there where you have it.
And we have to be, we want to see that you're drinking every drop. And we want an experienced shaman present who's really going to guide you through the journey. And I suspect that would be a transformative experience for many of our political class, that they would start to question why they do what they do, why they exploit fears in order to magnify their own position. They start to question that and to wonder about a different destiny for humanity. But that's a dream. I guess it's not going to happen.
Very, very, very well said. And I couldn't agree more. My hope is that what you were saying and what we were discussing earlier about how the internet has sort of eroded our faith in many institutions as being the only or the primary source of knowledge. That I hope that takes place globally in terms of the way we view government. Yeah. And that we do. And that your idea of I love what America stands for. And what America stands for is kind of a nation that's where people go to. You know, this is one of the more insidious problems with this idea of building walls and keeping people out, making it incredibly difficult to get here. The reason why I'm here is because it was pretty easy to get here. That's why I'm here. That's the essence of America, a free and open society. Come here and do that. Yes, that's the whole idea behind it. I would hope that this idea of being able to just, if you want to do better, you can anywhere in the world. Yeah. This can eventually spread out. This is my hope.
I believe it can spread out, and you know, I see many signs of hope in America. America has become a big part of my life, not just because I wrote this book, but because I have children who are now living in America. I have a son and daughter-in-law who live in LA. I have another son and daughter-in-law who live in Boston. America, I'm British, but America has become a very central part of my life, and it's a fascinating and amazing country, and it's been my privilege to travel thousands of miles across America, across many, many, many different states, and I love this country. It's an amazing place. Only in America could we see happening what has happened with cannabis. You know, the fact that at a local level, individuals have got together, mobilized petitions, organized votes, and changed the law literally stuck a finger up at central government and said, fuck off. This is none of your business. What I do with my consciousness in the inner sanctum of my own life is not the business of the state. That's a very American thing. It's something that you don't find often in other countries where the state is granted much more power and much more authority than it perhaps should be. Americans are naturally questioning of government authority, and that is what has led to the increasing legalization of cannabis, which is going to change the world in lots of ways. But then, ironically, at the same time, see, the thing about democracies is that in order to get things done in a democracy, you need to persuade people of your point of view. So information becomes very important in democracy. Information can be abused. People can be misled with information. They can be told that what they're receiving is the truth, whereas in fact it's not the truth. And you can end up with a kind of dictatorship that the people have given their assent to on the basis of false information. And frankly, I'd rather have a real dictatorship, which is out in the open and clear, rather than one that has been subtly manipulated into position through manipulating the views of the voters. But I am and remain enormously encouraged by America. It may seem like a trivial issue, but the fact that state by state cannabis is being legalized, and that is resulting from a grassroots movement, that this enormous change has been made. It's ironic, it's strange that at the federal level, even though 8 states now totally legal for recreational, 23, 24 states legal for medical use, that at the federal level it's still a Schedule 1 controlled drug. This is a huge state of dissonance that exists, and America's going to have to put it right. What it says to me is that people can change things. People can get together at the local level, and they can make a better world. Because there's no doubt that the cannabis laws were vicious and wrong and cruel and evil and ruined people's lives for decades. And it's people who change that. It's not the government who's changed that. It's the people at the grassroots level. America's a country where that can happen. I remain encouraged about the role of the American people, while often in despair about the role of the American state.
Yeah, I'm encouraged as well. And, it's interesting, Ben and Jerry wrote me something yesterday, which is really about 420, I should say, which was talking about the drug laws in this country and talking about how many, it's really opening the idea of like how unjust these laws were and how many of these laws targeted people of color and how many people who are white people have profited off of this and how many people are still in jail for crimes that they committed, air quote crimes that are no longer crimes. Yeah, and this is ridiculous that these records should be expunged.
They should be completely expunged. I see that California has made some steps in that direction. There has been some expunging of records.
Well, we can only hope that also what opens up next is psilocybin is now going to be on the ballot.
Absolutely.
And when that opens up, what do you really think marijuana is a gateway drug? Well, guess what? It is if psilocybin gets in.
Yes.
Because psilocybin can legitimately change the world.
It certainly can.
It really, I think marijuana can change the world, and I really do think that cannabis is changing people's perceptions and making people more calm and friendly. And even when they talk about with paranoia, I welcome that. And the reason why I welcome that is I think people are entirely too cocky.
Yeah.
Like
They're quite certain. It's outside one of the casino bars, and according to a friend, they were talking about this guy. They're complete outfit. Homeowners insurance. Then somebody inside brought us around to drinks. One of his hands in his drink. And shortly after that, he said, I don't feel right. I don't feel too well. Well, was he the only one who were having drinks fights? It seems like it. Before you know it, he ran off, and he took off all his clothes, climbed the top of poker tables, blunted his genitals to everybody, exposing his penis and testicles while gyrating. People whipped out the pump. Security was called, but the rest of the folks, some were laughing, some were aghast. Did you read the other thing he did? Security went towards him, he exposed his anus to all who passed on the main floor. Not just his rear end. Like I said, wow, what happened? Apparently, punched a one-legged man at the bird bar in the Modesto And one thing that happens to a good person too. My husband, well, he's a killer. He's a guy just went on a fence. But everybody does that. Everybody goes nuts at bachelor parties. I'm a good person. Leslie's a good person. My husband's a good person. All right, so we knocked the guy off. We knocked the guy off his wooden leg. That was what happened. Anyway, but this went on for a long time because it just couldn't grab him. He kept running away. I wonder what the hell was going to get plugged in, though. We had this talk before. Remember, we had a major story where people got took off all their clothes and ran around crazy. I don't know. He started getting all paranoid and ran off. They're trying to calm him down, but he's getting worse and worse. This drug just took off. He took off running. Michelle, the wife, says he would never have such a way. He is ridiculous. The person who chose to drug my husband is the true criminal and is to blame for such behavior. If they can prove that, right, we've got to come back to court. That's a good life. That's one. Water wise, good Bibles. Well, you know, if you're pregnant and you know that your husband's going to a bachelor party in Vegas, you got to believe it's probably a little crazy. It's so out of character. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, this is so sad because it's permanently recorded by all these folks with their cell phone cameras. So why is it only really open up on the table? He's knocking security out of the way. He's knocking all the cards off the table. And so, see, wives really don't know what the character is of the single version of the husband. Oh, so you've done stuff like this? Your wife doesn't know about it? There's probably stuff, live stories that I wouldn't tell my wife when I was single. Not like this. Not like this, but this could be because I was Lieutenant Drugs. I could think of one that would be fairly entertaining, though, that I don't think you want to hear. There's single version of the guy, and then there's married version. And once you bring everything into the marriage, if the wife has a certain understanding of your character, your personality, it doesn't know that you might have been out of your mind when you slept. Sowing your wild oats. Well, so there's wild oats. Wild oats there. All right, we got work coming up. Johnny Ted Camp, I am 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. You get these stories? No, not really. Maybe. Slow morning life. Every morning life is 24-hour campaign. Whether you love it, hate it, or have it been in your mind, we're glad you're here. KSD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Front page controversy round up a large lie from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LAPD attorney says she wants language taught in a civil trial against an LAPD officer accused of touching a dead woman's breast. The city attorney's office says the officer has not been convicted of the crime and the use of words such as sexual assault or sexual misconduct, but incited an emotional response of the jury. Officer David Rojas was arrested in 2019 for allegedly touching a dead woman's breast. Rojas is facing 3 years in prison for the alleged touching in a separate criminal case. Rojas admitted to touching the woman's breast, but said he did so for the purpose of an investigation. Family members of the woman who Rojas allegedly touched have sued him and sued the city of LA. Blake Shirley, KFI News. A man in Laguna Beach is pleading guilty to launching drones near 3 aircraft. Prosecutors say the man sent a drone toward a father and son flying an aircraft off the coast of Crescent Bay Beach last year. They say the drone prompted the son to make an emergency evasive maneuver. The man also admitted to launching a drone toward a U.S. Coast Guard helicopter earlier this year, missing it by about 200 feet. A court has sentenced the Marine from Sergico, Kansas to 2 years in prison for tormenting an online gamer. Prosecutors say Evan Valtierra created hundreds of Twitter accounts to post threats, personal info, and fake news pics of a woman. The man continued his years-long attack until the woman quit live streaming, which is a game that makes money. Yesterday's sentencing included prosecutors concerned that stalking continued for years despite settlement, restraining order, and a protective order. Torrance called for an investigation into the number of deaths of Japanese people in senior homes during the COVID-19 pandemic. Overflowing hospitals were desperate for available beds, so Councilman John Cosby says specific companies simply opened the back door and mingled COVID positive patients with healthy figures who've been isolated, which led to the deaths of 115 seniors, the highest death rate of any facility in the state of California. Fourth this week, there's a letter demanding county, state, and federal investigations claiming a disproportionate number of Japanese seniors killed by COVID in Southern California. Specific companies have now responded to a request for comment in LA for Ben Carson, KFID.
Has declared a double strike, joining writers in a fight for higher pay. Back after President Fran Dresser says most Americans don't have $500 saved in case of an emergency. If we don't nip this in the bud right now, we're all going to be at risk of losing our jobs, and that is not okay with us. Actors rallied outside of studios like Disney, Paramount, and Warner Brothers this morning after announcing yesterday the strike would begin at midnight. Six Republican presidential candidates are at the Family Leadership Summit in Des Moines, Iowa. Former Fox News host Tucker Carlson, as former Vice President Pence questioned about the January 6th attack on the Capitol, and said it was a tragic day.
It was a tragic day. I've never used the word insurrection in the last 2 years, but there was a riot that took place at the Capitol that day.
Pence believes he gave in the time and freedom that the law was believed that by God's grace it is duty under the Constitution we're going to reflect and next.
You're hurt in a car accident, what are you going to do? You're going to call the attorneys and Sweet Jane. Hurt in a trucking accident, motorcycle accident, same thing. Call the attorneys and Sweet Jane. Yeah, Sweet Jane settles more for injured victims in 1 year. Most firms would settle in their lifetimes. You can't control what happens in your life all the time, but Sweet Jane can help you control how you respond and shift the power away from the greedy insurance companies and put that power back in your hands. Now, when you're hurt in an accident, nothing can prepare you for what may come next. You may not be ready, but they offer insurance and Sweet Jane to help you today. Get the best medical care, being the most amount of money possible, and deliver the justice you deserve in your time of need, and you pay nothing until they win. So if you're hurt in an accident, do this, call Sweet Jane. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, that's 1-800-9-000-000, and sweetjane.com.
The KFI financial update: Dow closed up 114, S&P 500 down 5, Nasdaq down 25. Southland weather from KFI, another hot one tomorrow. Looking at high from the 80s to low 90s for Metro LA, upper 90s to 106 in the valleys, 106 to 113 in high desert and the IP, 70 to the beaches, 80 in West Coast City right now, 78 Costa Mesa, 79 Sound Valley, 94 in Montana, the same with Van Nuys. We're going to crash on the 110 in downtown LA. 110 southbound right is coming up on the 10. That accident is blocking the left lane. And Legion talking to 5 north to the 110 commit turn. That grass clearing to the shoulder, but you 5 north is already a slow ride. If you're leaving Commerce, it's going to be all the way back there from Garfield Avenue. South LA, 110 south is blocking down a foot of stall in the right lane. In Irwindale, 605 north now at Live Oak. Still got the remnants of that earlier RV fire. It looks like the right lane is still going to be blocked there. Also in Arleta, the 5 Open Osborne, that fire in the Santa Maria area. Upland Tenby Center Mountain, that accident is clearing from a lane. And past that, on the Tenby Center, right before the Haven area, that is still off semi in the middle lane. Stay in mind, Sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon. Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced monogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in more consensual and healthy form of monogamy. Free of contracts and more flexible for your daily needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Monogamously. Consumer Cellular. With freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM. Your stimulating talk. John and Joe, Joe, go out and get Shambo and KFI and 640Y. Everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. We're live on the radio from 1 until 4, and after 4 o'clock, you missed something. Then you listen to the whole thing. Go to the iHeart app for the John Jenkins on-demand podcast. Listen to it all, 24/7, all weekend. Then maybe you'll want to really listen to it and analyze all of the voice line calls. I think that would be fascinating, fun, and they're part of it. See, you know, you're like me, like the big guy. The calls are just clear and straight. Sometimes we comment on them, sometimes we don't. And if you don't hear us comment, it probably means we're puzzled. There's always a call or two if we're puzzled, like, okay, what was that? Anyway, we'll get at it 3:20, and again at 3:50 at the show. We'll also have a keyword in 15 minutes, and possibly to win some money in the
anti-inflation compensation contest. All right, so I finally had to read the byline here. We have picked on this. This was our Rookie of the Year. Don't be Elizabeth and Friends columnist a couple of years ago. And she writes some news. She actually did two this week. We didn't do the other one. Her name is Anita Chopley. She's based in Sacramento. She worked for the Bee as a member of a statewide investigative team and previously covered criminal justice in City Hall. This woman is unbelievable melody. Her comments that she spits out. Wow. You can do a parody of like the progressive left, yes, and then go beyond that and find this woman somewhere in that description. No reason they put a Robert and Carrion, yes, but I think this woman takes the cake. The other column she did this week is actually she found it. She found the mother of a murder victim who was making it her mission to make the murderer's life better than San Quentin. Yeah, you heard that right. But it only happened a few years ago. Well, Donald was murdered by this guy, shot in the head. Yeah, and the mother wants to make sure San Quentin gets a makeover so he has a better life than San Quentin. Like, how did you find this woman? And why don't you exploit her obvious mental suffering this way? Something changed. I don't know what year it was or what day of the week it was, but it used to be the public world was rational, right? You watch the news, you read the news, and you had rational people explaining you the stories factually. Opinions were presented based on facts, based on some logical progression. And the crazy people were shunned. They were not given a platform. And then one day it all changed. And all the crazy people got power. All the crazy people took over the media. And so now all the stories and all the columns and all the headlines and all the narratives all became about the crazy point of view. And all day right now, all channels, all websites is the crazy point of view. And the crazy people are now honored. They're glorified. And if you're normal and rational, you're vilified. You're bad. You're the enemy. We know that has to do with the explosion of just outlets for people's heads. Thousands of people. Right. Like social media and all the websites and everything else. But sometimes people think they're all equal somehow, right? Well, people don't make a differentiation when they read on the internet. It could be a complete whack job, QAnon website, and it's as equal to any other news media outlet there. Or, the LA Times, which used to be as straightforward and normal newspapers you're going to find in America. It took a turn, particularly with this guy that took over and his daughter. Oh, she's on. Yeah, they're hiring all the wacky far left columnists that they can find. And this woman, well, her column that we're talking about here is it is on SB 14. Senate Bill 14, we spent a lot of time on it this week. That's the one that wants to make a strike if you engage in child sex trafficking. So you serve a longer term in prison. Kind of a no-brainer. But after passing the state senate, really easily, unanimously, it got stalled in the Assembly Public Safety Committee, and then, of course, it died on Tuesday, but took after like yesterday and passed, because everybody had a change of heart, just about everybody. We'll mention that too, that did not in a moment. But, she likes to take this as, do you support protecting pedophiles and protecting kids? Seems like a no-brainer. That's the level of debate in the California legislature this week, as it brawled over a bill that would increase criminal penalties for sex trafficking of minors. By that logic that dominated the Capitol in recent days, I would have fallen into the camp that's allegedly protecting pedophiles. Yes, you would. But in case you need to hear it, I do not support pedophiles or sex traffickers. I do not support new laws with old problems, and I don't support smashing discussion under the boot of conservative oversimplification. Okay, that's right. And this is what cracks me up. The Republicans barely have 25% of the assembly in the state senate. There's no conservatives in charge of anything in California. The Los Angeles Times is overrun not with liberals, but extreme progressives. What is this conservative oversimplification? There is no source of conservatism in California anymore. There is no conservative argument. It is Democrats arguing with Democrats over this. In fact, that's what it was this week with this pedophile bill. It was 40 to nothing in the Senate. Every Democrat and every Republican voted to extend the prison sentences Then they ran into two Nazis and said the public safety committee, well, maybe more than that, well, there's two because they ended up stating one of them is Rob Martin's wife, Mia Martin. So the next thing she goes into that, well, they were rats. There was rats from these extremist groups. You mentioned something called the Halo. You want to know if we have threats came in? So you know what? That happens with everybody on both sides now. That's the kind of world we live in. They might as well shut that off. Here's a good way to avoid a death threat in this case. Don't come out publicly supporting those buying, sell 8-year-olds yourselves. What do you think is going to happen? And Larry Nassar got stabbed multiple times because he wanted to watch young girls play at Wimbledon. And he one of the other prisoners. It makes people crazy when there's a so that's why you have the death threats, because you supported something that made a lot of people very disgusted and angry. Now, you really have to get halfway through this topic to get to raise argument, because I kept looking. What is the real problem with the bill other than the far right is bothering Sacramento about big issues? Is that the bill carries the potential slim tidbits, but there, that prosecutors could charge victims of sex trafficking with a serious felony, locking them up for decades. So she hunted and cherry-picked. We heard this too from, I think, one of the Democrats in the Public Safety Committee. Well, the argument, John, is that sometimes the victims in certain sex trafficking rings are made to cooperate with their captor, and it can look like they're helping him procure prostitutes or something like that. Really, this is the sweat. When is this happening? Well, that's why she says threat. Okay, yeah, and then he said, well, the state will be left to the discretion of prosecutors if that happens. Yes, because you want to make sure that Lauren's not lying and claiming that she was forced into it. Maybe that's her attorney's argument. We have to see if it's really true. Maybe she willingly participated. It happens quite often when you have male sexual traffickers. Jeffrey Epstein and his Elaine Maxwell. Harvey Weinstein had all the women on his staff. It's not unusual for women to procure other women or girls to feed the sexual desires of their male boss, and they do it willingly. And I'd like a list. I'd like the names of all the women who were fairly put into prison because they were forced into child sex trafficking. I want to say I've seen one case from Rick Slater Jones or this guy Anita Michelle. Chabria, right, whatever. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. That's her main argument. Line in the bill, Anita Chabria would still be against it. Oh, it's a fake deflection, is what it is. A fake dodge. Well, the next thing that happens in this column is, and this also is the heart of the matter, they don't like three strikes laws. And because it turns into a strike, that immediately raises their red flag. No, I'm not going to support it. Three strikes is problematic. No, it's not. I don't like to put it out there. That bill passed in 1994, three strikes. And within the next 10 years, we suddenly were seeing some of the crime rates drop precipitously. We had police chiefs up and down the state coming out of press conferences proudly announcing low crime rates. The three strikes had a lot to do with that. They take out the tired old statistical argument that black people make up 6% of California's population. 6%. But are about 30% of the state's prison population. Well, is there a single person in state prison who isn't guilty? And if there's all these white felons out on the loose, who are they? But that is the reason the legislation was seen out in West Sacramento. They want to just release people from prison because they don't like the percentages. Well, but the thing is, this is what's happened. What's happened is, unless you have other evidence, but they've done a count, and 6% of the population ended up being 30% of the prison population. So prove otherwise. Prove that there are people wrongfully in prison, and then prove that there are people who should be in prison who are white, who didn't get convicted, didn't get charged. What are these cases? There aren't any significant cases. You can find one or two oddities at times, but there's nothing that changes the percentages at all. Nothing. There's an exodus. This before, this immediate shopping at LA Times crowd, they kind of given an image of Sacramento like a rehabilitation failures, all the homeless failures. You can't change human nature. You can't fix people. If people are psychotic, if they're criminal, if they're drug addicted, if they're crazy, nothing you can do about it. You have to lock them up and keep them away from peaceful people.
That's my only chance.
If the percentages don't line up, well, that's the way it goes.
Bill fucking Murray. What's in the universe? All the fucking ROTHSCHILD. There's no shit concerning multiverse scripts, right? It's in here, no thing like you show. It's in there, multiverse scripts. So a lot of people with adequate righteousness.
Pleaded not guilty to attempted murder and other charges, allegedly flashing a co-worker's vote, and I believe he called about himself in a warehouse.
Life we live is bizarre as you could ever imagine in a book, and we're just accustomed to it.
Yeah.
It's our day-to-day
Take it all for
existence.
granted. Yeah,
Marijuana removes those blinders.
it does.
It really makes you understand that this is a strange, strange life. And a lot of these pitfalls and problems that we have in our society are due to fear, and they're due to ignorance, and they're due to this lack of connection with each other. And cannabis and many of these other psychedelic drugs, they encourage this connection with each other, which is, I think, what we need.
It's certainly what we need, and it's an aberration in human culture that we've created a society that demonized these substances and that made them illegal. It's a relatively recent thing. It's really just the last 100 years. It's a tiny part of the human story, and yet we're so arrogant as a society that we can set aside thousands of years of human tradition and experience and wisdom working with the plant medicine. Just say that as
Another accident at a divider in downtown LA, one town, right after 10. Still with the tracks blocking the left lane, and it's 60 Central and Mount Meredith. That accident is still cleaning up Harvard this morning. 3 right lanes are still blocked. KFI Sky, that you that faster, I'm in Harvard.
This report is sponsored by CarsForKids.org.
Donate your vehicle in any condition to CarsForKids.org to make a difference in the lives of kids.
set it aside, turn them into criminal substances, and say we know everything. What a huge and stupid mistake that is. On cannabis as a quote-unquote gateway drug, it absolutely is in this sense that the legalization of cannabis is going to open the doors to, as you say, to the legalization of psychedelics, because what's happening is that the population is completely waking up to the fact that they have been bullshitted and lied to about cannabis for the best part of a century. And once that dawns on people, the realization at a direct personal level, here's this herb I love, I have been lied to, systematically misinformed by central governments about this herb. That leads to questioning of everything that central government does. And so in that sense, it is a gateway to a questioning society. The psychedelics are different in that psilocybin actually does lead you to question stuff. It leads you to really ask questions about everything, about your role in the world, about you as a person, about how you relate to other people, and about the whole system on this planet and the beautiful, gorgeous planet that we have and what we're doing to it. That also enters awareness.
So it erodes confidence and authority, and it also erodes confidence and authority that doesn't have experiences that you experience.
Exactly.
That's the part of the problem, is that these people that are holding people back from these psychedelic experiences, they've never had them. They don't even know what they're rallying.
They're coming to it from a place of fear and prejudice. They're simply accepting stuff that they've been told without really thinking it through and examining it. And again, it's a failure of what human beings should be doing. We have to get rid of this fear.
And ironically, it's bad for them as well. It's bad for the people that are actually encouraging these laws to be enforced.
Yes, it's bad for the whole of society, because it is healthy for a society where adults become self-realized individuals, where they make their own responsible choices about their own lives, where they don't say, oh, government must make this choice for me. That's the next step for humanity. We need to start becoming our own leaders and making our own choices. And that is what's being revealed now, that we're getting to the skull beneath the smile of war on drugs. We're realizing that it's part of a big program of lying that has been about keeping people's minds closed down, not wanting free thinking. I've made this point several times, but our society is not against altered states of consciousness as such. Our society will allow Big Pharma to make billions of dollars with drugs that alter consciousness, like Suboxone and Prozac antidepressants, which, in my opinion, having had some experience of them, are amongst the most horrible drugs on the planet. They are very harmful, very dangerous drugs, but they're completely legal and they're encouraged with our system. Likewise, alcohol, very dangerous drug, causes fights, causes drunk driving accidents, leads to cirrhosis of the liver, completely legal and open. Our society is not against altered states of consciousness. As such, it's against particular kinds of altered states of consciousness that lead to questioning of the existing control system. That's what's going on.
Hear, hear. Well said.
And as you know, I have my own story with cannabis.
Yes, well, you and I had a moment.
We had a moment, which was quite a life-changing moment for me, because if I may just rehearse a little bit of this for the audience. In 2011, I had a series of ayahuasca sessions in which it was shown to me that I was using cannabis completely wrong. That it had become a dominant force in my life, that it was making me, you're speaking about paranoia, and I agree with you, paranoia is a useful thing, if only to overcome it, that it was making me paranoid, that it was making me suspicious, that I approached everybody around me in a state of suspicion. And I was shown this by ayahuasca and given a very strong message: you need to quit cannabis. What I didn't realize at the time is that the problem was not cannabis, the problem was me. That I needed to fix those aspects of myself before I could have a proper relationship with cannabis. So after that ayahuasca session, having smoked cannabis for decades, literally 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, I quit for 3 years. And then I'm on your show, and we're sitting opposite one another as we are now, and you ask me a question, are you still off the cannabis? And I say, well, I'm thinking of dipping my toes back in the water, at which point you produce a joint. and we smoke it together. First of all, after 3 years, your tolerance is way down on cannabis, so I got really stoned. I did listen to that interview back, and somehow I held it together.
Oh, you held it together brilliantly. You opened up, and it was like a wave of information came pouring out of you. It was wonderful.
It was a liberation for me, and what it said to me is, it's time to go back to cannabis, but perhaps in a different way. I need a different relationship with this amazing medicine. And if I can forge that, if I can make that different relationship happen, then it can be a constructive and positive part of my life. And I can say definitely that has been the case. And that's excellent. And so it's all thanks to you, Joe. I probably would still be off cannabis if it hadn't been for that, Joe.
Well, I think that people can develop these patterns of behavior that are destructive with anything, whether it's alcohol or cannabis or sex or anything. People get in ruts.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't mean that the cannabis is bad. It means that you are on a bad mental path.
Yes.
You know, exactly. I mean, I'm not encouraging it for everybody, because some people it genuinely biologically doesn't jive with it.
Yeah. But the fundamental thing is, we as adult human beings need to take responsibility for our own lives and our own decisions. We need not hand that responsibility over to governmental institutions, especially when it concerns something as intimate and personal as our consciousness. And my view is the ancient world had the right attitude to this kind of thing. The modern world does not. That we can sit down and learn a lot from the ancient world. A lot of people ask me, you know, Hancock, you've been arguing that there's been a lost civilization in the human soul. What sort of civilization do you think it was? Well, one of the things I think was a civilization that used psychedelics. I think it was a civilization that emerged from shamanism, but did not stay at that together stage, but that took the essence of shamanism and integrated it into a very different kind of civilization from our own, which pursued things in different ways. A lot of archaeologists have said to me, but we don't find any plastic bottles from the Ice Age. That means there was no advanced civilization during the Ice Age. Well, hang on. Maybe an advanced civilization might have decided never to get involved in plastic in the first place. Maybe there would have been a clear choice not to make plastic. Maybe they did things in completely different ways. maybe they cultivated powers of the human mind that we dismiss and regard as completely unimportant. You know,
Yeah, this is the thoughts about Egypt, correct?
it's about Egypt and about other things. I mean, the specific example I give is above the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid are 5 further chambers, and these chambers are roofed and floored with granite beams that weigh about 70 tons each, and there are hundreds of them. And these 70-ton granite beams, which to put in context, a 70-ton beam is equivalent in weight to 35 large SUVs. These 70-ton granite beams have been elevated to a height of more than 350 feet above the ground and carefully and precisely placed in position. It is very hard for archaeologists to explain how that was done using purely leverage and mechanical advantage. You could say, oh, perhaps they built a ramp and hauled the stones up the ramp. Then you have to confront basic laws of physics. You can't haul a stone weighing tens of tons up a slope that exceeds 10 degrees. Then you start doing the calculation. How long a ramp do I need with a 10-degree slope to get to 350 feet above the ground? And the answer is you need a fucking long ramp, which should still be there, because it couldn't have been a sand ramp. I would have collapsed under the weight of those stones. It had to be as massive as the pyramid itself. So this begins to seem like an absurd idea, the idea that is foisted on us by archaeology. Maybe the idea that they regard as absurd, namely that psychic powers were cultivated by ancient civilizations, that they could use powers of the human mind that we have allowed to lapse. Maybe that idea deserves further consideration. We have gone down a path of leverage and mechanical advantage we used to rely on machines, but we hear anecdotal reports of people who have telekinetic powers, who can move things with their minds, and people who have telepathic powers, and our automatic reaction is to just dismiss all of that because science says it's impossible, because science regards consciousness as local to the brain and doesn't see how it can exert itself outside of that. But maybe we should open up to those possibilities, that we're dealing with a very different kind of culture that used techniques that we have allowed to lapse, and maybe we can wake those techniques up again. Maybe the ability of human beings to do almost superhuman things is resident within all of us. Let's see.
Well, it's pure speculation that they use some sort of telekinetic power, but it's
Pure speculation.
But it's absolute that they did something that we don't understand. If you think about the distance between us and the construction, just the modern accepted construction dates of the Great Pyramid, it's more than 5,000 years ago, or close to 5,000.
Great Pyramid is supposed to be about 4,500 years old. Yeah.
That's really old. It's incredible to think that someone back then could do something that would perplex us today with modern machinery.
Yeah.
And that somehow or another they figured this out. It's almost like what they had done was leave behind something that was so stupendous, so monstrously impressive that it would transcend time.
Yeah.
That you would have to look at it even thousands and thousands of years later and say, hey, like this defies conventional explanation. This is not a simple, and I've seen some of the conventional explanations of the construction of the pyramid, and they conveniently neglect those chambers above the King's Chamber. They conveniently neglect a lot of those massive stones, and it's because it's one of those things you just go, oh, I don't know. What is this chamber?
There are the chambers above the King's Chambers, and each one of those floors consists of a row of 70-ton granite blocks that have been raised 350 feet above the ground. And not only that, brought from Aswan in the south of Egypt, 500 kilometers south of the Great Pyramid. So
if there's any time in history where you could go in a time machine and go back and observe, would that be the time?
I am just completely fascinated by the Ice Age at the moment.
If you had one shot to go back and see what it was like in some place, would you go to the construction of the Great Pyramids?
I think right now where I'd go is 12,800 years ago at the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
Just to see.
Because I think that's where the whole human story changes. I think that's where we change tracks from one path to another path. And following those cataclysmic events of the Younger Dryas between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. Following those, the signs of civilization that we see emerging are not the beginnings of civilization. They're a restarting of civilization that had existed before the cataclysm. And for that reason, I would like to be present during that cataclysmic event, if only to satisfy myself that it was indeed a comet. You see, the one thing there's no dispute about anymore is that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm. You can't argue about that. The megafauna that die off, the disruption of human activity that takes place at that time, the huge climate changes. This was a cataclysm by any standards. Where the argument still goes on is what caused the cataclysm. I vote strongly for comet, multiple fragments of a comet hitting the North American ice cap and hitting Greenland as well. But there are other researchers in the field, like my colleague Robert Schock, who thinks that the sun is more involved. This is healthy. This is very, very healthy. That we should be approaching this problem from many different perspectives and trying to figure out what the fuck caused this extraordinary event that occurs at a pivotal moment in the human story. The end of the Stone Age, the beginning of the Mesolithic, the end of the Ice Age, the beginning of the current age of the Earth. And suddenly we see these signs of civilization appearing, and in places like Göbekli Tepe, those signs already include highly sophisticated knowledge. And that's why I feel we really need to investigate the Amazon. There are 3 places in the world which are really lacking in investigation right now. One of them is the Amazon, 5.5 million square kilometers, very little archaeology done. Another is the Saharan Desert. The Saharan Desert, tough place to work. I can understand why there's little archaeology done there, but the Saharan Desert was green during the Ice Age. It had a completely different climate regime. We should consider the possibility that missing parts of the human story are there. And then under the continental shelves, because sea level rose 400 feet, these are 3 domains that archaeology has largely not investigated. And it is largely not done. So they say, well, why would we spend the money on marine archaeology? It's much better to spend it on looking for shipwrecks rather than looking for signs of a lost civilization, because we archaeologists know there was no lost civilization. So that's the argument for the resources there. And the same with the Amazon, and the same with the Sahara Desert. Places, the very places in the world that those amongst us who are charged with the responsibility of interpreting the past have not looked at are the very places we should be looking at.
I had a thought once while I was on the influence, and it was a thought that one day computational powers will reach a point where they will be able to take into consideration all of the objects on Earth and what we know about the history, and vividly recreate the past through computation, to the point where you could actually know who did what, when people did things, and that, I mean, I don't even know if this would be physical. Today, it's certainly not possible, but with the exponential increase in computational power and technology and innovation, that one day will reach a point where you'll be able to watch, you'll be able to see what happened, and they'll be able to recreate what happened exactly. And that this would be something that would be, it's impossible for us to imagine that someone would be able to do that right now. Yeah, but that one day with technology, as it gets more and more advanced, we'll reach some sort of some innovation or some sort of invention that will allow us to go back and see, literally see what happened, how things were done.
Technology is changing our whole understanding of the past, and what you're envisaging is perfectly possible. We will come to a time, if we don't,
years, 500,
perhaps less, if we don't, first destroy ourselves entirely as a civilization, we will come to a time where our cleverness and our techniques will allow a much wider opening up of the past than has presently happened, and it is already happening. One of the areas of science that I go into in America before is genetics and DNA. This is an area of science that was not much informing archaeology until about the 1990s, but since the 2000s has become very important in archaeology, because technology has been developed where ancient DNA can be extracted and tested, and you can actually genotype an entire individual from DNA that may be 20,000 years old. And this new technology of genome sequencing and DNA is another factor that is raising huge question marks over the past of the Americans. And one of the issues I go into in this book is the presence in the Amazon rainforest of a very specific, clearly identifiable pattern of DNA, which is only found in one other place in the world, and that is in Australasia, in Papua New Guinea, and amongst Australian Aborigines. It's Australasian DNA. Now,
South America.
not only in South America, but in the depths of the Amazon rainforest, amongst tribes who've only been contacted in the last 20 or 30 years. And furthermore, although skeletal remains are rare, it has been found in ancient skeletal remains that are close to 11,000 years old in the Amazon. So that tells us that this DNA signal has been in the Amazon for at least 11,000 years. The geneticists think that it came from the Amazon during the last ice age. And this raises a huge mystery, because the peopling of the Americas is supposed to have occurred from Siberia, across the Bering Straits, down through that ice-free corridor into North America, down through North America, into South America, into Central America, and finally into South America. If that was the whole story, then we would find this DNA signal in North America and in Central America. We would not find it only in the Amazon. But I talked to some of the leading geneticists about this, specifically Professor Eski Willislev at the University of Copenhagen, who's been the lead author in a number of major studies of ancient DNA. And I asked him, what do you make of this Australasian DNA in the Amazon? And he said, honestly, we don't have a proper explanation for it at the moment. But what he did say is that the most parsimonious explanation, he used that specific word, the most parsimonious explanation is that a group of people during the Ice Age crossed the Pacific Ocean and settled up and ended up in South America and settled in the Amazon and brought their DNA with them. That would account perfectly for the DNA data. And when a scientist says the most parsimonious explanation, what that scientist is saying is he likes that explanation, that it's a simple, direct, clear explanation of the DNA mystery. But then he added, however, it doesn't make practical sense. And I asked him, well, why doesn't it make practical sense? And he said, because the archaeologists tell me that no human population was capable of crossing the Pacific Ocean during the Ice Age, at which point it was natural for me to say, do you really trust the archaeologists? And he said, well, in science, we do trust the work of other scientists. We don't really question it. We don't really investigate it. That's their side of the business. And my view is that is rather than taking this weird, anomalous Australasian DNA signal in the heart of the Amazon as something to be explained away, and as something for it to be denied that it could be connected to a voyage across the Pacific Ocean. Maybe it's the first compelling evidence that voyages were taking place across the Pacific Ocean during the Ice Age. And maybe we should be opening up that whole issue for exploration. And again, I think a lost civilization is the best answer. And that near the end of the Ice Age, when the Younger Dryas cataclysm unfolds, it's not an overnight thing. It's very bad 12,800 years ago. There's about 1,200 years of horror. I don't think the civilization went down in a single day and night. I think there were survivors. I think bits of it were left. I think their project was to restart civilization. And I suggest very strongly that where they tried to mount that project was amongst the hunter-gatherers who coexisted in the world with them at that time. We ourselves are an advanced civilization. At least that's what we call ourselves. And we coexist in the world with hunter-gatherers. It's not an odd idea that an advanced civilization and hunter-gatherers should coexist. And there is separation between us and the Amazonian hunter-gatherers. There are tribes in the Amazon that are uncontacted and that we don't know even exist. If catastrophe on the level of the Younger Dryas were to occur today, I don't think that our civilization will make it through. We are the spoiled children of the earth. We are just used to having everything laid on. You know, the supermarket shelves are groaning with food. We can get food delivered to our homes. We have roofs over our head. We have shelters. We have clothing. Everything is taken for granted. I guess you're an exception, but very few people in modern Western culture know how to survive. They don't have survival skills. They don't know how to hunt. They don't know how to gather. They don't know how to grow crops because they've handed that responsibility over to others. We live in a society that's highly segmented and specialized, and different people specialize in different things, but nobody has the vast general survival skill that a hunter-gatherer has. So in a global cataclysm, actually, at first counterintuitively, the people who would survive it would be the hunter-gatherers. And an advanced civilization would be smart if they were survivors to seek refuge amongst hunter-gatherers, to make that the place where they might try to restart their civilization. And that's why I think that this Australasian DNA signal in the Amazon may be part of the evidence for a sort of outreach effort that was being made by a lost civilization, seeing the disaster coming down on it and realizing that something needed to be done.
Well, it's fascinating to me that the geneticists would rely on the archaeologists, being that the geneticists have the actual DNA they can examine, where the archaeologists are piecing things together.
Yeah,
So tiny bits of information over the entire landscape,
Yeah.
and then you consider how much information they don't have access to that's in the ground.
I strongly resist the idea that archaeology is a science. I don't think it should be described as a science.
What do you think it should be described as?
It's more like a kind of philosophy. It's an attempt to interpret the past based on rather flimsy and limited evidence. And what you find in that interpretation is that the preconceptions of the individuals involved are being imposed upon the evidence, which then turns out to support their preconceptions. And that's not a scientific way of doing things. A scientific way of doing things is testing hypotheses and seeking to falsify them and seeing if they work out.
So the problem is drawing these conclusions and then being too rigid with these conclusions on further evidence.
That's my view. That archaeology has been much too rigid, and that there's a climate of fear in archaeology. I don't mean to pick particularly on archaeologists here. I think this is generally true across other disciplines as well. These days, academics are driven by the need to publish research papers. That's what they build their careers on. If they can get a paper on their bit of research published in Nature or the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, etc., that's good for their careers. But then you confront the gatekeepers in those publications who regard any archaeological idea that is not part of the mainstream accepted consensus with great suspicion, and are most reluctant to publish that information.
Now, what is the mainstream when archaeologists talk about seafaring humans? What do they date that to?
Well, the great seafaring adventure that is accepted by archaeology is called the Polynesian expansion, and it's a remarkable story, and that occurs roughly 3,000 to 3,500 years ago. And those Polynesians were amazing ocean navigators. They could cross distances of thousands of kilometers with pinpoint accuracy. I mean, it's not an accident that the Polynesians found Easter Island. Finding Easter Island is a really challenging project. Easter Island is 2,000 miles from the coast of South America. It's 2,000 miles from the nearest other island, which is Tahiti. It's just a little speck in the middle of the ocean, but the Polynesians found it and settled there and appear to have brought a reproductively viable population there and appear to have made voyages back and forth. But that was 3,000 to 3,500 years ago. That was not 12,800 years ago. And this is where archaeology's adamant position that ocean voyaging was begun by the Polynesians and that there was no major ocean voyages before that, I think it needs to be strongly questioned, and it needs to be strongly questioned in the light of this DNA evidence from the Amazon rather than rejecting it. Attempt should be made to consider what that might mean.
Well, it's interesting because we know that the Egyptians had boats.
Yeah.
And so, if there were boats 4,500 years ago, why do we think they didn't try them out in the ocean? That doesn't make any sense, especially if they existed 1,000 years prior, which is also possible.
Archaeologists wouldn't argue that the Egyptians had boats, but that is still within the framework of accepted history. It's the notion of a global navigating culture in the Ice Age that archaeologists can't swallow. It's a subject that I've kept on coming up against over a number of years. I think the best evidence for it is ancient maps, which show the world as it looked during the last ice age. I first explored this in Fingerprints of the Gods, and I've touched on the mystery again, and I have an appendix on the subject in this book, because I think these are very important. We're talking about maps that were drawn roughly between the 1300s and the 1700s. In other words, in relatively recent history. However, these maps were largely based on much older source maps, which they copied. We can say that for sure because one of the famous maps is the Piri Reis map, which was created by a Turkish admiral called Piri Reis in the year 1513. Actually, only a corner of his map has survived. It was originally a world map. We now just have a bit that shows the east coast of South America and North America and the west coast of Africa. Piri Reis writes in that map that it is in his own handwriting that he based it on more than 100 older source maps, some of which had come from the Library of Alexandria. In other words, that maps had been, when the Library of Alexandria had been destroyed in the 4th century AD or whatever it was, some of its contents had been rescued and brought to Constantinople, which became the Turkish capital. Piri Reis had access to those maps, and he incorporated information from those maps on his maps, as well as incorporating more recent navigational information. And this is one of a whole category of maps which are extremely hard to explain. All of them based on older source maps now lost, all of them incorporating extremely precise relative longitudes and latitudes. Latitude is not that difficult a technological feat, but longitude is a difficult technological feat. Longitude involves a chronometer. It involves knowing the time and the place you began your voyage and the local as well, and calculating the difference between them. You need a chronometer that will keep accurate time at sea with the motions of a ship, and it's just a plain fact that our civilization did not invent such a chronometer until the late 18th century. Before that, we didn't know what longitude we were at, and ships were constantly sailing unexpectedly into coastlines that they thought were hundreds of miles further away. So the discovery of the technique to do longitude was a major civilizational advance. Its presence in maps, based on much older source maps that actually show the world as it looks during the last ice age, suggests that somebody during the last ice age was mapping the world and had mastered the technique of calculating longitude. Classic example of these maps, and I make a point of this, is what's called the Pinkerton world map, which was drawn in the year 1818, and it was based on the latest navigational information at that time. I reproduced that map. What's missing from the map, entirely missing, is Antarctica. There's just a hole at the bottom of the world. There's nothing there. The reason there's nothing there, there's another Pinkerton map that shows that. The reason that you need to find one that's centered on Antarctica. The reason that Antarctica is not there is that our civilization hadn't discovered Antarctica in 1818. So they couldn't authentically put it on a map in 1818. Actually, we discovered it in 1890, and that's when it starts appearing on modern maps. The problem is that Antarctica appears repeatedly on these much older maps, and it appears in the right place and a bit bigger than it is today, but very much as it looked during the last ice age. So what all of this suggests to me is that the world was mapped and explored by a global seafaring culture with a level of technology that was at least equivalent to ours at the end of the 18th century. During the ice age.
Wasn't there also a map of Greenland that showed it underneath the ice?
Yes, there are, and another intriguing thing. I mentioned the Piri Reis map just now. Shown on the Piri Reis map, lying off the east coast of North America, is a large island with a row of megaliths, like a row of megaliths running up the middle of it. That island is in the exact place of the Grand Bahama Banks, yeah, it is. But can I point it out to you? Because you're not sure. It's great that you can make this. So this island is sitting there off the southeast coast of North America.
Look at the way they used to draw things back then too.
And what you see running down the middle of it is this road-like feature of megaliths.
Yes, I see it right there. Yeah.
Now the thing is, there was a long period of my life when I did a lot of scuba diving, and I was looking at underwater structures. And one of the sites I dived on was the Bimini Road, is exactly where that island is. And here's the issue. I don't care whether the Bimini Road is natural or man-made. For me, the mystery is that it's shown above water on that map. And the last time it was above water was thousands and thousands of years ago. So for me, this is all evidence that we we shouldn't dismiss the possibility that our ancestors have achieved a level of technology where they could explore a number of locations. We shouldn't dismiss that.
So we don't know what those stones are, how they were created, but boy, do they look artificial.
That's the Onigiri
Yeah,
that's we're looking at now. But
the back to that image, Jimmy, the last image we were just looking at, that looks so man-made.
and you can see it is rather like the pattern that's shown on the island in the map.
How deep is that today?
Oh, it's not very deep. It's about 20 feet. Yes.
But we think that was above water.
Oh, it was definitely above water during the last ice age. When it finally went underwater, may have been as late as 8,000 or 9,000 years.
Is there anything else compelling to the immediate area that seems to indicate that there was some sort of man-made structure?
Well, nobody's looked for it, and the whole effort of archaeology has been to dismiss the significance of the Bimini Road.
How would they dismiss that?
Well, they say it's
That's
just
me.
they say it's totally natural.
Come on!
No.
Is it? Go back to that image again. Listen, well,
This is the argument.
go back to that image that we just saw.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
as somebody who spent a lot of time diving on the Bimini Road, I can tell you I absolutely do not think it's natural. I think it's a man-made structure, but the argument is that it's a kind of beach rock that forms in these blocky formations. Yes, beach rock does form in blocky formations, but here I believe that the beach rock has been used as a construction material. But I repeat, the key issue is not whether the Bimini Road is man-made or not. The key issue is that it features on a map above water, and that is a dating project. That tells us that somebody was mapping that bit of the world when it was above water. And that takes us back a long way into the past.
The one you just pulled up. Yeah, look at that one.
That's a stunning place. It's an amazing sight.
Just like the odds of that being in that order with those uniformly sized rocks for how long is that?
Oh, 100 feet. It's a huge structure. It's actually shaped like the letter J. It's a giant underwater structure. It's really an enormous thing and very, very beautiful to dive on. And there's lots of very gentle swim nurse sharks down there. So that looks a bit difficult around. Bits of it look highly constructed. I would not seek to claim that the Bimini Road is absolutely man-made. My claim about the Bimini Road is it's really fucking weird that it appears on a map above water, a map that was drawn in 1513 based on older source maps.
Now, when they found that ancient Greek computer thing, what is that called?
The anti-Kythera mechanism.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, that testifies to a lost navigational skill that we have not picked up.
Incredibly complex, and it took a long time for them to figure out what that even is.
Yeah.
What do they think that is now?
It tracks the movements of the planets. It's a navigational device. It's a geared, cogged system that allows you to track the passage of time and figure out where you are. It's some kind of navigational device. It's not fully understood.
And how old is that?
I think that goes back to Greek times. I'm guessing here because the Greek times are not of great interest to me, but I'm thinking around about 500 BC.
So, at least 2,000 years old, 2,000 plus, and we know that there had to be more than one of these things.
Yes, you can't have something like that without a vast effort behind it. Human beings were working on creating this geared and cogged machinery that reflected the patterns.
Oh, is that a recreation of it?
That's a recreation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Looks like we buy that. Dude, bookmark that. We need one right there, right next to the plastic cells.
So such a thing is a cultural artifact which doesn't just appear out of nowhere. It has to have a context. It has to have a background. And again, my suggestion would be perhaps a secret technology. It's very odd that very few of these have been found, and it may be that ship owners and navigators in Greek times were extremely careful about who they shared this technology with.
Of course.
It may have been as top secret as nuclear power is in our world today.
Oh, that makes sense.
But the fact is that then we have to, it exists, it's real, it's there, and then we must consider what's behind it, what led to that. Is that just the latest manifestation of something that goes much more deeply back into human? My main message is that we have a so far untold backstory, that we're concentrating entirely on the front story, and the backstory is missing, very largely missing from the picture, and what I've tried to do is to fill in bits of the backstory.
Do you have anything in this book about the Olmecs?
No, not really. I mentioned them briefly. I explored the Olmec mystery in considerable depth.
Can you explain that to people?
The fingerprints of the gods. Yes, so it's considered to be the earliest high culture of Central America. Everybody's heard about the Aztecs. Everybody's heard about the Maya. But before the Aztecs and before the Maya, there were a culture who are referred to as the Olmecs. Again, we don't know what they called themselves. That's what the Aztecs called them. They called them the Olmecs. It means the rubber, because that rubber producing area of Mexico. They worked in giant megalithic constructions. What they're most famous for is these huge carved human heads, which can be on a scale of up to 20 to 25 tons in weight, and which have curious features which have been interpreted variously as Polynesian, African, don't look like classic Native American features. But one of the things I've realized is that there is no classic Native American feature. That Native Americans are have a very complex genetic story, with very many different elements brought into it, and we shouldn't be necessarily surprised by the supposedly non-Native American look of these Olmecs.
What do we think those helmets were?
Nobody knows, because no physical example of such a helmet has ever been found, just like no physical example of an Egyptian pharaoh's crown has ever been found. All we see is the stone reproductions of them.
They universally wear these helmets.
They pretty much all wear these helmets in the Olmec stonework. There's another fascinating figure from La Venta, one of the Olmec sites, which is the earliest ever image of a plume of feathered serpent. The feathered serpent is a famous icon in Central America. Quetzalcoatl, who's the god of peace, the bringer of civilization, who is associated, for example, with the famous pyramid of Kukulkan, which is just another name for Quetzalcoatl, and Chichen Itza, where on the spring equinox a shadow effect creates the image of a serpent coiling down the stairway and joining with the carved head of the serpent. And there's the image from La Venta. That's the earliest image of a plumed serpent in the Americas. And sitting in the middle of it, and I made a big deal out of this because I think it is a big deal in Magicians of the Gods, sitting in the middle of it is this human figure who's holding this strange bag in his hand. And it's just a fact that those identical bags are found in ancient Sumer in the hands of individuals who were considered to be civilization bringers, and they also show up on Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe. I call them man bags. And in that case, at Göbekli Tepe, we know they're at least 11,600 years old. So I wonder if we're looking at a sort of badge of office of a group of civilizers who traveled around the world trying to bring back to life a lost civilization and pass down. I deploy a concept in this book that I actually got from Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is the author of a book called The Selfish Gene, and he's not one of my favorite people because he's a materialist reductionist, and he doesn't believe in spirit or any mystery in life, that we're just accidents of chemistry and biology.
No, so there's no psychedelics.
And he said, no, I did challenge him at a public event to go have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca.
Take acid once.
Oh, just once would be enough. But he has an excellent out because sadly he's had a stroke, so he has a good excuse for not doing that. But he's a clever man, and one of his concepts that he's introduced into human culture is the concept of the me. We're all, I think, familiar with that word. Genes are physical reproductive mechanisms. They reproduce themselves down the generations. They replicate, they multiply, they're passed on from one individual to another. Memes are cultural objects, cultural ideas that are passed on and replicated and reproduce themselves. And what I see right across the Americas, right across the old world as well, is a set of notions of life after death. And I think the only way to explain this is that they have been inherited from an earlier culture that was in some way connected with ancestors of all of these cultures. I think that's what we're looking at in the answer. We're looking at the me, which was deliberately created. Once you mobilize the population to start creating huge geometrical structures, you are also facilitating many other possibilities that an organized population allows. I think that's what happened at Göbekli Tepe. I think that's why they created the megalithic site there, to mobilize the local population of hunter-gatherers, to give them a project, to engage them, and in the process of engaging them, to teach them the skills of agriculture, which are fundamental to any concept of civilization. And it's weird the way agriculture just suddenly appears in Göbekli Tepe. And there's huge agricultural mysteries in the Amazon as well. May I share a couple of those mysteries with you?
Before you do that, though, can you pull up that image from Göbekli Tepe of pillar? Is it
Pillar 43, Pillar 43 in enclosure D.
I would like to see that guy holding that bag.
It's the bags are in a row along the top of the pillar. It's Pillar 43 in enclosure D.
Is there?
Yeah, so there's the bags in a row along the top. It's the same sort of square-shaped bag with a curved handle that you find on the earliest image of the pillar of the feathered serpent, and then you find you have to go above that bit. Just a little bit higher up. Right at the top of that. It's odd that this symbol crops up in many different cultures and tends to be associated with
What's the mainstream interpretation of those bags?
There is no mainstream interpretation of those bags. That's my interpretation of those bags, which I freely confess. That's how I read them. I'm intrigued by the anomaly that the similar bag it turns up in the hands of the Quetzalcoatl figure and turns up in Mesopotamia repeatedly in the hands of the individuals who are called the Abkalu, the magicians and gods, the bringers of civilization.
And the plume serpent, Quetzalcoatl, it's an Aztec god, right?
Quetzalcoatl is an Aztec god, but the Aztecs acquired him from earlier cultures. The very fact that an image of the plumed serpent is given such priority in Olmec culture tells us that system of ideas was present during Olmec time, which takes us back at least to 1500 BC, probably quite a bit earlier than that, whereas the Aztecs are 1500 AD, so there's 3,000 years between the Aztecs and the Olmecs, and that same system of ideas is running through all of those cultures.
And the Mayans had a name for it as well.
Kukulkan.
And what do you think that plume serpent was?
I think it's very clear from the accounts that have survived that what he's associated with are two things in particular. One of them, he's a god of peace. He's not a war god. And the other thing that he's primarily about is giving the gifts of civilization. This is what you human beings need to know in order to evolve to the next level. That is the function and the role of Quetzalcoatl, and there are very similar. You could refer to them as civilizing heroes who are found in other cultures and other locations. Osiris in Egypt plays that role as a bringer of civilization. There's hardly a culture in the ancient world that doesn't remember a time far back in remote prehistory when some kind of supernaturals or advanced human beings, and I prefer the latter, that some kind of advanced human beings were involved in a project to disseminate civilization. I mentioned the Tucana in the Amazon, where they say that the origin myth states specifically that their ancestors were brought to the Amazon. They were brought to the Amazon by a group of supernaturals who included the daughter of the sun and an individual called the helmsman, who steered the serpent canoe in which this settlement mission in the Amazon was performed. And what these so-called supernaturals did was they brought the ancestors of the Tucano to the Amazon, and they showed them the best places to settle, the best places where they might find hunting, the best places where they might create a village, the best places for agriculture, and then they left. But they left them behind one gift, and that gift was ayahuasca. That's the story of the origin of the Tucano, and it sounds to me rather like the other side of the story of that DNA signal in the Amazon, that a group of people were deliberately settled in the Amazon by human beings who they chose to regard as supernaturals. That's what makes sense to me.
When I interrupted you to talk about Quetzalcoatl, what were you about to say?
I'm in California. I've been smoking lots of dope.
We were talking about different things in the Amazon. Should we rewind and figure out what we said?
The serpent god you're talking about.
Before Quetzalcoatl, before that. I have another question. The Olmecs,
You were talking about the genetics of these people that live in Native America have very similar features: the thick lips, the
Yes, they
wide noses. Why do we think that is?
Well, this is part of a curious mystery that is not unconnected to the genetic mystery. It's been known by archaeologists for quite a long time that there are anomalous skulls in parts of Brazil, which appear to show very strongly Polynesian or African features, very much like the features that we see on the Olmec heads. And a number of archaeologists who got into trouble with their colleagues for this have used that to argue many years ago, 30, 40 years ago, that the settlement story of the Americas is much more complicated than we've realized. And what the DNA is doing is it's telling us that there was something that happened with settlement. You see, what happened with those African or Polynesian looking skulls was that they were tested for DNA when DNA technology was not as advanced as it is today. And what that DNA showed was that they were more closely related to modern Native Americans than they are to any other people in the world. So the notion that there was some connection with Polynesia or Africa was dismissed. But now that we have very firm evidence of an Australasian genetic signal, Australian Aborigines, Papua New Guinea, Melanesians, with those kind of features, now that we have the genetic evidence that is found in the Amazon, we have to go back to that old evidence and reconsider it.
Yeah, I would love to find out what that is. They've always fascinated me. The Olmecs, it's always been such a strange image, the large heads with the helmets on them. And how do they universally look like that? I mean,
all of the features are very, very similar. Very, very, very similar. Always with the helmets. And almost always, I won't claim that every single Olmec head has a helmet on it, because I think I've seen one. It's quite a while ago since I explored the Olmec area. But what's fascinating about them is they are supposedly the first high civilization of Central America. They create structures on a massive scale that you could see connections between them and the later Maya. That whole mystery of the Mayan calendar was clearly inherited from the Olmecs. It wasn't something the Maya made up. The Olmecs used that same symbolism. So the Mayan calendar is actually an Olmec calendar. And if we then consider the possibility that the Olmecs may just be the latest, the earliest surviving manifestation of that calendar, it could go back much further than that.
do you plan on having any debates with people that oppose these ideas?
Well, it was interesting on your very show, Joe, to have the debate that involved Michael Shermer, who's the editor of the Skeptic magazine, and some colleague of his who came in online, who I got a bit annoyed with, and myself and my great friend and colleague, the genius Randall Carlson. And I felt that was a very useful debate. I felt that it's possibly the first time that those of us on the alternative side of the argument about history were given an opportunity really to put our evidence forward and to confront so-called skeptics. Well, so-called, that's what he calls himself, Michael Shermer, with this evidence. And obviously I'm biased, but I don't feel that he fielded the situation particularly well. I don't think mainstream archaeology came out of that looking really good. I think it came out of that looking rather ignorant and uninformed. And a man like Michael Shermer, who is a professional skeptic, cannot begin to match the knowledge of a man like Randall Carlson, who has devoted his whole life to walking the walk of the geology of the end of the Ice Age in North America, and that showed on that debate. So I think the debate was worth doing. I think it showed that the alternative side isn't just wishy-washy stuff. Our project is to rewrite history, and we're not going to do that with slight information. It has to be solid information. I think we had the opportunity on your show to say that solid information is there. I'm not claiming it was a complete victory for the alternative side. Michael Shermer's a smart guy, and he put forward some good arguments too. And there were constructive aspects of that debate, which I appreciated. I'd like to see much more engagement and much more positive approach. I wish the skeptics welcome to their skepticism, but I wish they'd be less hateful, less full of derision, less despising,
Or they're so defensive with their ideas.
and so defensive with their ideas when the possibility is there for a constructive debate.
Well, what's interesting to me is that as this evidence piles up, and it seems to be continuing to pile up, as more like these impact sites and more of this ancient civilization material gets unearthed, it's almost insurmountable.
Yeah, it's also, and this is how paradigms shift. I mean, everybody's familiar with the concept of a paradigm shift, and there's a book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn, which outlines what a paradigm shift is, where an established model in some discipline of science that has been in control of people's thinking for a very long time suddenly falls apart, and it doesn't fall apart. So what happens is that there's an accumulation of evidence which that model cannot explain. That paradigm cannot explain. It seemed like a great paradigm at one point, but then it doesn't explain this, and then it doesn't explain like the paradigm that says that megalithic architecture is only 6,000 years old and that the first megalithic architecture was in Malta. That can't explain the massive megalithic site of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey 5,500 years before that. It's evidence like that, the slow accumulation of evidence that existing systems hold on to it, no matter how determined they are in their defense, no matter what dirty tricks they may choose to deploy to undermine their opponents, sooner or later the evidence overwhelms them and the paradigm goes down and you have a new way of thinking. And that is the story of science, and it is a story that I think we're at a tipping point in our understanding of the past of the human species. I am not saying that I am 100% right. I believe that what I'm doing that's worthwhile is I'm asking questions about the problems that haven't been asked enough. I'm putting archaeologists on the spot and demanding that they explain themselves. I don't claim that I'm right. I'm offering an alternative theory, and my objective is to get people to think for themselves, to think about this stuff, and not to accept the voice of authority as the sole medium of truth. That's what I've done.
Have you had any archaeologists review any of this work and change their opinions?
No, no, I haven't. But what I have found, and I found it interestingly during the research trips for America before, is a younger generation of archaeologists who are in the field. And they are quite different from the older generation of archaeologists who were running the whole scene 25 years ago. Now we have a very different younger generation, a younger generation that has been exposed to open-minded thinking, that has been exposed to the internet, that itself, as part of the general pattern of the younger generation, is suspicious of authority. I'm meeting young archaeologists on sites. For example, I met a couple of really amazing young minds on a site called Blackwater Draw in Arizona, New Mexico, where one of the first Clovis sites. The young archaeologists I met there were incredibly open-minded and really willing to consider extraordinary possibilities about the past, and privately admitted to me that they read my books.
Well, that's where I get the hope. I get the hope in this young generation that is growing up, that does understand that there's a lot more out there than just what they're being taught in schools.
Yeah. This is where the hope lies, and it lies in every area, and it's why one of the intriguing things that has happened with me, and your show is an important part of this, is that when I go around giving public events, doing a public presentation of my work, the demography of the audience is extremely interesting. This is true whether I'm giving the talk in Britain, whether I'm giving it in Canada, whether I'm giving it in America. Part of the audience are older people who read me in the 1990s, who got onto my work with Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, and they've stuck with me, and they've carried on reading my work. But another part of the audience, a very big part of the audience, consists to a large extent of young people, most of whom are men, but there are women amongst them as well. And what those mainly young men come up to me and say at the end of the event is, we first encountered your work on Joe Rogan's show, and it completely opened our minds. It changed. I've had so many young men say, this has changed my life. And then I asked myself, well, why should a different take on the past change people's lives? Why should people feel that their lives have been changed by a different content on the past, which I add they would not know about unless you've had the good grace to bring me on your show. These ideas would not be known, but they are known because of the amazing outreach of your show. And the answer to that question, why does it change a person's life, is that once we realize that we have been misinformed about our past, that everything that we built our idea of who we are upon and of where we're going as a culture may be founded on falsehoods and perhaps even deliberate lies. Once that is realized, then all the questions about the nature of the society we live in become open. And young people are feeling the need to take an independent path, not to follow the path that has been set down for them by previous generations. And in some way, and I'm very gratified to hear this, the fact that I'm an elder now, I'm 69 next birthday, the fact that I look great, thank you, the fact that I as an elder have consistently pursued an independent path, have been willing to put up with the shit that's been thrown at me over the years, but have stuck to my guns and have continued to add new information to the dossier of information that I put forward. That is, and I'm encouraged to see this, that's found as inspiring by younger people. And what better gift could an old guy hope to leave to the world than a younger generation who feel inspired by that person's work to change the world?
Well, I'm very, very thankful that I can introduce people to you, because your first book that I read, Fingerprints of the Gods, changed my view of the world. I mean, I remember putting that book down after I was finishing, going, wow, like, if he's right, like, this whole thing is a mess.
A complete mess. Because our idea of who we are is very much founded in our idea of who we were. And one of the mistakes that's made in our civilization is that we are very conceited, we're very big-headed, and we tend to view the whole story of history as though it's a project that leads to us, that we are what it's all about. And I think what is how can I put it, undermining of the existing system about a new take on the past is the notion that we're not what it's all about at all. That there may have been an earlier civilization that reached a high level of advancement, perhaps different from ours, but nevertheless an advanced civilization, which was just taken out of the story completely by a global cataclysm. Then we suddenly realize that in a way we're here accidentally, that it's not been a process that's been all about us, and that if we've been misinformed about how we got here, then we need to get the true information about what's going on. So these are in a way profoundly revolutionary ideas. They do lead people on a path of inquiry that leads to questioning of everything.
And our fears that you were just discussing earlier, us civilizations, in terms of like our ability to live off the land, that's one aspect that bothers me. But one of the big ones that bothers me is the fact that everything is digital. All of our information is stored on hard drives, and if that goes down, there's not much left. You have paper books, and you know, a few thousands of years. Imagine what would be left. We would lose all of our advancement.
Well, I can speak to this at a personal level. There was a time when I was an excellent map reader. I could navigate anywhere with maps. My wife Santa and I did huge journeys in Mexico back in the early 1990s in really cheap hire cars with maps, and we found our way everywhere without any problem. Today, I can hardly use a map. The skill of using a map has lapsed within me. Why? Because of GPS. GPS technology has come along, and it always tells me where I am. And being a bit lazy, I just accept that technology. But then I had cause to ask myself this just the other day: supposing all the satellites go down and there's no GPS, is the whole industrialized human race is going to suddenly be lost? All those Uber drivers who don't know their way from A to B and who rely entirely on their GPSs, they won't know they won't know where they're going, and it's true with digital data. And the digital data, unlike print data, is very fragile and requires programs in order to access and interpret it that are much more complicated than simply cracking the code of a lost language.
Programs vary between different phone platforms and vary with computer platforms. It's so fragile, and it's so, I don't know if there's any precautions that have been taken place to preserve this information. In case of, like what Robert Shaw described, coronal mass ejection or something
Taking
crazy.
out all the satellites.
Yeah.
No, I don't think preparation has been made, and and it's very clear that preparation is not being made for the risk of another cosmic impact. And again, a point that I'd like to make about this is that we are in a sense in a place where history can repeat itself. That there are certain cycles at work. The work on the comet impact 12,800 years ago has very clearly and specifically identified the debris trail of that comet. And that debris trail is the Taurid meteor stream. And it's called the Taurid meteor stream because it appears to emanate from the region of the sky in which the constellation of Taurus sits. It doesn't. It's within our solar system. It's an optical illusion. The Taurid meteor stream is a giant complex of debris. It is 30 million kilometers wide. What you had was an original comet that might have been 100 to 200 kilometers in diameter, a small moon, which fragmented and broke up into multiple comets. And those parts began to spread out along the whole orbit of the Taurid meteor stream and to widen. The whole thing widens, so it's like a giant tube of debris. And the evidence of the argument is that 12,800 years ago, several large bits of that debris fell out of the Taurid meteor stream and impacted with the Earth. The problem is that the Taurid meteor stream still exists, and our planet still passes through it twice a year. And those passages take place in June and in November, and each passage takes 12 and a half days. And the science 12,800 years ago are deeply concerned that we may face future impacts from the Taurid meteor stream, that there are still large objects up there. This is not a theory, this is a fact. There's a comet up there called Comet Encke, which is part of the Taurid meteor stream. It's a large fragment of the original giant comet. Comet Encke has a diameter of, 5 or 6 kilometers. There's 19 recognized huge objects within the Taurid meteor stream. Calculations indicate that there may be as much as 200 asteroids within the Taurid meteor stream of a diameter of a kilometer or more, which would have catastrophic effect if they hit the Earth. And responsible astronomers regard the Taurid meteor stream as the greatest collision hazard facing mankind at the present time. And it's not something that we need to fall into despair about, because it's perfectly within the level of our technology to do something about it. Well, to give you an example, commercial interests are looking right now, and the technology is there to mine asteroids. We can go to asteroids if the commercial interest is high enough. We can go to them, we can mine them, we can extract minerals, we can bring them back to the Earth. The same technology would allow you to move asteroids or comet fragments. You don't want to blow them up with a nuke. That would be a really bad idea. That would turn one large object into multiple smaller objects, which could cause equally massive devastation, and would be very difficult to predict where that devastation is going to fall. What you want to do is to nudge them and move them out of a dangerous orbit into a less dangerous orbit. And the evidence is in the next 30 years we are going to be passing through dangerous filaments of the Taurid meteor stream. And if we were smart, we would be devoting some resources to protecting our cosmic environment, just as there are many issues that we need to devote resources to. Unfortunately, the one that's most attractive to our politicians at the moment is warfare. We devote limitless resources to technologies of mass destruction. There really is no end to the amount that we're prepared to spend on that in terms of our so-called security. We feel somehow we're making ourselves more secure by having these incredible weapons and spending trillions of dollars on them. But the cosmos doesn't give a fuck about any of that. The cosmos is out there with these giant objects, which have a far greater explosive power than all the nuclear weapons stored on Earth at the present time. The comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, which hit Jupiter in 1994, had a total calculated explosive power of 300 gigatons. If you took the entire nuclear arsenal of the world today and blew it all up at once, it would yield 6.4 gigatons. So these objects are producing catastrophic results on a scale that far, far beyond anything that we ourselves could do with nuclear weapons. It's time we spend a bit less time and money on weapons of mass destruction and a bit more on looking after this beautiful garden that we call the Earth, and that is our home, and that will be the home of our children and our children's children. I'm a grandfather now. I feel passionate about this. We need to look after this planet. It's our responsibility as a human species to do so. And one of the challenges, it's not the only challenge, there are many, many other challenges. One of the challenges is to pay attention to our cosmic environment and to realize that the cosmos can intervene cataclysmically in the human story. And the Taurine meteor stream in particular may have been a hidden hand in human history. There may have been other events in the last 30,000 years that have affected and changed the course of humanity on this earth. And the ancients were very good at paying attention to the sky. We ourselves have amazing tech to study the sky, but for some reason we're ignoring this problem of cosmic impacts, and that's incredibly irresponsible. Sweep our cosmic environment clean, but it could be done. And a side product of that global cooperation might be a friendlier, more nurturing, more loving, more positive human community.
It is very odd that we have this infantile nature even as grown adults and world leaders that don't like to ignore imminent danger as long as it hasn't affected us in the past.
Yeah.
There's no real moment we can point to other than Tunguska in photographic history, modern history, where you take pictures of things we haven't.
I think if I can pause you on that very point, the evidence is compelling that the Tunguska event was an object that fell out of the Taurine meteor stream. That happened at the peak of the Beta Taurids in June 1908. It is extremely likely that Tunguska object came from the Taurine meteor stream because we were passing through the Taurine meteor stream at exactly that time. And the Tunguska object is estimated to be between 60 and 190 meters in diameter. So it's not a very big object. It's not a kilometer scale object. It's big, but it's not that big. It doesn't even hit the Earth. It's an airburst. It explodes in the sky above, fortunately, an uninhabited area of Siberia. But the devastation is huge. It wasn't even noticed for some years afterwards until scientific teams went in and studied the area and discovered that 80 million trees across 2,000 square kilometers had been completely flattened by that airburst. And to put that in context, 2,000 square kilometers is the size of London. So anybody who knows London is aware that there's a ring road around London called the M25. If that airburst had taken place over central London, everything of London out as far as the M25 would have been gone completely.
Is that what it looks like today?
Yeah. And if you're looking above there, you're looking at the black and whites that were taken in the early 1900s, which revealed the extent of this damage. So it's just stupid of us not to pay a bit more attention to this, especially when we have the tech to actually do something about it.
We have that nature, though, when it comes to climate change.
There's a curious denial. There's a denial of the role of cataclysms in the human story. There is even a word for that in science, and it's called uniformitarianism. And this is a particular philosophy of science where the view is that everything as we see it in the world today is how things have always been. So if we don't see cataclysms today, and they're not playing a major part in our story today, then there weren't cataclysms and they didn't play a major part in our story in the past. That's why, although it's before the time of human beings, when the evidence that the dinosaurs were made extinct by a comet or an asteroid first came out, Lewis and Walter Alvarez, the father and son team behind that science, were ridiculed by their colleagues, and they were told it's absolutely absurd. Of course, no cosmic event could have made the dinosaurs extinct. They spent 10 years taking that ridicule until they found the crater in the Gulf of Mexico. Since then, the whole scientific community has accepted that the course of life on this planet was radically changed by a cosmic impact. I like to joke about it, but it was a cosmic impact that was big enough, literally, to turn dinosaurs into chickens. Because that's what's left of the dinosaur line, is, the birds. And at the same time, skulking in those primeval forests is this little mammal. It looks a bit like a shrew. 65 million years ago, going nowhere. Dinosaurs rule the earth. Then the cosmos intervenes. The dinosaurs are swept out of the way, and what happens? The mammals start to evolve very rapidly. They start to occupy niches that were previously closed to them. And the bottom line is, we would not be here, the human species would not be here, we would not be having this conversation if the dinosaurs had not been made extinct 65 million years ago. So these are world-changing events, and my argument is that such a world-changing event occurred between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, and it's high time we paid more attention to it.
Is there any evidence that there was other species of human beings that existed in the Americas? Like we're finding in Russia, there's many of them that are being discovered all over the world now. These subspecies of human beings.
Yeah. This is an issue that I go into in America before. And what first drew me into it was Denisova Cave in Siberia. I think everybody's heard of the Neanderthals, and these days I think everybody's heard of the Denisovans as well. A lot of people have. Well, I guess a lot of people haven't. But first of all, let's take the Neanderthals. For a long time, it was held that the Neanderthals were stupid, primitive subhumans, shambling, lacking symbolism. Turns out that that's not true at all. The latest scientific evidence on the Neanderthals is that they were symbolic creatures, that they did do more, that they were in every sense human, and they were in every sense human because anatomically modern humans interbred with Neanderthals. You can't interbreed with another species. They clearly were human beings, but they looked rather different from us, and that's why certain populations in the world today still have 3 to 5% of Neanderthal DNA. Then in Russia, in Denisova Cave, they find a single pinky bone from a little finger, and they do the DNA testing on it. They're able to get a complete genome from it, and what they discover is this isn't a Neanderthal. This isn't an anatomically modern human being. This is another human species who they named the Denisovans. They think they're more closely related to Neanderthals than they are to anatomically modern humans, but they're clearly another human species. And they also interbred with anatomically modern humans. And Denisovan DNA survives, interestingly enough. It survives predominantly in Australasia, in Papua New Guinea and amongst Australian Aborigines. So as part of the research for this book, I went to Denisova Cave. I had an amazing, actually just incredible trip to Russia. I hadn't expected it to be like that at all. Siberia, I mean, America is vast, but my God, crossing Siberia, this endless rolling plains, just vast area. We took a car. You can't travel independently in Russia. It's very difficult. You have to get permission, and you have to state in advance where you're going to be stopping off at. So what I found, and I just did so through the internet, was a local guy called Sergei Krugin, who had a little tour business in Siberia, in the city of Novosibirsk. I got in touch with him. He found a translator who would translate my emails, and I said, we want to make this journey to Denisova Cave. And can you set this up for us and get all the permissions? And he did, and so we flew into Novosibirsk. Sergei and his translator, turned out to be a Russian student who spoke good English, joined us, and we did this immense journey across Siberia. And it took us 3 days to get to Denisova Cave. 3 days of driving every day. Some stopping off along the way. Incredible hospitality of the Russians that we were amongst. Very independent people who are living out there in the wilderness and who actually do know how to survive. It's the first time I've ever drunk milk fresh from the cow. Literally, milk right out of the cow and poured down my throat. It was delicious.
First story that we've got, James, is a teacher is arrested after building a crypto mining setup in the high school where he worked in a secret crawl space under the school. I had to call the Coast Guard Homeland Security to investigate and retrieve
That's not stupid. That's fucking genius, you cunt.
It was delicious. And the cream, I mean, thick cream. So a lot of things about Russia that surprised me. Dennis overcame.
Yo, dog. Look at this one.
These three are the most egregious
institutions and in my community. Growing up in New York City, we do have that, and with me, folks, more states will be added to California's state-funded travel ban list. California is restricting state-funded travel to Missouri, Nebraska, and Wyoming following the recent passage of anti-LGBTQ+ legislation. Officials are offering up to $50,000 in connection with the armed robbery of a mailman in Hollywood. The Biden administration is forgiving $39 billion in student debt for more than 800,000 borrowers. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona said this morning the debt relief is a result of fixes to the student loan system's income-driven repayment plan. We're going to go to the 57, and we will check in with AFI in the sky next.
Are you worried about your financial assets after this bizarre economic banking year? Well, you cut through the market uncertainty. We're talking about trying to do safe haven against this kind of volatility. We're talking about gold. When it comes to investing in gold and silver, Legacy Precious Metals is the company that we trust. Legacy Precious Metals makes it easier than ever to invest in precious metals with its select your metals and start investing. They can store your metals at vaults, or if you want, ship them directly to you. And then you get access to a personalized dashboard so you can track your portfolio growth real time, anytime. And it puts you in complete control of your money. With Legacy Precious Metals, diversify your portfolio beyond bonds and stocks. That's right, safeguard your retirement and preserve your portfolio's value against inflation. Protect your hard-earned money from market fluctuations. Call Legacy Precious Metals. You call them now, 866-691-2173. Or create your free account. Write this minute. BuyLegacyGold.com. BuyLegacyGold.com.
I'm going to crash on the 57th and Greyhound.
Right on that off-ramp, the Lambert Road off-ramp away from 57 is closed because of an earlier accident. Well, the 57 might not able to hurry instead. Out ahead on the 57 right at 60, an earlier accident cleared up the right shoulder. 57 was down the road from the house to the 60 on the freeway. Michael Ryan signed up with oil on KMI at this time. There's just back to the 710 southbound at KML, a little before the 60, almost leaving the 10, so a little untethered and normal here. It's going to be tough down to about 4 emissions up. And from there, not too bad until Long Beach. Now they're heading south on the 5. There we go right now. It's like South 5 loading and then all the way down to Burbank. And that first stretch, I can tell you, you go all the way to Lakewood Road, to the 605. Beyond that, not too bad into Orange County. Like O'Brien, hey, that line is this guy. This place around us, here's what's trending for the iHeart Sports Network. And then they also get a few more weeks with that shoulder soreness. They don't be doing MRI ahead of the All-Star break, set to return in early August. The Dodgers also signed outfielder Dick Marisnik, who was a member of the 2017 Astros championship team. They're taking on the Mets in New York tonight to start a road trip, and the Angels will pick Shohei Ohtani home against the Astros. Top breakdowns from the versatile EQP, the blind EQS sedan. Mercedes-Benz makes electric extraordinary. The vehicle's all electric, the feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is yours. Learn more. MUSA.com/EQ. This recording sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. For at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com. It's the largest report today. Tim Cronin, Chief Brand Officer for Dirt, tells us about the advantages of the speed of audio production, of course, the growing tech company.
At Moderna, we have a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly. And I think with audio, you can pivot fearlessly. You can go where the news is and bring in content that perhaps you didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in advance to 3 months in advance when you do a TVC. You're able to create really nimble content, which I think in this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to audio from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access point. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. This is Jacob Emmer. If you've been in a truck accident, call me foodporn 24/7. It's estimated that more than 80 million Americans depend on AM radio each month with healers in emergency information. A new bill in Congress would make sure next service are down this free emergency service for people in life. So text AIM now to 52886 to tell Congress to support the AM whenever you able now. AI messaging rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month. You need text stop. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station. Get your tickets now for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. All arena here in Las Vegas.
September 22nd and 23rd.
Streaming live only on Hulu. The iHeartRadio Music Festival. Capital One is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival for the 7th year in a row. Bringing great products from owners and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? If you're suffering, and there's a safe, natural, easy-to-use solution to help make you feel better with reviews on a time. That's why millions of people use the bronze nasal care to help with the symptoms their own uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril around the back of the nose and out the other nostril, helping us have everything that makes you beautiful. For many people use products to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and feel healthy. People like candles, a verified device in liquid rights. This is the greatest invention ever made. I truly can't believe the difference, and it will be this day for my sinus problems. Thank you. Devices with safe, drug-free solutions you can believe in. Available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Target, and Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. That was probably right. It's go time. At Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing, we're always ready to tackle the toughest AC and plumbing problems out there. With more than 80 years of ghetto knowledge and expertise, we do it all. There's no AC installation that won't DOE, CL. Your room is hard to spell. Visit ghetto.com. What is your rule of thumb to open a door for somebody today? How many steps close to the door? I have to tell you, I wait for people. You will? If it's an attractive woman, you know that they open the door. But you probably do yourself. You can leave at the door a couple times. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny Ken Show, John Cobell, Ken Shampoo, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Well, whoa, that's going out the door, but it's Friday, the end of the show, so we have another round of what's money as we do. Leave your messages into the iHeartRadio app, or microphone icon, or just call up the toll-free number. Leave your message there, 1-877-VOICE-86. And this is John, and this is Ken. We're so excited to hear from you. It's about time. Now you just talked about announcing a campaign against Newsom running for president. All they got to do is say, hey, what did you do with over $100 billion in surplus, and now we're in a negative in less than 2 years? You spent all that money in less than 2 years? That's all they got to say. I don't think I would have ever bought a house in a town called ROTHSCHILD. Think about it. Because this is sheriff deputy game. And we all know the truth that they're just sheriff deputy police support. So they let it go in front to the stand side of the house. That's at 30. Yeah, I guess I'll, because I'm at work at that time. Why is it fuel improvement? Liz Artega's check. She can't string a sentence together. She went to the Kamala hearing for public speaking. They don't want to talk about this all the time. All those people that were getting free money, flying cars, this and that, not paying their rent, and they finally all got kicked out. What do you think there is more on those right now? Irresponsible people, free money. We live in a sanctuary state. Years ago, we didn't have a problem with homelessness because we didn't have a problem with illegal immigration. Now we have both. I believe it's cause and effect. If we could start deporting some of these illegals, it would free up a lot of housing and low-skilled jobs for these low-skilled people and American citizens. Did we forget about them? You should hire a Rabbi to do these drone flybys because paparazzi should, I guess, take pictures, do videos, and take people and what the cops get to get a gun up, they're in trouble. I lived in California 66 years, my whole life. This is a relatively comfortable run all with them. You guys keep bringing it up. Why was it justified to go to Disney World? If there's no one else for you. The other day, I was down on the street and no one driving by. I was when we had her pin right down around her ankle and had her hand digging right into her. What are you responsible for all this failure? It was so cool to get up pictures of Sarah was keeping. think I got the answer for America City. Every time an immigrant bus comes in from Mexico or Florida, we reload that bus with the homeless people. Kids throw books. Like some homeless people, we send them back to their hometown where they got families, somebody can embrace them and take them in. And somebody at station mentioned how come Newsom was willing to charge DeSantis with human trafficking. But this is not the actual, these simply idiots don't want to charge the sex traffickers, child sex traffickers, but they want to go after DeSantis. That's the world today. Time waste. Yeah. Hey, Alex Jones coming on to talk about the heat. It's going to be hot, and that's exciting. And then we have a dance contest where you can spend $1,000 on getting yourself an air conditioner. And we have tech trails coming on to talk about the heat and how it's affecting San Pedro. Wow. I said the heat. Yeah, really. And then another channel, San Pedro. Yeah, no, look this at my 25 man. And then Mark Thompson coming on to talk about the Mark Thompson and Billy Ray. Normally comes on to talk about the strike. He's talking about how the heat is affecting the world. I see. Yeah. What about Alex Michelson? Heat. Heat related. We'll talk about the heat. Mostly about the heat. Yeah. Tana. What you guys been outside? This is just the beginning. This will be 2 weeks in. Really, it is unbelievable. It's July, people. It's 95 in Burbank. Yeah. It's July. Yeah, July 95. Every single summer in Burbank. Station's been there since 2004. That's every summer. That's right. Now, on the TV yesterday, they said we're in a heat crisis. Then in the background, average temperature 89, today's high 89. Like, I'm right back behind you. Look, if you're going to work outside, I get it. If you're working outside the Antelope Valley, you're making bad decisions. That's right. You got to review your life. That's right. It's not my problem. But it's not, other people's not based on that crisis. Like, the thermometer, they said, no, ding dong. Yeah. Every time it goes up a degree. Every time you hear the ding dong, a new temperature gets a swing. Pressure with the good. It's hot. Mike's Live is 24-hour camping newsroom. If you find yourself agreeing with everything we say, we're doing it wrong. KOST, HD tier. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the Anchor Video app. Two strikes, get one. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Actors have declared a double strike, joining writers in a fight for higher pay. Saying after President Frank Gresham says most Americans don't have $500 saved in case of emergency. If this in the mud right now, we're all going to be at risk of losing our jobs, and that is not okay with us. Actors rallied outside studios at Disney, Paramount, Warner Brothers, Netflix this morning after announcing yesterday's strike would begin. This report provides by Semper Solaris, the brush fire in Great Canyon has burned more than 185 acres. Police with Riverside County Fire, Idlewild Fire, and wildfires in Reno work to slow this quick spreading flames. Officials say evacuations in nearby neighborhoods have been ordered. No injuries have been reported. A couple of suspected burglars been caught in LA following a high-speed police chase that ended near the border of Silver Lake and Echo Park. 2 others got away. Started last night in Orange County Sheriff's deputies were called about a home being burglarized at Mission Viejo. This is allegedly swiping several birds. The Coast Guard says it's intercepted an illegal boat charter traveling around Catalina Island. Officials say the 28-foot pleasure craft had 9 passengers aboard when Coast Guard officers ordered the boat to stop. Coast Guard officials say when officers boarded the boat on July 8th, there was no valid certificate of inspection, no certificate of documentation endorsement, and no evidence of the random drug testing policy. The commander of the Coast Guard's LA Long Beach sector says before people board a charter with more than 6 passengers, they should ask to see the operator's merchant mariner credential on the vessel's certificate of inspection. Steve Gregory, KFI News. A 12-year-old boy from South LA was holding an illegal firework that went off his head and is hoping for another surgery. Anthony Gibson tells KTLA he tried to light the firework during a full 4th of July celebration when it blew up, rupturing his left hand and burning his face and body.
I'm told that I'm having safe recovery, that I can get better, and I'll probably be able to go back to ballgame.
Gibson has already spent much of his recovery in the hospital. Back Sunday for surgery, my doctors will need the last of his fingers when today for prosthetic here. SpaceX has scrubbed its latest Starlink launch
Private space company is all set to launch another batch of Starlink satellites to over orbit overnight from Cape Canaveral. Mission was canceled just 40 seconds before liftoff. Next launch window opens early tomorrow. Texas is using tethered buoys to try to keep people from crossing the Rio Grande to illegally enter the U.S. Dozens of large spherical buoys, as they are, were stacked on the beds of 4 tractor trailers this morning in Eagle Pass. Ryan says that some have complained buoys are going to cause people to drown. Governor Greg Abbott says that if this first stops future barrier stops people from entering the country illegally, he intends to extend it to other parts of the Rio Grande. Texas Department of Health and Safety was setting up the buoys, stated to be take up to 2 weeks to do that. The Biden administration has announced it will automatically forgive $39 billion in student debt for more than 800,000 borrowers. The debt will forgive people income-driven repayment plans. Borrowers who enrolled in plans that were supposed to forgive their debts will be paid for 20 to 25 years. Now, Travers is due to accounting errors guarantee people got the relief they were promised. Secretary of Education says borrowers fell through the cracks of a broken system for more too long. The Federal Reserve says about 1 in 5 Americans have student loans. People between the age of 25 and 34 have more student debt compared to people older and younger than them. The Federal Reserve says 57% of student loan borrowers are under 40. Data says the fastest growing student loan borrowers over the last 2 decades are black students. A Trump finger has been sent to the official home of France's president. Paris prosecutor's office says the package delivered to the Elysee Palace yesterday contained what seemed to be a finger tip. Says police have opened a case for a threat of a crime or offense against an elected official. The Elysee is the official home in Paris for President Emmanuel Macron. So office says he will instead of tea. The Krispy Kreme giving people a chance to grab a dozen original glazed donuts for just 86 cents in honor of everybody's 86th birthday. Krispy Kreme says it loves treating its fans on its birthday every year. The company says the celebration has become a tradition. You can get up to 4 dozen donuts with the deal when used in the store. It's available for online. We'll take a look at the 405 play live. All right, time to talk about upside, right? When the economy is, when everything's very expensive, you got to save money everywhere you can. Everything. Groceries, going out to dinner, and gas. Got to save money. That's why my new favorite app is called Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anybody that buys gas, groceries, or dines out. That's all of them. Everybody listening right now does probably all three. Well, with Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices. Check this out. Go to the App Store, your favorite App Store, and get Upside, called Upside. And then use the promo code CONWAY. Here's what you're going to get first time out. Get up to 25 cents or more back on every gallon of gas on your first tank of gas. And that's worth it alone right there. So go get it right now before you go to the gas station. Maybe you need a full tank, right? Going down low. You need 20 gallons. You can save 25 cents or up to 25 cents or more on every gallon of gas on your first tank. So again, it's called Upside. Go to the App Store, it's called Upside. Promo code Conway. The app is called Upside. Promo code Conway. Now we're living from KFI. Clear skies tonight. Lows above 60 degrees. So cool, but a little warmer overnight. More sun tomorrow, though, and it's hot. You may get a hottest day of the week tomorrow. High above 80 at the beaches, above 90 Metro LA, Orange County, above 90. Triple digits inland and higher valleys, above 90 in the Antelope Valley. Maybe a degree or 2 down on Sunday, and like that early next week. We'll down slowly a little bit. Right now in Irvine, 80, Fullerton 89, Burbank 97, Torrance 77 degrees. The KFI financial report, the Dow was up 114 today. NASDAQ finished down 25, S&P was down 5. Still waiting. For a breakdown, dead ahead, Culver City. Well, northbound, right? It's on you. That broken down vehicle is in the middle lane of the roadway. Up ahead is Westwood on the North 405, right at Wilshire. The fastest clear from the lanes over to the right-hand shoulder. North 405, you're south of Wilson, the 93 freeway up to the 5 in the valley. Michael Bryan taking you right through Westminster and KFI in Wisconsin. Yeah, we have a little stack here. Right on the 405. 405 northbound. It looks like just about full Sunday. Clear to the right shoulder. However, very tough there. Out towards the Mesa back from the 73 broke up. Now, around the corner, no problem. 55 northbound. It looks like just about tire. A little past MacArthur. Carpool, these 2 or 3 with right actually left lanes that are blocked. Very tough on that stretch of the 73. And even the southbound side of the fence are looking at losing away from Editor. And it's opening day at Orange County Fair. So if you're heading down for deep fried everything, it's not a fast crowd right now. It's actually a decent time to get in here, but it figures to get up by the afternoon. Michael Bryan, hey, a fly in the sky. That huge data breach from a few weeks ago has probably moved off your radar. Your information could still be on the dark web. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious activity, like someone using your income. If there's a problem, LifeLock's US-based identity restoration specialists will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but LifeLock will help protect your identity long after this breach is forgotten. Save up to 25% your first year. Use promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Start where to sell the patio product. One answer, Aldic Home. And now Aldic has Endura heat system resin, resin that even I can distinguish from cheap. And also Sequel outdoor upholstery, weatherproof fabric as soft as cotton, made from plastics free from our oceans. Aldic Home, your magic you can take home. Find them on Sepulveda, Van Nuys, or on the web at aldichome.com. ALDIK home. More stimulating time. This morning is the Conway Show. It's fun. Not really. I mean, it's sort of fun. You know, they said it was going to be, TV news said it's going to be 104 today in Burbank. They topped out, I think, 93, and then 93, 94. But it certainly wasn't the 104, 105 that one of the TV stations promised. And I don't want to bust their goals, right? I mean, I don't know where they got their information from, but it certainly wasn't close. Right now in Burbank, it's 94 degrees, and there's not going to be a 100-degree day in Burbank over the next 10 days. 99, 96, 97, 94, 94, 95, 96, 94, 95. So, all right, let's talk to the great Alex Stone. How are you, Bob? Keno numbers, I got a lot of numbers together. Yeah, are you playing a lot? I got a little bit again, man. I took my tickets yesterday. Right now, you got to do Mega and Powerball, right? Yeah, one for 570, 70 other. Yeah, you got it. Well, you're going to put it at 20. I'll be 10 bucks on this, 10 bucks on that. But I love the guys that say, oh, when it gets up to 500 million, I'll play. Like at 450, it's not worth it. So, yeah. I got not one of those, but it's got to be, I don't know, 100 million, 200 million. Let's know what, if I'm going to win 100 million, but let taxes go away. Yeah. And talk about it. I love that idea. Alex, it's not steady. Let's say you make $875 million in the lottery this year, right? And let's say next year you only make $100 million in the lottery. It's not steady. It's not steady income, right? Hey, I got a question for you. You're a news junkie like I am, my man. Like you watch everything. Yeah. Or 7, 9, and kids. Okay. I wonder when this started. I was watching the news today, and they had an Italian chief come on and say, it's going to be hot out there. Don't go in the direct sun. Wear light clothing. Try to find somewhere with air conditioning and drink plenty of fluids. Who is that directed to? Because when it's hot out, don't you just say, you know what? I'm going to put on all black clothing. So I'm going to run outside and put my hand in the sun. But don't give me a bottle of water. But John pulled out that theory. Okay, he said, you remember back when we were kids, and we're from the same age. There was a newscast at 4, maybe at 5, the national news came on, and then there was nothing until 11. And so the news was really news, was working. Now everybody does 12 hours a day, so you have to fill with that, right? Yeah, I think there is a part of that. And the now and the after, they're on from some of them, like noon until 11 at night, and yeah, they have a right to do a game show, and they're back on, and then they got to do it. But I do love local news, man. I don't know what it is about the people. I love the people. I love the enthusiasm, the writers, the information. I love all of them. Gotta love Dallas Reigns, right? Yeah, no, Dallas Reigns is a man. Dallas Reigns is a man. And I know a secret about Dallas Reigns that a lot of people don't. That's Florida, yeah. That he's, I'll tell you, well, I guess I can tell him on the air. I'll tell you this without going into direct information. He's not a guy who's going to beat you up with global warming. No, I don't know. I know I've seen the miserable. I know anyways. He always does the thing. He goes, hey, he's great. Hey, Dallas. There is nobody in this town that works harder on weather than him. Nobody. He loves it. He goes tornado chasing in Oklahoma. How well we know him? He's running on. I don't know him very well. I've seen other divisions, but we're four bubble. But so I'll go downstairs and walk through the division. There he is. But next time you see him, please tell him that he's my favorite guy in LA. Everybody's there. So UPS drivers in Phoenix where they say their trucks don't have any air conditioning. That is, for now, they're negotiating new contract. UPS drivers in general, they go out on strike soon. They want better pay, they want better benefits. They find they want air conditioning. Something that UPS has long said, well, the trucks were turned on and off so often it wouldn't do any good. Drivers say, yeah, but it may do a little bit of good. It could be, even in the 90s, it's still going to be hot without any air conditioning. So they say that they're unbearable right now. The thing you got a UPS driver in Phoenix telling us they're doing $21 an hour. So I definitely think I'm working harder than what I'm getting paid. And you may remember last year there was that doorbell video that you went viral with the UPS driver walking up to the front porch of a home and they give out and he goes down and people say, wait a second, that there's nothing that's being done for them. And so the drivers say, well, UPS tells them don't park in the shade for a little while. You don't have air conditioning to deal with that way. But they say, but you do that, and then you get in a little bit of hot water for not working fast enough and staying on the route. They count down full pollution, so I have to pull over, get in the shade, and that, but they get on it again because they're taking too long. So in Phoenix, they went to the back of the UPS truck with a laser thermometer, up to 30 degrees while they were getting in the back. So, but Alex, the UPS planes are all white. Yeah, the brown sand. Why are these in 2023? Why are these trucks all really dark brown? Why are they delivering all of that? Right? I think their rooftops are white. I think you look from above, but the sides put 130 degrees, whether it be the driver or the wine that you order. That truck is boiling at 130 degrees. But he also said, by the way, that yesterday he had, I think, 161. But he said a lot of delivery. I think like that when I was 161 fast. That's what I heard. So man, they are hitting it, and UPS says that they're making progress. They're promising that yes, that they'll get air conditioning beginning in 2024 with new small package vehicles that come out that would be immediate, would be all vehicles, and that they're trying to work on a new compact deal to make up for some of what they're dealing with. But okay, so if you do 116, did they say? 161. 161. Okay, yeah, 161. Let's divide that by 8. You're doing 20 an hour. So you do one every 3 minutes. Every 3 minutes he's got a delivery. And you got to get to the next place. Oh my God. Yeah, and take a break every now and then. And I will say that, first of all, my 2 observations with UPS drivers. One, everyone I've ever had, they don't. It's not weird. It's not weird. The second, they've always been smiling and very nice. I've never seen this guy. I've never seen one of those guys pissed off. Yeah, we've got one in our area, he delivers to him as well. Mr. Pisa, he's got a handlebar mustache. Good. The greatest delivery driver. Smiles at your ring camera. I saw him on my ring camera. He was just outside the logo. The outside of his truck, he printed with a handlebar mustache on his ring. Sorry, we missed you notes. The handlebar mustache stand onto it. Great. Here's the best. They're the best. I appreciate coming on. Yeah, it makes this thing cool. I'm putting on all dark and going out with that. I'm drinking any water. All right, let's go to channel 4 here just for a second. I'm going to take a break. We've got a fire here in the Moreno Valley.
At this point, there's no aerial access on this fire because they're all on the bigger fire, the 185-acre Richie fire just to our west. But there are 20 fire trucks on this fire. They're trying to battle this from the ground at this time. One firefighter is here.
That's a great thing that they got to stop this.
Aerial access this way. But this fire is concerning to me because they did jump the road. The program show you here is Gilman Springs Road. You can see that the fire is actually on both sides of the road.
All right, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Busy afternoon. I can smell it. Busy afternoon here in LA. All right, we're live on KMI Music Morning. Going down the crowd with KMI 24 News Radio. Like he says, a woman's been arrested after standing on a rooftop in South LA and throwing glass bottles and metal pipes at officers. No officers hurt. The federal jury in Las Vegas has convicted a police officer for stealing nearly $165,000 in free casino ice in 2022. The department issued weapons. And Reverend Jesse Jackson says he'll step down as head of his Rainbow Push Coalition. Jackson created a civil rights organization in 1971 to take voter registration to life. Well, check these 63 late coming.
I hope I should be good.
If you're in a car accident, call the attorneys at 2K. If you're in a trucking accident, call the attorneys at 2K. If you're in a motorcycle accident, call the attorneys at 2K. They're in the white cake. injured victims in 1 year, then most were settled in a lifetime. That's a big difference. Huge difference. So call them up, get the money you deserve, get your car back up on its tires, and you're going to have a great lawyer for next year. Because your insurance company, they've got great lawyers too. So you got to battle that with a great law firm. And nobody better than Sweet Day. They're going to connect you, medical care, get money, and get that car back up on its tires. Call them up right now, right away, while all the details about the accident are still top of mind. As my mom would say, top of mind. Call them up 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. And quickgames.com. Let's head out the road of ice.
Oh, damn. Girl, that was really good. What a good throw. Oh my God, what a good throw. He doesn't have Secret Service and shit. Damn, that was a perfect throw. What are they gonna do? Take a little girl down? This girl's a legend. It's some oh, I was gonna say it. That'd be bigger. Hilarious. Thought it was. I'm gonna give some Rabbi a phone also. Maybe a bunch of them. Maybe a bunch of them in the day. Yo, dog. Got a bunch of fucking...
It's very clear that this Zelensky
They
816-914-716. Let's call this bitch.
Listen to the good stuff on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
716.
From LA to Orange County to the beach of the valley, we are giving you a live and local look at what's going on.
914, dog.
Don't miss it. Go Walrus Shark. Tomorrow evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio.
816-914-716. Hi, is this Piper?
they're very rich and hurting. Right, exactly. And I said, yeah, I gotta ask, Bob and Kevin Brad and everything. So by the way, it had to go through legal. And there's like 3 weeks of calls and papers and all kinds of crap. And they finally ended up using, let's play the game here, quickly. So people can hear this. And I get one line. Every time I play it, I got checked for $42 a month. Every 3 months I get money.
She comes back. She's like, yeah, it is. How did you find that? Did you find out about me from that fucking video? Hey, Piper, how you doing, baby? You like watching guys do that? Well, boy, do I have a stream for you.
most people can see it. Right? So when you have a couple pop, you want to get a ride out there, bang, you're in the casino in 10 minutes. That's a great way to go. We're live on KFI Games. We got a big show tonight. We got, of course, Howard Stone was on with us, and then we have a tag contest. Let's do the tag contest with the back right over the back. And we also have Alex Michelson coming on with us, and then Manny Pacquiao setting up the Right Now matches with the doctors and Billy Ray talking about the writers and the screen actors guild strike. Big show today. Plus, we're covering all the fires here and the heat and the strikes in Southern California. Coverage over live on KFI 840. We're not proud. KFI 45. A Marine from Trujillo Caves is sentenced to 2 years in prison for obsessively stalking an online game. About to get a big ex-Multiera under the Twitter account to harass the woman who was a prominent World of Warcraft gamer. The man posted her personal information and online threats such as waiting for the right time and get a casket ready. Multiera also had someone Photoshop the woman's face onto nude images that posted them on multiple sites and been sent to her friends and family. A sentencing document yesterday noted that despite a government restraining order and protective order, Multiera was unable to stop a years-long criminal attack in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News. Woman who sentenced to 9 years in prison for fatally hitting a bicycle to Corona and driving away. Who said in court yesterday she'll forever be sorry for the hit and run in 2020. The friends and family of the man she killed, it breaks her heart more than they know. The man was assaulted in 4 previous crashes. The deputy is officially charged with murder following a decade-long search for find the person behind the so-called Dildo Beach murders. Suffolk County DA Randy Tierney says at least 10 sets of remains were found in the
What happened to all those actors? All gone. I haven't seen one Barbie picture. That motherfucking thing. Look, oh, why wouldn't it be all of them?
And people who didn't file their taxes during the early days of the pandemic have until Monday to do so. The IRS is ruling that millionaire taxpayers may still be eligible for a tax refund for the 2019 tax year. Estimates almost $1.5 billion of refunds were made unclaimed. Taxpayers only have 3 years to file to claim the refunds. The original tax date 2020 was delayed by 90 days, so the 3-year window has been pushed back to July 17th. The IRS says there's no penalty for filing late or failing a refund. Clear and comfy overnight, lows above 60 degrees. Sunny tomorrow with the light today. It's down a bit. Sunday into early next week. 84 in Costa Mesa, 94 in La Palma. There's breakdown in South LA. Michael Ryan taking a ride through Anaheim. Everybody's staying here on the 5 northbound and just about 50 way. Look like they cleared up early problems there, but nevertheless, very heavy out of Irvine. In fact, there's almost a great park there. Matter of fact, there's a little brush fire.
We trapped the duck once. Human letters class took off our shirts. We were able to trap it. Ducks are dirty and they had grease all over them. Greased duck. They teach you know what the fuck to do with that.
All the way into Carlton. Michael Bryant will have my Wisconsin. Also, Orange County 55 northbound down their road and actually off the north of the 2 left-hand lanes. North 55, nothing but bright lights right now from the Lamar and north of 91. KFI in the sky when you get to their Friendster. I'm like, hey, it's Conway here for American Vision Windows. Welcome, company. Philip Kathleen have a mind. Revolutionizing the home improvement industry, one customer at a time, while changing the lives of employees. The best window company in the world. We installed 3 windows last year, 4 more windows this year, and man, they keep the heat out in the summer and the noise out. No more than 10 a.m. recall. Every single American Vision window is custom made to fit your needs and the style of your home. Now check out this offer. You're going to save $100 for every window you purchase. $100
Are you done? Hold on. Perhaps.
Just like you do when you spend enough down there this week.
Fruity drinks, the drinks that are, it's so hungover the next day. Yeah, that is the problem with that. And it's crazy. It's kind of crazy if you have Bud Light sales. It's got crazy gas. You have seen the Costco though? Yeah, they're taking it out. Costco has that magic or that Death Star on the pricing of Bud Light. That means Costco's done selling Bud Light. I think the number, just for years, the number one here in America, and now coming out of Costco. I mean, just think of how many Bud Light Costco bottles have been sold over the years. Buddy, I completely, I don't really follow that story. What happened? So there was this trans person, Dylan Mulvaney, who used to identify as a male and now identifies as a female, kind of a controversial figure, who was endorsed by Bud Light and Bud Dylan Mulvaney. For a lot of folks on the right don't like. And there was a backlash because the people that actually buy Bud Light are not necessarily leading that campaign. So, very difficult. It has to do with the marketing and the people people are love to have their politics separated from entertainment. Yeah, that's true. And sports is the same way. You know, sports becomes a little too political. It really is not good for the athlete and not good for the team. Yeah, there was a story in the Wall Street Journal. I didn't get a lot of attention, but they said the NBA did the same thing about 6 years ago, but nobody reported it because the NBA has contracts with all these TV stations, and they're a big deal. But the NBA was really, really hurt by a big
I saw him show the story.
I don't know whether it's the
The fucking race and making for sure. That's it. Lots of respect. So I was thinking for sure. It's a lot of respect. That's
and then when Matt Johnson came along and made the game, Showtime here in LA, the NBA exploded and made billions and billions of dollars. And Larry Bird too, and the rivalry, of course, because you'll never find that. That's part of the difference is the way that people watch sports now is so different because of how people talk about on our show. Was during his era there, there are only, so many networks. Every game was on network TV, NBA on NBC, got all that promotion during Seinfeld and during ER and all the rest of it. That's now the NBA is mostly on cable. But yeah, just think of it. It took a minute to do it. Part of it was after they were playing in Global, that wasn't going to watch without saying. And the NBA ratings are starting to creep back up. You saw the LeBron versus Steph Curry series, which had huge ratings. That's the best ratings in like a decade. The NBA is a star league. And when they have big stars in big games, it does well. And when they have smaller stars, it doesn't do as well. Great. But two things I've noticed about sports recently. One is if you're watching a game, a football game on CBS, the CBS will say later today on Fox, watch the Cowboys and the Giants. Isn't that wild? They cross-promote that one. The broadcaster would never promote that other station on KFI when it's for the weather. But I think the NFL made them to do it because the NFL is so popular to force these guys to do it. The NFL owns the broadcast. Yeah. And so that's part of what the NFL says you have to do. It's more important to promote the NFL than it is the network that it's on. And as streaming changes, right? I mean, because now this year, the NFL ticket is off the direct TV and it's going on YouTube. Who is the network? That's right. Yeah, like on that. The NFL so powerful, they might be able to do that, not to do what adaptive television can. Because right now, anything most people are watching live on TV rather than what TV shows is watching sports. Well, and another thing that I noticed, I know you're a big sports fan, you probably know this as well. But 5-10 years ago, if any of the sportscasters even closely, referred to a guy betting on the game in his shorts somewhere in Cleveland, even made a small reference to money on that game, he would be suspended or fired. Now, they promote the line on these games. Oh my God, it's in Terry Bradshaw's money. The gas is a profit. They always had the strict fans either hours ago legalized gambling in states. It has blown up. That little state that doesn't have any kind of money, which is the biggest market. It's only a matter of time because there's so much money at stake. So yeah, with the sports league now, it's forever with two of the key pros, right? They are all of them with the gambling and acting like they're so morally superior to him. And now all they do is promote gambling in every way. All right, we've been done. We'll come back and talk about the issue is and some politics. I know that the state of California screwed up this week. Jonathan pointed it out, and then they did a real reversal on child trafficking and punishing the guys and gals who were involved in that. And I have a theory that your guy, Governor Newsom, blew a top. Blew his top. They say you go back there and straighten this out. I'm running for president, kids. We're live on KFI. Conway and Alex Wexler with us. Let's go with a Crow here. What's going on, folks? State auditors say campus officials failed to investigate discipline over multiple accusations of sexual harassment throughout the campus across all counselors in the university system by the employees of the system. Police in New York say a man's been arrested in connection with the murders of 3 out of 10 to 18 people between 1996 and 2010. Most of the victims were sex workers who advertised on says its profits went up 67% to $14.5 million between April and June as it made more loans and took advantage of those higher interest rates. Clear rule for today, studying how to get borrowed looks good the same. Maybe a teeny bit cooler studying early next week. This report was by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen. We saw the California Toyota English Traffic Center. Let's go places. There's a fire in the Legion Park. The freeway, a right turn there, on the north side of the 110 cars fire at the grade, right through the freeway, on Gardner, over the East LA interchange up to Los Feliz. Now let's check in with Michael Ryan, running over East Los Angeles. Yeah, Michael, yeah, it's up right here for the 60 Mike, the 60 eastbound. It ends up here at the 710. 710, the worst been out to Booth Boulevard. Getting gapped up a bit, and then he gets into choppy stuff, pretty much Hacienda Heights, out to Ontario. Now, if you're traveling up a 210, 210 eastbound, that's a tough one right out of Pasadena. It's like that will be slow almost all the way up towards campus. They're quite across the shoulder there. And then more slowing out to a problem here in Montana. That's the 210 and just past Sierra. And both sides of the 210 affected there. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. KFI in the sky. Let's get to that faster. I'm Mike Morris.
When what to do after an accident is the question, OTD is your answer. Award-winning personal injury law firm Chico First Philosophy, 46 years helping thousands of injury victims. You who like lawyer matters. 888-OTO-WIN, OTOLaw.com.
This report is sponsored by Caltrans. A reminder to be work zone alert. Attention California drivers. Remember, signs, cones, barricades, and flashing amber lights can only do so much to protect valued Caltrans workers. They need your help. When you see a highway work zone, slow down, pay attention, and always be work zone alert. This week's marketers report. Roger Ladar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of MasterCard, talks about measurement. Measuring sonic and sonic branding and sonic initiatives across the world. The principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different. And what we find is our investment is being very specific. We have been partnered with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think it's an actual of the message and the recall of the brand are multiplier. First, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of iHeart. It has been a very nice partnership and it continues to be very strong in the future. As the number one audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences trust.
Coming.
I tried. I'm looking. I called some people. So, what about where? No, yes, FedEx, Amazon. I looked on Craigslist, I looked on LinkedIn, I looked on Monster.com, I looked on I know, very nice kids, I know. I understand, but I mean, very good. But still, what job do you do in the United States? I looked at parking. I looked at car washing. I understand that. Then, honestly, I'm looking for me. Okay, I'm trying. What do you want me to do? At any place you apply, it's an illegal form. Then you find it. I'm trying. I've tried. Okay, I looked at 6 different websites. Okay, you've got FedEx. You need to be able to pass the test. You got to pass the test. Amazon, you have to pass it. I looked at car washing. Is that what you don't necessarily do? Okay, you have to at least be able to regulatory, there's like a background, regulatory. So, I mean, they need Spanish. They don't need Russian. You know what I mean? Spanish more than half of the states. Russians, Ukrainian, not very popular. So I'll keep looking. But I looked on 6 different websites, and even to pass, you have to be able to pass their test. They have some tests that they have to pass. Can you pass the English test? How about at his college? Do they have a college? No. He has to ask his college. You need to have English. So they're saying the same thing that I'm saying. It's hard. If you learn English, you can find a job like that. Thank you.
Quit fucking bothering me.
And it's going to be one of the challenges for him, you know, if and when he ever does run for president, with his record in California. You know, he does California as a model for the country, but on issues like homelessness and crime and some of these other things that we see in the streets, that's going to be a tough model. I mean, you can see the ads already, the images of the Tenderloin district and Skid Row. People think this is the model you want to see at your state.
I already wants to run for president because he really doesn't get along with his wife and his kids are Canadians. Is that true?
That is not true. She's a lovely one. It's trying to get me in trouble again.
No, but you know, he doesn't seem like a family guy. He seems like a stud. Like he gets out there, he still has, he's still going for it. You know, he's not drinking reserves on. There's going to be home taking the kids to camp and, baseball and stuff.
I think he enjoys being at home with the kids, but he also clearly enjoys getting out doing his other stuff.
All right, buddy. What's on the big show tonight?
So we're talking about the issues you just talked about, so that's our lead story. There's a lot of big issues out there. We've got Dan Schnur, Ryan Goldsmith. We've got a segment on the writers and actors strike with Elizabeth Weiss and Variety. And then we have Juju Smith-Schuster, former stud of one of the colleagues in UFC, who's won Super Bowl, Kansas City Chiefs. He's doing all his great work in the community outreach group. I'm actually going to be out at a big fundraiser for them hosting tomorrow at the Terranea Resort for the Juju Smith-Schuster Foundation. It's called the Trojan Legends Luau. With a bunch of old UFC guys coming out to raise money to support the Girls Club and help them get in the community. So Juju Foundation.org if anybody wants to get to come be a part of it.
Have you ever been to Terranea?
It's spectacular. Yeah.
It's like being at the Mauna Kea in Hawaii. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's like coming from the country, right? I mean, it's incredible. The Juju is Polynesian, and so it's Polynesian food, Polynesian music, with the sunset and everything.
What does it cost to get a ticket to that?
It's a fundraiser, so I think it's $200.
Okay. All right. But you're getting it for free.
I'm donating. I actually bought a table. I'm trying to get that money you talked about.
Wow.
It's very important to be part of it, yeah.
Buddy, I really appreciate you coming on. You're a big part of the show. I know you got an award with the,
The LA Press Club.
LA Press.
Yeah, thank you.
Where would you have to go to that?
We went to that, yeah, so it was a very nice week.
And where do you keep it now?
It's in my bookshelf. Where do you keep all your awards?
Well, let's go through them. Which one? Which one? I got one.
What is that?
What awards have I won, Kelly? You keep that in track. What have I won?
Golden Mine.
One Golden. Then I share with Steve Burton.
I think there's more than one. You won an Edward R. Murrow,
Oh, that's nice.
and you were nominated for a Marconi.
Your major market, major talent.
Yes.
How'd I do? Yeah. Thank you. Very good, buddy. We'll speak to you next week. Stay cool. Here's what your network told me, so I'm going to lay back on you. Don't go directly to the sun. Wear light clothing. Try to find air conditioning and drink plenty of fluids.
Great advice.
Yeah, if you're gentleman is going to lay that on me, I'm going to lay it back on you. Giant son, and great for supporting the Juju Smith, right?
Here's your foundation.
Who got with me? I did go with you, buddy. There he goes. And nobody gets this funds. Nobody gets this funds. Everybody just, even buy in the show business, these show business people, they buy a phone, and then they hate going to get a new one, and they ride it into the ground, where they have the same phone for 6 years, and nobody can hear about their phone. Nobody. Gotta get a new phone. If you're in show business, and part of your job is going on radio or going on TV shows, you gotta get a new phone every year. When's the last time you had a cell phone that when you were on a call dropped? I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. We had that like 2 or 3 times this week. I know, no, why are business people? Because they don't get new phones. I guarantee you that Alex Michelson hasn't gotten a new phone in 3 or 4 years. Like there, I'm gonna text him right now and ask him. All right, we're live on camp. We're gonna go these fires. We're not ignoring these fires. Another one just popped up right there. Not the channel 7. So we got that one, the Graham fire, the Beaumont fire.
you're all home and with the back of coffee. Survive on KFI Game Support. Full bed with stimulation. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just as you heard Tim talking about, I'm Uncle Trojan live from the KFI 24-hour news from a brush fire in Reese Canyon has burned more than 340 acres. Crews with Riverside County Fire, Idle Wildfire, and Cal Fire San Bernardino tried to slow spreading flames. This is evacuation of nearby neighborhoods has been ordered. No injuries have been reported yet. Firefighters are also worried about 2 others in the same area. Brush fire just south of the Lieutenant Beaumont on Highland Springs has grown to 150 acres, and then the second fire there near Jack Rabbit Trail and Wilson Springs Road in the Lakeview area. It's about 20 acres. Governor Newsom says he'll send gay-friendly textbooks to the Temecula Valley School District and make them pay for it. The school board has voted not to use the K-5 social studies book, Social Studies Alive, because, among other things, it references gay activist Harvey Milk, who some parents and board members referred to as a pedophile. Yesterday, Newsom said the board does not receive a decision by the next meeting. He will send the books to the district and make the board foot the bill. Calls to the district for not return. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
LA City Attorney says she wants language tossed in a civil trial against an LAPD officer accused of touching a dead woman in the breast.
The state attorney's office says the officer has not been convicted of the crime, and the use of words such as sexual assault or sexual misconduct would incite an emotional response from the jury. Officer David Rojas was arrested in 2019 for allegedly touching a dead woman's breast. Rojas is facing 3 years in prison for the alleged touching in a separate criminal case. Rojas admitted to touching the woman's breast, but said he did so for the purpose of an investigation. Family members of the woman who Rojas allegedly touched have sued him, yes, to the city of LA. Blake Shirley, KFI News.
The civil rights investigation has been opened into issues at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta following the death of a man who was allegedly eaten alive by bed bugs. The man's family says medical staff failed to help a man last year sniffy and deteriorate. The same was also dealing with untreated schizophrenia. The Justice Department says it's investigating allegations of just the housing teeming with insects, rampant violence, and whether the facility terminates things inmates with mental illnesses. Iowa's Republican governor signed a 6-week abortion ban into law. The law went into effect immediately. However, a judge has heard a challenge filed by a group of reproductive rights groups asking for a temporary injunction. Granted, the 6-week ban would be blocked. At least one person's been killed in Vermont from the recent storms and flooding. The state's emergency management department says a man drowned in his home Wednesday. He's injured, says Vermont's prepping for more heavy rain. The streets of Montpelier are now lined with a gigantic pile of thousands of people saw their homes and businesses destroyed. Denver says the state could see up to 4 inches of rain this weekend. America's top diplomat in Jerusalem is leaving his post as ties with leading allies remain strained. Jordan Miller says Ambassador Tom Nines is heading back to D.C. after just 2 years in Israel for personal reasons.
The ambassador will be remembered here in Jerusalem for his affable Midwestern charm, but also for his firm, straight talk when the Allies disagree.
Miller says Nines criticized West Bank settlement expansion and argued diplomacy was the best path to resolving the Iran nuclear threat. Nines says he loved his time in Israel and his being and being the U.S. ambassador to the country was a dream come true. The France has celebrated its national holiday with music, war planes, a Grand Bastille Day parade in France, and more than 100,000 police deployed around the country to prevent outbreaks of unrest. Celebrations marking the start of the French Revolution in 1789 and the wake of the nation's most serious rioting in nearly 20 years. Some fights have been ongoing since a 17-year-old was fatally shot by a police officer last month. Clear skies tonight, lows above 6 degrees, more sun tomorrow, and kind of like today, mostly above 80 beaches, above 90 Metro LA, Orange County. Those triple digits in Mountain Valleys, above 90 in the high desert. Maybe a degree or 2 down on Sunday, and into early next week. Right now, Anaheim, Inglewood, 74 degrees. The KFI financial report, the Dow was up 114 today. NASDAQ was down 25. S&P was down 5. There's a cost fire in Calabasas. Freeway, eastward side of the 101 at Parkway. Mississippi of the fire, it's in the right-hand lane. You're bumper to bumper on this 101 at Liberty Canyon to the north end of the freeway split. Westbound side of the 101 Ventura Freeway, stop and go from the elbow split to White Oak and Cena. Here's Michael Ryan taking a ride through Illusion Park. KFI in the sky. Reports of a little fire near Dodger Stadium. It looks like the dark fire right around the 110 right to bridge in there. I don't see any smoke or flames at this point. There's almost a campus there, so it's probably a very quick thing that can happen here. It looks like lanes are clear, no problems now, but it is heading to sort of north 110 away from South Los Angeles up to the stadium and the southbound 110. That's going to jam up the
Brian, hey, at Ryan the Skies. 157. Hey, at one of the guys will stick to their bastard. I like one. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No time, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. It's go time. At Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing, we're always ready to tackle the toughest AC and plumbing problems out there. With more than 80 years of ghetto knowledge and expertise, we do it all. There's no AC installation that won't be picture perfect, no pipe that can't be repaired, no water heater that can't be replaced. Ghetto's got this. DOE-TTF. Cool, but it's hard to spell. Visit ghetto.com.
Fresh produce is the best produce. That's why at Ralph's, we invest in California farmers to bring you the freshest seasonal picks. No matter how you shop, your local produce always tastes 100% fresh, or you get a 100% refund, guaranteed. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Our summer fresh food continues. Great on bonus beef chuck roasts. Just $3.99 a pound at the junkyard with your home. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. More stimulating talk. It is the Conway Show. Well, a lot of stories here in Los Angeles. One of them are obviously the fire going on. The strike is happening. And then the third one, not as big, but important, is Petro 7 Acres is coming on. It's supposed to come on at 5, but he's currently at a store. And we don't know which store. Do we know which store he's at? With Petro, what do you think it is? A van store, a night store, or a pawn shop? Liquor store. Is it liquor store? I'm going liquor store. No, he's a grocery liquor guy.
Well, that sounds like
I don't think he goes to a liquor store. He saves money. You know, you go to a liquor store, that's expensive stuff. Your liquor at a grocery store. Oh, so that's where he's at. Yeah. Does he not be selling liquor in the grocery stores like in the States? Well, I think he's here, isn't he? Is he other than liquor? No, I think he's in. Is he in LA? Yeah, he's in LA. Oh, that's still that's the representative for the Dodgers. Oh, he's not there. He's on standby in case.
I gotta be honest, I don't know if this is all meant to take paper, but
Oh, really? Sorry, Don.
I think though, I have learned with Tim, you cannot have full disclosure.
That's the offended. Right. Yeah.
If you
There's no filter there. Anyway, then you can tell me something going on here.
that is the truth.
About so checking something inside. One of these massive firefighting helicopters just flew by the window and shook the whole building. Did you hear that? Didn't it?
Yeah.
Wow. Holy smokes. That is a big helicopter. 700 gallons. I don't know. But that is fun. All right. What's going on? Yeah. What's that? Yeah. The whole building shook. It did. Honestly, go look at LA City or LA County fires and see what their helicopters are. One just flew by. Literally just flew by. All right, let's talk about the hour. This is more of a give the audience everything they need to know. See what we do? That's right. All right. I don't know how this happened. Oh wait, we're in the Woody show. Let's talk about that. Let's more quick. And then we'll go into some of these fires as soon as they pop on TV. We'll jump in them. But the Woody show, and I'm sorry, Steph Louis loves the Woody show. Right? You're all about the Woody show. Sir, you wear Woody shirts. woody pants. Yeah. Yes, woody pants, woody shoes, woody socks. Yeah, I do. Yeah, woody hats. Yeah, yeah, I do. Woody stickers. Yeah, yeah. Wow. All right. Any Conway Curio? Yeah, are you talking about you on the air? Nah, I don't know. Listening to Stefano? Let's find out. He's on the Woody Show on Alt 98.7. I think he's on 6 to 10 a.m. We should try to talk KFI and let this do like a 1 o'clock morning show. Just like a 2-hour specialty show on KFI. It's the Woody Show on KFI. Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe we'll go 2 hours on Alt, right? What the hell? Do it on your yeah, April Fool's, right. But a late April Fool's. We'll do it tomorrow. That's it. Zero to political. Yeah. Ukraine. Yeah. Right. Who's the young lady who's very funny on that show? That's great. She's great. She's fantastic. She's one of the funniest people in radio. If I were, I don't know, let's check around there, Kevin LeGrand, I would throw a great truck at that lady, at that young lady. Straight back, yes. Hey, Brady, a lot of money to keep her around. But even after, that show in 20 years, whatever, if they make enough money where they retire, then Brady takes over. I think that's the new show, right? Brady in the morning, whatever. But that's definitely says good taste, and I love the preference. All right, Walmart is in the news. I love Walmart. I was there yesterday and the day before yesterday. And I was getting Worcester's. Let's say Worcester. You ever say Worcestershire sauce? That works. Okay.
Police say you're watching a crime in real time. 3 suspects at a Walmart in
Where's
New York are allegedly attacking one of these, a credit card scammer at a checkout.
In Walmart. How about the balls to do that in Walmart?
It takes them less than 30 seconds. Wow. The 3 allegedly skimming or tampering with point-of-sale terminals by illegally installing equipment like this to try to steal.
Nobody's afraid of getting arrested or cops anymore. You walk right to Walmart, get a skimmer on one of their credit card machines, you walk right out. And nobody's afraid to get caught or arrested or pushed around by the cops. Nobody.
To try to steal customers' data or PIN numbers. And not only at this location, but other Walmarts in the region too. Locally trusted authorities say they installed skimmers. One,
What up, Piper?
in this case, shielded the register with her scarf.
How you living, girl?
Places the device over
Oh,
the top
Jesus.
of the card machine.
That means they're tired of gas stations. Because the gas station, you can do it. You're outside, nobody's watching you. But now they're going into Walmart to do that.
They think that you're uninformational thing. And unfortunately,
You are famous. She's like, I had no point. Ugly fuck.
Yeah, you know what? Everyone's going to go back to paying cash. And screw with the credit and the debit cards.
Our Syracuse affiliate WSYR digging into this story from the start, finding cases of this crime happening at 16 different Walmarts in New York and Maine. Police are still actively looking for those 3 suspects. Walmart calls and added enhanced security measures to better protect in-store transactions.
Yeah, Walmart's been able to knock this out with these skimmers.
Experts say this kind of crime is usually very organized.
It's a very full-scale operation. You have the people that make the devices, then they'll hire the people that go into the stores and install the devices. And then you have the people that actually cash out the proceeds, which are the money mules. These are money mules. That's what I do. Which are the money mules. I be the money mule. I don't want to go around and get into heat. I'm not really sure how to install these things, but I can be the money mule of the organization.
Stealing costs consumers more than $1 billion a year, according to the FBI.
Technology makes things sometimes safer and better. They also make it easier for criminals, and they're always working the next to stop them one way. They find another way to do it. Yeah, that's what's wrong. Carly Sullivan. Life's most interesting, guys.
So what can you do to protect your information?
Oh, there's a question, right?
So what can you do to protect your information?
Well, look at that. information and a $1,000 giveaway. Wow! Hit the tag drones! Man, oh man! What a treat coming up. Three keys. It's a free treat coming up. Time for live on Campline. We're now throwing Campline $20. Today is the park service is going to avoid hiking and other stuff in mountain parks during peak hours this weekend, and the heat will become hot. They also say, you go out, leave your dogs at home. The IRS says it collected $38 million in delinquent taxes from more than 175 high-income taxpayers who asked viewers to play attempts on members of Congress to cut the budget of the IRS. And DPS is going to start training non-union workers to step in should current workers go on strike. The union made up of 340,000 workers says it will go on strike if there's a new contract by the end of the month. The South who crashed downtown. The freeway right in Alameda, right near the Civic Center. Announcements in the right and lane. North 101 and First is down. Each LA interchange at the 4-level traffic flows in up ahead between Melrose and Hollywood freeway split. South 101 not any better. That's slow rolling from Santa Monica Boulevard to the East LA interchange. Michael Ryan is flying over the St. Louis Street in the line of the center. Let's go from the 605 to 605 southbound on the Lakeshore starting at the 60. From the 60 down through the 5. That's the worst of it. Then northbound side of the 605. But you keep rolling tight up now from the 105 to the way through Whittier here, almost up to the 60 where this is done. After heading south on the 5 out of San Diego, right to San Diego County out of Orange County. The south 5 that jams up right out of San Clemente. It is probably an extra hour and a half on that drive down to Carlsbad. Michael Ryan, take that eye in the sky. Put the eye in the sky, don't get you there faster. It's the marketers leans in on building loyalty with customers. Number one is really work to create amazing benefit for our customers. Anywhere from when we have a live event, there's the customer event ahead of that. We will do down check parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without the relationship iHeart has started with venues to create these really exclusive events, festivals that iHeart sometimes gives Capital One the ability to create those moments. People are passionate about their favorite artists, and so we try to tap into that together. As the number one audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to every audience.
What stream is she on? Oh, hell yeah. That one. What up, girl? How you living, baby? Oh, maybe not.
We're joined by some amazing guests who share the lessons they've learned that shape who they are and what they're doing to pay it forward and give back.
Listen to the good stuff on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. $1,000 between three good guesses. Do my knife shopping online. Okay. How many knives do you own? The vans just come to the house. Okay. How many vans? How many knives do you have? Maybe 6. Are any of them illegal? No. Illegal knife? I don't believe it. No. Is there such a thing, or is it just a jackknife over a certain over 11 and a half inches? So it shows you what I do. That's not you. Okay, but you know, when you have a couple drinks and you buy something online during COVID, and they know you're an expert. When you go to liquor store, do they know you by name at your store? I actually went to the bar to get. Oh, that was my fault. Because you want to save money. Well, what had happened was I was sitting down here just in this weird holding pattern because of the weather and the doctor came. Anyway, can you explain that to people that don't know what that means? Well, I believe it's a flight term, which I also know less about than I know about that. All right, but the Dodgers are playing. The Dodgers are in New York, and our boss was like, "Well, Miami got a hold on." They were worried there was going to be a rain out, okay, and they didn't want to leave David Benassay on until 7 o'clock, which is what we're supposed to cover. Did Don call that yet? Does that make sense? No, he did not say. Yeah, well, can't leave Dave out the drum like that. 3 hours, not fair. So we were waiting to see if the game would start, and it did, and then it just kept going. And now it's to the point where even if they say there's a delay because of rain or lightning in New York City, because the Dodgers are playing the Mets right now, 0-0, entering the bottom of the fourth, Julio Urias on the mound from Culichi Town. So right now, 5:22 p.m. Pacific time, that means that they would have about an hour and a half to cover. Yeah, so that's why I got the green light, A, to go to the package store, which they call it on the East Coast, and B, to call in to the tip call. You're like, oh, did you do any show today, or was it today? You didn't flex it back because they feared you'd be rained out. Oh, if they flexed it back, they would have been on from 1 to 7. I did, fever. Right. So it ended up to where we weren't on at all. So I've just been sitting around all day, staring at stuff, and my wife came downstairs and said, I have never drank more than 3 hard kombuchas in a night, but I only have 2 left. And I said, okay, let me get to our package store. Now, did I buy myself a bottle of Elijah Craig's Great Rye that was on sale? What'd you pay for that? 32? No. 28? 28? Yeah, look at good. That's because the market was in torrents. As you know, if you read the news, everything there is living with these gone. San Francisco in the early part of the 20th century. How far do you live from the sliding home? Oh, you can see them through your home? No. I mean, I have to drive to the top of the hill. Okay. I grew up in there were more expensive than here. I wouldn't have. I'm not a real estate type. But I grew up on a canyon. See, would you like the Palos Verdes geography lesson? Sure. There are 4 cities on the hill that we call the Palos Verdes Peninsula. None of them are called Palos Verdes. In fact, there is no place called Palos Verdes. Can you name them, Tim? Rolling Hills.
Oh, I have to stay.
That's the private city that is what we call here behind the gate. Wait a minute, hold on a second. But Rolling Hills is it's a weird shape because it's a big part that is no part. It doesn't attach to the other part. Well, there's 2 Rolling Hills. There's Rolling Hills, the biggest private city in the world, and then there's Rolling Hills Estate, where you have this landslide problem currently. Rolling Hills Estate is a different town than Rolling Hills. There's 2 other towns. Okay, they both have Palos Verdes in the name. Is what the whole thing is the whole thing. The hill. Okay. All right. So Palos Verdes. Geez, I can't. Palos Verdes Estate is where I live now. Okay, there's Rancho Palos Verdes, where I grew up. And then I know this Point Vicente Park. I've been there before. Yeah, the interpretive center there. That's right. I know that you've been a frequent visitor. Fascinating area. In fact, that area is one of the biggest. It is applicable here, Tim, because the Point Vicente Park is one of the biggest that area south of there is the biggest land movement area in the world. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, well, you see the pipes. Otherwise, there'd be houses on it, right? If you've ever driven back there to where the Terranea is, it used to be called Marine, right?
Palos Verdes is Toronto, Palos Verdes. Rolling Hills, Rolling Hills, States.
And then we take this winding road to Marineland. And sometimes when we took the road back to Palos to San Pedro to the freeway to San Pedro, it would be a different road. It would move that much during the day. Copy that. That's why they would have the pipes on top of the street, and they're all
San Pedro.
So yeah, like a straw. That's right. So you can't. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of land. So land movement is nothing new. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, there was a lot of talk about the Wayfair Chapel, which is built by Frank Lloyd Wright's kid, I believe, a glass church that was falling into the sea. And I think it's still there.
States, Toronto, Palos Verdes, Rolling Hills.
To this day. I think what happened here was there was a pipe. You guys are the news station, so you're far beyond today. There was a pipe that flowed and it flowed for weeks and no one knew. And that's what caused the instability here. So there'll be, I talked to Sweet James about it, there'll be a lawsuit. Do you want to hear a less than interesting fact, but yet still a fact? I love it. At Marineland, I experienced and enjoyed my first pot sticker ever. Oh, like the Asian cuisine, like the dumpling? That's right. That's cool. You know, did I talk to you about the tattoo I want? No. There was a bar in Marineland called the Porpoise Bar. I remember that. Your room, sure, yeah. And the logo was like literally a drunk porpoise hanging onto a cigarette. Yeah, hanging onto a street lamp. And I believe that is the tattoo for me. I don't have a tattoo, but I would be interested in something like that. Should we get set up with that when I got it? Keep the company. But where are you going to get it? On your forehead? No, that my wife probably wouldn't approve of that, although that's become more popular. You know, it used to be your face, or I mean, I got my first tattoo when I was 13, and it was like, wow. Only, like, at that time, it was like 1990. Like, tattoos were really just for sailors, and hookers, and bikers, and people that had been in prison. And it really, where they fall under that, long category. As a 13-year-old fuckboy, no, I was just an idiot kid that was in San Pedro way too loud. But which has given a lot of tattoos. I don't have a tattoo. I was gonna get one, but I chickened out. What were you gonna get? Well, it's a weird thing, and I get a lot of bad emails, and people hate when I talk about it. I'm gonna mention it anyway. On the top, you know, like if you have your pants on and your belt comes over the top of your butt crack, right? Right. And I was gonna have a tattoo of Santa Claus pushing himself out of my belt, like he's pushing himself out of chick. Yeah, and above it, in the bubble, it says wrong chick. I don't think you would say it. I really don't. I mean, I know you're very dedicated to it too. I was sure of it, but I don't think you're really Hey, by the way, I stole something from Pam's Christmas time. You guys ever seen that? Every year, they unwrap the gift that keeps on giving. Real quick, I got to come back and tell you the story. All right, hold on one second. Ted Doesn't Win from the Pet News and Money Show on 570 AM. And because he's not doing his show that he does, the Dodgers are playing baseball, he's come on with us. That's very nice of him to do that. So come back and folks. We're live on TMI. What else, Trojan? Big jump to one of these fires we've been following, especially out in Riverside County. One fire near Jackrabbit Trail and Demon Springs Road in the Lakeview area is now 600 acres. At last reported it was only like 20 or 30 acres, so that's a big jump. Other fires they dealt with in Riverside County are one brush fire in Ritchie Canyon, which is burned more than 340 acres. The second brush fire just south of the Tenant Beaumont. Island Springs, that's burned more than 200 acres. Evacuation orders have been issued for Breckenridge between Island Springs Avenue and Sunnydale, and expect more evacuation orders probably to be ordered anytime now. One firm injury has been reported. Actors with SAG-AFTRA shut down Hollywood demanding a fair contract for production companies. Actors percent of our answers do not qualify for health insurance.
The picket lines this morning with the Writers Guild, who have already been on strike since May. In Burbank, Chris Adams, KFI News.
The National Park Service has told nature lovers avoid hiking, biking, and parks during peak summer hours, especially this weekend. This is the number one cause of weather-related fatalities in the U.S. They also suggest leaving your pets at home. They say mountain areas can see temperatures roughly 115 degrees during the height of a heat wave. They're first able to drink at least 1 cup of water in 20 minutes. Police in San Bernardino looking into reports of bear that was shot in mountains. President Trisha Ramsey says she heard the shot earlier this week when her windows were open. It's heartbreaking.
Because I used to be in the walk fight.
Ramsey shared video of a young bear she spotted driving on state property last week. California Department of Fish and Wildlife says it's looking into the shooting of a bear hasn't been found yet. The House has passed a defense bill with add-ons blocking abortion coverage, diversity initiatives, and peer-to-on transgender care. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries says the bill has been weaponized. It is woefully irresponsible that extreme MAGA Republicans have hijacked a bipartisan bill that is essential to our national security. Final vote is 219 to 210 for Democrats sided with Republicans, and for Republicans sided with Democrats in opposing. The U.S. has reported its deadliest 6 months of mass killings since at least 2016. He says from January 1st to June 30th, the nation had 28 mass killings. 27 of those involved guns. These 140 people have been killed over the 181 days in the year so far. Mass killings defined as an event where 4 or more people are killed within a 24-hour period. Clear and cool company tonight, lows about 63. Sunny tomorrow, feeling like today. Maybe it's week or two down, or I should say, down on Sunday into early next week. 89 into Sunday, 87 into the hill. There's a crash in Bray. 57 southbound right at Bloomberg Road. Isn't it? 2 left-hand lanes are blocked. Clearing as we speak. In the meantime, 57 southbound leaving Diamond Bar is also right at the end of the 91. We have off and on delays on all 57. You can tell up to 60. Michael Bryan checking the ride.
Josh.
It's still on there. The 405. 405 north down. You're jamming up your big past Bristol. Good jump up to the construction zone there. Seal Beach. Northbound 55. All breaks down, leaving the 73. But to the way, that's to the 91. And open night still there. So you see a little extra traffic around the fairground. Michael Bryan, fly in the sky. Line southbound transition to the 134 eastbound is maxed in. Watching lanes at this Commander Road. KFI at this time of Get to Their Master. I'm on the way. Get Georgia hits down. Wow, 2023 Iron Radio Music Festival. All Arena here in Las Vegas. September 22nd and 23rd. Streaming live only on Hulu. The Iron Radio Music Festival. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Experience more of the music you love with the record-setting 5G network. T-Mobile customers can unlock VIP benefits at the festival all weekend long. It's better over here. See why at T-Mobile.com/NPEWHY. From the small business takes grit and determination to find a communication provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. That's reliable. It's marketing to keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet. Just $49.99 one bundle with Spectrum Business Connect. The all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device. And get a free mobile line for a year. Visit Spectrum.com/go-faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
Wendy's is open until midnight or later, which means all your favorite menu items are later too. The Baconator still tastes just as juicy and bacony at night. So listen to that craving and tune in for the night of the Wendy's drive-thru. Hours may vary at participating Wendy's.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Pick up the food Chinese oceanfront stay at Serenade Resort. Go to serenade.com.
This is Jacob Evans. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident on the 4424 Chicago 807. More than 80 million Americans depend on AM radio each month for news and emergency information. A new bill in Congress will make sure AM radio remains in cars because when cell and internet services are down, this free emergency service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 52886 to tell Congress to support AM for every vehicle act. Data and messaging rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month when you make that STOP to stop this message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and then back on Suburbans, Tahoes, and full TVs plus 1.9% APR limited term financing Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. Sure, Pearl hype might happen. Fox News is rolling out a new primetime lineup starting on Monday, July 17th. Laura Ingraham, the number one female host on cable news, moving to 4 p.m. with the Ingraham. Jesse Waters, the fastest growing show on cable news with Waters World, moving to 5 p.m. The legendary Sean Hannity, which dominated primetime for years, stays at 6 p.m. And the new King of Late Night, Greg Gutfeld, is bringing his signature show up to 7 p.m. The right voices at the right time. You don't want to miss this exciting new primetime lineup on Fox News Channel starting Monday, July 17th. Make your money move in the right direction. All over the week. Sunday to noon during Out the Money with Joel Largard on KFI. We're keeping an eye on this fire. We've got touch-ups here in a second, but first, a quick update for you. Second quick-moving blaze, gorgeous of 600 acres in Moreno Valley. The quick-moving brush fire in Moreno Valley erupted inside around 600 acres. This is the Rabbit fire, and it's reported around 4 p.m. just as we went on the air. It quickly ballooned into a size that burned just north of Mystic Lake near the intersection of Gilman Springs and Jackrabbit Trail, so they called it the Rabbit fire, and it's jumping around. Right, and it's that joke has gotten nothing. The blaze sent a large plume of smoke billowing in the sky like a lot of fires do. And fire officials said it was not immediately threatening any structures. The Rabbit fire is burning near the Ricci fire. Yeah. So keep an eye on those. My Petros with the Petros and Money show. I was laughing hysterically on the Rabbi. Oh no. I mean, I was like, damn it, fire, damn. Yes. I stole something from you. I was listening to you when you filled in for us one night. I was in Oregon, and I was driving from the story in Portland. You know that, right? I just take your vacation. I can. And I was listening to you for an hour long background. No, that's not true. Rock Reddick is here. Yeah, well, that.
You can cut that anytime you want.
I don't think that. I don't think God wants you to. I give up to do it every night. Don't trust you. It's a fan of talk with me. But I was listening to you. You're talking about something about Mission Bay in your San Diego days, and I don't know. It's something weird happened while you were in your hunter there in Mission Bay or something. I don't know. But I remember listening to you for 3 or 4 hours, and I stole something from you. And I want to tell everybody that when they listen to the show, and I do any kind of recapping, like, whoa, at the 4 o'clock hour, we had this. I stole that crutch and that book from you because I heard you doing it on the show, and I loved it. Oh, just scheduling, recapping, scheduling talk. Yes. We're even worse. Like, we'll get it like it was like a rain threat in New York. Talked about last segment, and I must have talked about that for like 10 minutes. Like when the right time to tell us there might be a rain delay is, because we're very jittery before the show. I mean, we are in radio for long periods of time, like 3-4 hours, is literally wasted. Sure. But you're getting people through the day. You have a tough schedule because you sometimes go 25 minutes without commercial. Well, that's just because we're going. Yeah, we don't get that listening. But, well, you have the news. You have the Rabbit fire jumping around. That's right. And there's nothing that I'm doing that people urgently need to know about. Not really, literally not. When we talk about Santa Claus, it reminded me of something that I think I told you, and I think I told on the air here before 4 to 7 p.m. hours. I told it on the Late Show, but not 4 to 7. I'm going to tell you about a very embarrassing moment that happened 2 years at Christmas. My wife got me a brand new belt. Okay, and it's one of those belts. It's a clip belt. I'm going to click it for you here so you can hear it. It has here. Hear that? It clicks. It's not like the multiple open belts of the 90s that would have that. No, it clicks in, and it's for guys that are going up and down in weight, or physically that way. So she got me this new belt, and I clicked it on, and before you just pull it apart, and it pulls apart. So I was at my wife's uncle's house for Christmas dinner, and I got my brand new belt on. I felt like I was 10 feet tall, Petros. I looked great. I a button. I didn't know, but there's a button underneath you have to press. But you're a pretty skinny guy. You release it. I couldn't get my pants on. I feel like you could, like, you know, it's not like you have like a big ass. I couldn't get my pants off. I feel like you could just get it straight down if you really straight down there. And so I couldn't do it. So I walked into the living room where 20 people were gathered, all relatives, and I walked right into my wife, and everybody's looking at me, and I'm like, baby, you gotta teach me how to take this selfie. Well, did you do it? True story. She helped me out. When you came back out, were you like, hey, I felt like, sorry for the awkward moment. I felt like the weight of the world was off my shoulders when I came out of that camp. I can understand. You know what it's like. Hey, Pete, I've had some moments. Yes. Pedro, you are, first of all, you and Money kick ass over there, doing sports. But my favorite parts of that show are when you're not talking about sports and you're talking about other crap, especially like music and movies and just, things that are going on around the world. But the references that you and Matt Money Smith make on a daily basis, I think are smarter than anything else written. Well, you're very kind to say that. May I ask you a question? Sure. The Santa Claus style that you were going to get tattooed on your lovely hat, would that have been like more of a Nordic, like Santa Claus, like an old style with like a wreath around his head, or like just a cartoon? So, yeah, like a typical one, like a guy who's burned out the animation business and works in not very far doing characters. God, I love that guy. I love Knott's Berry Farm. It's my favorite place to go. That's our wheelhouse, Marineland and Knott's Berry Farm. Yeah, we really cover the city in that way. Yeah, but Knott's Berry Farm, last 5-10 years has really cleaned up the end. When I was going there, they sold it to Cedar Point. Yeah, Melrose, Ohio. That's right. Yeah, Cedar Point, they just straightened it up. But it was, imagine being in that meeting with the Cedar Point's here, you losers. Hey, no more slacking off and drawing caricatures and everything. Serious enough. Do you go back far enough with Knott's Berry Farm to go into the billiard room where the whole house is on an angle? Yes, that was it. Yes, far enough to where the leathersmith maybe a spot and not bracelet. The leathersmith is great. And the guy for no reason horseshoeing the horse. Oh, always wanted to have to see what he's doing. This is how a blacksmith worked back in the mid-19th century. I love Knott's. I will not have a bad thing said about it. I do too. And I love the old wood roller coaster. It goes on brighter. By the way, I timed it on my phone. 26 minutes ride. We get 26-minute ride. The longest in the history. And it never stops. Yeah, after a minute, you want to just, jump off. It really bumps you around. I remember getting off that ride years ago. Now I was not in that great a shape. I had not been doing yoga or anything like that. I went on that with an ex-girlfriend and I got off and I was like, wow, that's it beat the hell out of me. My daughter went on it like 7 or 8 times. I went on it once and I had to sit down and grab a bottle of water. I didn't know what to do. I thought I was going to have to call an ambulance. It's a great park. It's a great. The accelerator is the best roller coaster in the world. In my very humble opinion. And it's also very inexpensive to go to. They don't kill you. Well, not like Disneyland. Anything compared to Disneyland is a. Was that when they opened like the Mexico City style? No, she was on a bull ride. She was the head of publicity, and she was the most beautiful woman. And I've known her for a long time. No, I do not know. We took this up. No one's ever hooked me up with Harry and nonsense. I've always paid my way like a man. Just like one of the neighbors, like Gen Pop, general population. Good for you. I'm not in that. I pay for every airport t-shirt. I try to get everything for free. Can you stay with us? You gotta go. Yeah, I'll stay. All right, you got nothing wrong. Yeah, Trump is with us from the Pedro and Money Show. And he's great. And so Billy Ray sent him on at 6:30 talk about the strike. We also talk about these fires. We got the rapid fire burning and Reachy fire burning as well from Random House. So we're covering everything today. And it's Friday, Gateway Friday, so you have to make enjoy yourself. Or maybe already blown weed or drinking gin. And still sit attorney says she wants attorneys. They have the word sexual assault and sexual misconduct in a civil trial against an LAPD officer accused of touching a dead woman's breast. The office says the officer has not been convicted of the crime. Words could mislead the jury. A federal jury in Las Vegas has convicted a police officer for stealing nearly $165,000 in three casino licenses in 2022 using a department-issued weapon. A woman in New York has been arrested on charges of selling drugs and led to the death of Robert De Niro's grandson. Officials say the woman was arrested yesterday over the death of the 19-year-old whose body was found in his apartment earlier this month. Clear, cool tonight, sunny and hot again tomorrow. Mostly the same, medium, easy, cooler Sunday and early next week. This report brought to you by Blindsfer.com, the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. Let's go to Glendale. The problem on the connector road, five southbound transition of the 134 eastbound and accident is blocking lanes of the connector road and five southbound slow going through Burbank from Alameda.
I had a hamster. He was stinky. Why? Because he smelled. Damn, look at this. Show that shit in his mouth. I'm surprised more people don't turn around. Alright, but let's be big. Choice down will be big. Yo, dog. Peachy.
And the ball on fire, south of the 10 on Island, and 225 acres, right? And Orange County Fire Authority, which I call the Octopus, OCFA, is working to extinguish a brush fire in a vacant field in the Great Park. Park that's about a block away from Delio. You've never been there. North of Wild River Water Park. And I had a guy teenager. There you go. All right, that goes good. You ever been to the Wild River Water Park? I mean, I was at the old, wow, near Light Country Safari. Yeah, made a great move. But I was pleased to hear that they brought it back. Yes, they did for a while. That's going again. No, Wild Rivers is all the way there. Right, but it's not where it used to be. Yeah, they moved it from the Irvine Meadows area. But they still have Verizon Amphitheater there, too. Yeah, that's good, too, to that big park with the balloon run. Yeah, that balloon and that park is a block away from Melio's house. He's been there 10 years, never been to that park. It's quite an expansive place. I've been, right? Yes, I have. Well, don't act like that. Oh, you got so much. Don't have to be that. That's right. We got an email here. See how I snap like a turtle, like it's just snapping. Yes, you are, buddy. People want to know your opinion of Big Red Wet by Elvis. I don't know why. I don't even know who that is. Nobody wants that. Who is that? Sharon, did you tell her that? Yes, she did. How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? Did she tell you? No, I just been around, you know. Tell you. Am I is that some kind of Victor Wenmeyer? Is that like a murderer or something? Who is he? No, he's a very relevant young basketball player. You want him there as the like? No, he's not that guy. He's in Vegas, or they were in Vegas for the NBA Summer League, which is a thing. And the Summer League is going on. That's where young players representing various pro teams. Is he not French dude? Yeah. Oh, I know this guy. Yeah, I know. He's the best basketball player ever. That's what some say, that he's a real unicorn. That's great. But one of the first days he was in the U.S., I guess, for the Summer League, he was walking to a restaurant that people like to drink. It's called the Catch. I've never been there. I gotta go to Vegas next week. And Britney Spears tried to get his attention. I don't know why she was using a British accent, but she was. Right. And she like tapped him on like above his waist because he's so tall and she's so short. And immediately there was a slap from the San Antonio Spurs, who's the season ticket win on Yama. They slapped Britney's hand into herself. And she went down. Well, she said she went down, but she didn't let her glasses. Like if you've ever, like many of us that have a sibling, we all know that. Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Yeah. It's an extra, almost worse than being slapped. So these Spurs have to be the odds-on favorite all of a sudden. Yeah. I guess he's a few years old. It's going to be like Giannis and Kobe kind of progression. You know who he is? Yes, he's picked this for the Angels. It is interesting. It is interesting, though, to consider him that like 4 or 5 best players and projected best players in the NBA are all European. Oh wow, that's wild, right? He's like Don Scott. That's right. What do you? Most of them are just walk-in serves. Like yoga. You know what? It's like the Europeans love everybody. Right. You know. That's all food is he's Greek, but I think he's African roots. Okay. And then Nicholas Jokic is a serve. He's great. Yeah. Luka Doncic is some other kind. How did that happen? How did all of a sudden the Europeans become dominant? I think they play a more team-style game, so their exceptional players are more unselfish, and the way they develop as young players is less about the one-on-one game, because when you get to college and they do. Is there ever a night where a team is so dominant and so great that they don't really put much effort in that they can blow another team out? Or does every team you go out there, you play 100%, you have to struggle every night? I wouldn't know, but I do know that I didn't think of pro basketball as an exceptionally tough game for a long time. You know, because if they sprain their ankle, they lay there and scream. And that used to bother me because in football, you know, you kind of get out in the front line. At least that's how I grew up. But when I was first in the media, I lived downtown and I lived across the street from Staples, you know, before LA Live and all that. And I would just walk across the street with a credential and watch games, you know, Clippers, Lakers, whatever, and watch the guys go up and down the court and hit each other. And the way they kind of move, they know where all their lips are. Basketball is exceptional. Nice. Buddy, appreciate you coming on. I know that, you know, if you have another right now, we'd love that. Yeah, look, I'll be available early next week. I'm going to be going on a vacation. What, would you go to Vegas? Yeah, when I have to go to Vegas for the end of next week. I have to go for Pac-12. And are you going to be there over the weekend? I might be there over the weekend. No, I have to come home for a funeral. And I'm gonna take my son to see the Savannah Bananas and Rancho Food. Wow. And then I'm gonna go to Ojai for a respite. My wife for a busy weekend. And then I'll be home like next Wednesday or something. And I'll be ready to kick it. All right, we'll speak to that. Buddy, really appreciate you coming on. I went to go. I do the funny show. I love that guy, man. That guy was the best. We'll be back. We'll wrap up these fires, the Riverside Beach fire. We're in the valley. The Rabbit Fire, all happening south of the 10, right around the 215, 60 area, south of the 10 freeway for you geography nuts. We're live on KFI AM 640. Well, at least you've decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress. And KOST HD2. Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Latest update. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Firefighters in Riverside County are looking at 3 fires they're working on as temperatures heat up there. One is a fire near Jackrabbit Trail in Springs Road. Been here in about TJ talked about it all this afternoon. In the Lakeview area, that's blown up to about 600 acres. Evacuations have been ordered in Riverside County and Ridge Canyon for another fire to start 105 acres and a third fire just south of the 10 in Omaha. Island Springs is looking for the 200 acres, all again in Riverside County. More as it gets updated. The Torrance City Council sent a letter demanding answers for a disproportionate number of Japanese seniors killed by COVID-19. Councilman John Conchi says Pacifica Company simply let some COVID patients fulfill empty beds and the 115 healthy seniors killed. The letter urges leadership at the county, state, and federal levels to immediately initiate an investigation for the highest death rate of any facility in the state of California. Conchi says Pacifica had bought the nursing home from a nonprofit 2 years earlier, despite protests from the Japanese American community. Pacifica Company has not responded to a request for comment about this week's council decision. Police are looking for a hit and run driver who killed an elderly man and hurt another in South LA. Police says she was driving in Crenshaw last night when she saw the 2 men in the roadway and called for help. She says the older man was pronounced dead at the hospital. They say the other man's in stable condition. He says the driver was in a dark-colored car traveling at a high rate of speed. Officials are offering up to $50,000 in connection with the armed robbery of a mailman in North Hollywood. Several women. Jack's auto body owner Mark Dupree says the mailman ran into his business looking for help. Dupree's manager was already hiding in a closet earlier this week when the mailman entered. Dupree says the thief followed the mailman in, and held more men at that gunpoint demanding the mailman's keys. The mailman, back on the job next day. My manager, Tom Tyson, went to see the therapist yesterday. I given him time off. The department manager in Studio City says he's used the master key to steal mail from the building. In North Hollywood, control KFI News. The state of California will illegally evicted a living wage law passed by immigrant voters in 2018. The law applies to Remember Banks resort companies in Anaheim that have tax rebate agreements with the city. Goodman's pay for resort workers nearly $20 an hour. Simply the law didn't apply. And disagreed, citing the bill passed in 1996. An attorney representing the workers says the court's decision will have a real impact on thousands of employees. That's a nice $7 billion developed to a full $560 billion with a cash value of $481 billion. Since Patterson mathematicians like that random numbers of birthdays would increase your odds means cooling winter. Clear skies tonight, lows above 60 degrees, more sun tomorrow, and a little opposite today. Highs above 80 and beaches above 90. That's a LA right now. It's triple digits out there in the Atlantic Valley. Above 90 in the Antelope Valley, high desert. Maybe a degree or two down on Sunday in the Turtle Indication. Right now, 88.
It sent out invitations from the context for yesterday's games to all store addresses of 3,000 criminals throughout the The operation took weeks to organize. It started soon after dawn yesterday. Waiting in the wings was the strongest unit, armed policemen ready to pounce. A smiling lady gently staring at this man along the corridor. As a policeman, someone shouts. Most horses carried a gun, including the Indian chief, and the man who played the chicken. Claiming your free ticket was easy, and all you needed was proof of identity, which the police checked with the team upstairs. CCK. On one occasion, lucky winners have overcome claim their free tickets. But whilst on ceremonies, is a senior policeman.
Where did you sell the back? One answer, Alvin. And now Alvin has moved Europe. Resistant, resin, or even high. And also, sequel outdoor upholstery, weather exclusive from our oceans. Alvin Home, pure magic. You can take home. Find them on Sepulveda in Van Nuys or on the web at alvinhome.com. ALVIK home.com. At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Less money for the exact same thing. All of this is clear. Consumer Cellular, free to policy. They're here to answer. Switch today and get a second month of service for free. Go to consumercellular.com/free month and enter promo code free month. Half the cost savings based on Consumer Cellular single line marketed by data plan and unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk text speed plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon in 2023. Promotion subject to terms and conditions. Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. When a restaurant closes, my reaction is, that sucks. Don't have good steak. When regional banks close, or 3 of them close overnight, it freaks me out. This is why I have my own personal gold reserve. It's part of my personal protection plan. Call my friends at Oxford Gold Group. Call 833-404-GOLD. 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
I like this guy.
I think I'll use my credit card. Do you guys have anything here? Anything gluten-free? Do you guys have anything here? Anything gluten-free?
Somebody emailed me and said the funniest thing they've ever heard on let's get it. Come on, music. Here we go. Several brush fires quickly spread across Southern California. In Beaumont, an evacuation order has been issued between Highland Springs Avenue and Sunningdale. The Highland fire has lasted over 225 acres have burned in the last 3 hours. Firefighters immediately deployed an air tanker where they continue to battle this fire. They got the evacuation warnings west of South Highland Home, south of Sun Lakes, and east of Highland Springs. Riverside County Fire Department said rapid fire has burned quickly. It is now 600 acres. The fire is located in a Lakeview area near Jack Rabbit Trail. People down there go, where is that? The fire is located in a Lakeview area near Jack Rabbit Trail. Rabbit Trail. That sounds like an area where you go out and you take your first BB gun as a kid. You know, start blasting them. BB pellet? Yeah. CO2. Take that out there. I had to pump. What was the Crossman? HC, I think was another one. You ever go like 60 or 70 pumps? And man, that BB blew out there. Your arm was so dry in this day for the man. You couldn't move it. Then you get kicked right in. You always put the butt end of the gun on the ground. You have to knock it off. One more. I remember I got in trouble with my mom and dad because I shot my brother. And I had a big welt on his back. Yeah. Oh, come on. That's just a cowardly thing to do. My dad said to shoot his brother in his back. Was he running? I don't know what he was doing. He was irritating me. I turned with my crossman and bumped him right in the back. Yeah, went down.
Please.
But big welt on his back. Yeah, he freaked out, really. I did. What a tragic moment. I was coming out of a tree house. We had a super-sized tree house, and he did something that pissed me off. I turned around and shot him in the back as he's running away. And he went down hard. Did he traumatize him a little bit? Or he passed out? I think he did knock himself out. But he went down, we hit his head. It was a big deal. It was like a punch for a long time. Long nights. And my punishment was I go to school, come home, go to my room, come down for dinner, then go back to my room. And dance. Where I fell in love with Andre. Yeah, me too. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, largely. Yeah, this is Allison.
I'm sure I'm gonna do that.
Some of it's financial, some of it's normal, and some of it is just figuring out who the fuck said that, and who said that, and where he fucking lives. There's a lot of ways to lose your house. You wish that out, people. You wish that families starve. I am making $27 fucking million a year for creating nothing. Be careful, motherfucker. Be really careful. Because that's the kind of shit that stirs shit up. Peace out.
And so I would say to my dad, I had this kid Kenny in school.
Right. Screen actors guild, actor, and the writers, WGA are officially on strike, priority strike. Money to $3 billion more. It's a whole convention. We need to get paid. There needs to be a fair share of the breakdown. Successful shows on streaming companies. When you do them, actors, directors, writers, you can influence fantastic show like Strange Things on Netflix. People watch it over and over and over. The actors, the writers, we get paid much less. Streamers can get paid as they should potentially. You're irreplaceable. A lot of actors and writers have gone on to become producers. I've never heard of a producer who's went on to become a writer or an actor. We can do what they do. They cannot do what we do. And I say this with all due respect. But WGA said officially on strike. We gotta do what we gotta do to continue to do that.
I could watch this all day. Did this lady see it? Oh, we're done with that. What do you think about this fucking writer strike? Honestly, I think they should get more upfront, and then once you do it, it's done. It's like I'm not getting paid on work that I did. I launched apps. I've been manager. I've been a lot of things. I don't still get paid for that. Residuals, I think, are. I understand what Fran Drescher's saying. Well, when I did the nanny, everybody got paid on it. It's a different time. It's a different world now. They can replace you with all with AI. So you should ask for more upfront. So instead of asking for like, I don't know what the minimum is, $100 a day or something like that, whatever, $1,000 a day, make it $10,000 a day, so that you get all your money up front. Why? Because it's like it means nothing to you then. If you at least got all that money up front, you can invest it better, and then live off it. Like Charlie Chaplin. I don't know who the fuck owns his estate, but I don't think they're still making residuals on his shit. And people say, though, I mean, this is how artists provide for themselves. It's a different world. The computer can replace all of you. So it couldn't back when that nanny was on. That's why you got residuals. But now it can. So you're up a creek just like all the other people. And I'm sorry, Fran Drescher, for as hot as I think you are and how badly I want to prone bone you, you gotta understand the computer can replace everybody basically. She's gonna say, well, then there's just no point in us acting anymore. I'm gonna say, look, there's Broadway, there are plays. And she's gonna say, well, nobody wants to go see that shit. I'm gonna say, well, then you just gotta get another line of work then. I'm sorry, but the what causes issues is the fact that you thought there'd be residuals on television replays, and there's not. They took that to streaming. I personally think that should be included. It's like very somewhat. But if you don't think that, then it's up to you. That'd be a big song. My mom liked that song. Pink with exclamation point. Warner Sisters, you get it. So excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I don't know if you don't know. I know. I want you. Yeah, then take a name to come tomorrow. Just every day, take not and all you know. Oh yeah, Warner Sisters. This would be a big one. Who used to sing this song? I think Michael Lynch. Really? Yeah. Amen. Hallelujah. It's raining, man. Amen. Mercy, I praise you, King West. It's raining, man. Hallelujah. It's raining, man. Every specimen. Talk, dark, green. Talk, down, talking me. Yo, dog. So what makes you mad that I can't fucking post those? I think that should be. I've heard the argument before. It's like a shadow ban should be a trade, like a violation of trade. I don't know what to fucking call it. Like an improper trade practice is what it is.
Yo, dog. So you don't think that they deserve residuals? Not. I mean, they can, but they're saying that's why we're going on strike because we want residuals on streaming services. So what's your? There are multiple things there. There's residuals on streaming, and then there's AI. I feel if AI can recreate you, your likeness, you don't deserve that. Why? Because who's to say it's you as opposed to someone who just looks like you? It's the same shit that they did in Grand Theft Auto. They had some girl look like Kate Upland. Grand Theft model bikini, but she didn't get any of that money because it wasn't her. This chick. I mean, it may look like her, but it's not her. And they can redo that. I mean, what's this bitch's name? I don't know. She's fucking. Yo, dog. So what do you think about that? I'd just be like, your industry has changed, Fran Drescher. She's gonna say, Rabbi, I want to suck your dick so badly it makes me want to queef. Be like, calm down, woman. We're talking business. It changed. It'd be like, she's gonna say, like, we weren't included. Okay, so what are the arguments here? There's the AI argument, which I feel like, look, you already shot it. It's done. If we can take a computer and recreate that, why should you get paid on that? People say, why shouldn't I? Like, you don't have to do anything for it. It's like, look, SAG-AFTRA, you assholes. Like, back in the day, people make, like, I don't know, $20 million a film. Big actors. So it should just be like an upfront thing. Like, if you want to hire an actor, that's cool. This is going to be, you're going to be able to use it in perpetuity, but it's like $100,000 to rent the actor or have them act in your movie. So basically, the studios have to pay more upfront. Is what I'm trying to say. And then what about the residuals on things that they previously made? Well, I mean, there are two arguments. There's an argument to be made that you already agreed to television, and that doesn't include streaming. Though there's the other argument, which I'm kind of more in favor of, which is that should all be included as the same. Why? Because it's like, it's a different service. But then, I don't know. I feel like you should be able to show it whenever you want to shit. So then how do actors make money? Live stage is an option. They're going to say, well, we don't want to do it that way. Like, okay, too damn bad.
I don't fucking know.
Really? Well, I don't think it's fair that studios could say, you know, you will pay your residuals on television and cable or whatever, and then they come out with streaming services and then not included in that. Why? Because it's like it should have been residuals on everything. If you want to reshow, that's how it should have been. Whoever wrote up that contract, I'm sure it was a difficult one with which to come to terms, but it should have been like anytime this is reshown, I get X amount of money. It's not like, oh, what's intent to have sex with an adult? I know where that is. It's a nice jail. I used to live down the street from it. Well, very close to it. It was 2 streets down. Yeah, it's on Commonwealth. Bruce Grass. It's nice. So, is that the end of your story? So how should it work? If you were making the decisions, I would say that, like as a judge, I'd be like, I would put I'd have a court order that shit couldn't be shown anymore until we came to terms. Like this thing had to be quit. And basically, I'd say, all right, you guys are like the studios are making, I don't know, huge amounts of money. Of that, whatever your residuals were for television versus movies, let's say you were going to make 5% as a fucking actor or whatever it would be. All right, well, then you should make that on the streaming. But that's not going to happen because then those fucking studios would just be filling my coffers. And I'd be like, oh, actually, they win because that's how corrupt it is here. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. Are you done? How would you do that, though? Well, the AI part of it, that's where the likeness image, I don't really agree with that. It's like, it should be like, use it all you want. You can use this all you want. I'm never going to sue anybody for image and likeness. Why? A gift to the world, baby. But no, it's like people don't realize it's more valuable to be well known than to have a really, really good contract and nobody use your shit. Why? Because if you're really well known, you can go to any company and just be like, yeah, I'll endorse you, or I'll be your, yeah, I'll endorse you, and then, like, we saw an ad yesterday. The person who was in that ad hasn't been in any really major movies or shows. Maybe they've had some shows and things, but like nothing crazy. They're fucking super famous for being disgustingly hot. And So they can go to any but they're really well known. So they can go to any company and be like, I'll endorse you. And everybody will be like, okay, that's cool.
Innovation Refunds has hundreds of five-star plus pilot and Google reviews, certified with Better Business Bureau. Go to innovationrefunds.com so you can help you on your way to somebody from TRUMAN. No upfront charge, they don't get paid unless you get paid. Go to innovationrefunds.com, 843-REFUNDS, innovationrefunds.com. Every day,
But here's the thing. The industry had gotten such to a point where there were all these fucking people involved and they all needed a cut. And I mean, if your show is good enough, it'll be shown in syndication. And it should have been, you should have had better lawyers at the time to say, look, this is going to be reshown in perpetuity. Maybe it's not something. And I think the argument can be made that that's perhaps what it was. So it's really about when the law, not necessarily the law, but I'm sure there was a court case that said streaming is different than television. And I'm sure people were saying that it wasn't. Whatever that law, whatever that judicial decision, whenever that was made, that perhaps was a mistake. Why? Because it's like all these fucking companies knew that there was going to be something coming down the pike.
Thousands of people not working, thousands of people not watching what they spend, not going to restaurants where the cleaners. That's going to affect a lot of people here in Southern California. Nobody knows more about this strike than Billy Ray, who's up for an Oscar for Captain Phillips, and also worked on the Hunger Games as well. So guys know what's going on. He got some podcast called Strike Talk with Billy Ray and Todd Gardner. That's a big deal. Billy Ray, how do you go? We're doing it again. Oh, second time in a week, buddy. I can't believe it. I'm pinching myself. We're like, oh, let it go. Hey, what do we know? You predicted this strike. I heard today that some of the Screen Actors Guild members are pissed that they brought in a mediator for the last 2 weeks, and it was just a false hope just so they could sell their big movies and promote their big movies for the summer. Is that true? I have no idea. I can't look within the soul of any member of the AMPTV and tell you what they were thinking, but I know for people who were inside the room that that mediator did not. So if there was a strike, they didn't cover it very well. Okay. I thought Fran Drescher was great. I thought when the amount of passion she had for her fellow actors and actresses is great. I think it's unequal. I'll tell you, I've never been the president of my guild, but I was the co-chair of the negotiating committee for the WGA group. And it's an awesome responsibility to be negotiating for your union because you know you might have to lead them out on strike, and you know what that costs. It is not something that anybody takes lightly, and of course, a massive responsibility falls on Fran's shoulders now because she's leading her union into the great unknown. All I can tell you is nobody does this unless they absolutely have to. Nobody wants to be on strike. Ever. And I know from what I know about what happened inside that room, the offer was ridiculous from the AMPTP. It was not acceptable on any level. She had no choice but to take her union out. Okay, Billy Ray Gillis, writer, producer, director. What is the one thing that you can point to that really irritates writers and actors? Let me try to guess. My guess is the hundreds of millions of dollars that the CEOs are taking home every year. Does that thing doesn't bother me a bit. Oh, okay, all right, okay. You know, and I know that there are many in my guild who don't share that view. Now, here's my feeling about it. If a CEO of a company can, with a straight face, go in front of his or her board, and I got to stake in their own that. If that CEO can go in front of his board and convince that board that he is worth $43 million in a given year, good for him. I'm going to take a step from that guy. If he can make that case and they buy it, okay, good for him. Just don't go before that thing.
You know, there's another thought on this too. Why don't you give them stock options?
That's where I got to go here.
That's probably the best option. No pun intended.
But he should, with the same level of passion and commitment and earnestness, go before that board and say, oh, by the way, the TV programming and movies that made us all so rich were written by someone and acted by someone, and they deserve compensation for it. Right. So, wait, let me back up here a second. Are you saying that the PTP, the producers, that every single one, is their company? Okay, that every single one of those production companies is run by a man?
Not really. This bitch doesn't like sexy talk. You're lost, girl.
Especially in Hollywood, that's a big one. Yeah, that's one. All right, so what do you think is going to have to happen to end this strike? And when do you think, and will they both end simultaneously? That's a great question, and I wouldn't presume to know the answer. What I'll tell you is that the writers' guild strike got a lot shorter yesterday by at that Screen Actors Guild walking out that strike. That's for sure. Had the Screen Actors Guild taken that terrible deal that was being offered to us, the writers would have been isolated, and we might have been out for a very, very long time. But I believe that the Screen Actors Guild going out now requires the ACDC to step up in a much more mature, responsible, and immediate way. Right, okay, so now,
Hyper realistic figurines would be thing.
for SAG, obviously different from the Writers Guild. Do you know who they are, and do they work and talk to the SAG, talk to the Writers Guild, and vice versa? Oh, yeah, there's plenty of communication between the executive directors of the two organizations, the presidents of the two organizations, and to a slightly lesser degree, less formally, negotiate committees of the two
That is all
organizations.
not to be a thing.
We are going to have now forever. This will go down in history. Remember, the last time the writers and the actors went out at the same time, yes, all of that may be big. But that's how actors got to be. And those residuals kept actors and their families alive between 1960 and yesterday. I mean, that's part of what the fight is about. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people, look, if you go back to, 1960 TV, Beverly Hillbillies and McHale's Navy, none of those actors got residuals.
There you go.
Right, until they went on strike. That's right. And that's why when I said to you in week prior to this, that I believe that the things that Dad wanted were strike issues. In other words, they were things you had to strike to get. There's no company that they give them up voluntarily. It's certainly not those type of companies. They don't claim that they've given that up unless somebody throws them in the mouth. And they made a calculation that Dad was not strong enough to do that. And it was just a miscalculation. That's fine. Businesses make them all the time. But there was a point where everybody invested in data. And it turned out to be wrong. And this was an equally lousy miscalculation. And wrote laser disc and quick. Sometimes really rich people are wrong. And in this case, they were. And they'll recalibrate and we'll negotiate and get back to work. I think we're done. We come back to email. We get more email from Billy Ray than almost any other guest. We come back, we'll have about 9 or 10 pretty good ones. Pretty good ones. The people listening to KM. If you want to throw your question, you can do that. It's Conway Show at iHeartMedia.com. Conway Show at iHeartMedia.com. Conway Show, we're live in the North Coast at KMI 20 If you have to sell it, LA has issued a heat advisory that'll stay in place until 11 p.m. Sunday. This will say temperatures could reach 106 in the San Fernando and San Gabriel Valleys over the weekend. A list of performance centers can be found on LA City's website. The IRS says it collected $38 million in delinquent taxes, more than 175 U.S. Geological Survey says tap water in parts of southern and central California appears more likely to be contaminated by so-called forever chemicals than other parts of the country, where chemicals on clothing and fire type food. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, Oakville Places, there's a crash in San Fernando. The Golden State Freeway, 5 northbound by the branch of Bard, earlier actually cleared out of one of the left-hand lane. Here's all on 5 northbound, first from the LA interchange up to 2, and then again from the west of the Hollywood Freeway up to the 14th. Here's all fast. 91 eastbound at the 241 Wall Road, there's an accident that says cleared out to the left-hand lane. On the head 91 eastbound at Naples, Corona, and a broken down vehicle. This is in the right-hand lane. East 91 leaving Orange County, there's over Lakeview. As you look at KFI in the sky, don't get you there faster. Very good. Look, here they go. The eyewash sports network.
Then it's our signal story.
Clayton Kershaw's going to be out for the next few weeks with that shoulder soreness. He did have an MRI before the All-Star break. He's set for a return in early August. The Dodgers also signing outfielder Jake Marisnick. He was a member of the 2017 Astros.
So instead of AMPTP, instead it proposed that residuals be pooled so that students would recoup their costs paying the active direction of writers based on a profit-based formula. Yeah, and Hollywood accounting is crazy, so I don't believe that. Writers in the writers room just for at least 3 years, saying they need to adapt to the realities of the marketplace, the new demand from our audience and new technologies. While the WGA representative countered that they already had effective business models.
And what this man is on this way is they let themselves include that the number one audio company, iHeartMedia, gives marketers access to the audiences and trusted influencers and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Yes, when you saw your getting better, I show you heard me talk about the luxurious, plush, all-new MyPillow 2.0 with its temperature-regulating thread. It's designed for coolness, engineered for comfort, and fit just for me. Since I started sleeping on it, I've been getting the best sleep of my life. And right now, I have my listeners and buy one of these incredible MyPillow 2.0s and get another one free. Not only that, you'll get 2 of the all-new MyPillow 2.0 Go Anywhere pillows. That's a 4-pack of pillows for as low as $99.98. Just go to mypillow.com, click on the reward, and don't forget to use the code John. Say goodbye to tossing and turning. Go to sleep quicker and stay there longer with the MyPillow 2.0. They don't just trust it. If you sleep on it, don't love it, you can always return it with their 60-day money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. So don't delay. Call 800-683-1804 or go to mypillow.com. And don't forget to use the code John. Everyone knows that the House of Credentials are the animal here, right? This is the most popular service center floating in the city. That's especially true when it comes to air control systems. Their system can is a business that would cost a little bit upfront, just $1 million. But will put veterans bigger and more expensive products like we replace systems all the time for 15, don't give them the chance. So instead of lasting 12 or 20 years, the systems go out in just 6 or 7 years. Come risk it, and House of Prevention is what they help you do. Costly families for $88 $2 a day to keep your system clean, energy efficient, and worth working on. Costly checklists right now to schedule an $88 decision payment. The number is 823-777-7777 or online at servicechecklist.com.
Fresh produce is the best produce. That's why at Ralph's, we invest in California farmers to bring you the freshest seasonal picks. So no matter how you shop, your local produce always tastes 100% fresh, or you get a 100% refund, guaranteed. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
And now, shop what you love and save what you know in the week participating items you buy 3 or more with your phone. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. I've known the CEO of Innovation Reflex, Howard Matthews, for years, and he has helped me and thousands of businesses, small business owners, with their ERC tax returns. TRC is the Employee Retention Credit. And it's all about your money. It's not a loan. This is a tax refund. If you own a small business with more than 4 employees, you could have money waiting for you. Now, filing for the TRC can be complex. Innovation Refunds experienced independent tax attorneys are dedicated to helping business owners navigate the process, and I can tell you they are good. Innovation Refunds has hundreds of 5-star Trustpilot and Google reviews, certified with a Better Business rating. Go to innovationrefunds.com so you can help you on your way to this money from the government. No upfront charge. They don't get paid unless you get paid. Go to innovationrefunds.com. Call 843-REFUNDS. Innovationrefunds.com. Save days for listeners who open your free iHeartRadio app and listen to this station in years and win $5,000. This day, come back to listen on the iHeartRadio app and another entry to morning wisdom. The more chances you have to win, download the free iHeartRadio app for access to winning like never before.
I love this song. Hey, I'm on vacation every single day because I love my occupation. Hey, 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 I'm on vacation. If you don't have it like that, hey, you go and change it. Hey, hey, I'm on vacation every single day because I love my occupation. Hey, 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 I'm on vacation every single day. Hey, every single day. Hey, 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 hey. Every single day, every I wonder if that shows on you. If it is,
And by the way, on that $26,000, you still have to pay taxes, you still have to pay rent, you still have to pay your agent or manager. Are you related to the best ice skating coach in the NHL, a guy named Rabbi? I did not know that, my young man. I had no idea. That's why. That's insane. Here's another one. Are you writing at home to stay sharp during the strike, and should other writers do the same thing? I don't know how sharp I'm staying, but I'm writing a novel for the first time because 23. Wow! And it's really hard. It's really hard. Are you doing it alone? And so we're not having a strike for quite a long time, so I'm enjoying it. And of course, if you could go to writing, it's probably not right. I just go 3 days without writing. So, of course, I'll tell you a quick story. My dad wrote a book about his life, and he didn't want to write it. They kept saying, you gotta do it.
Tell me about the second one.
And it sold out the first copy, second edition, third edition. It just went gangbusters, and people loved it. So the publisher came back and said, please write another one, and we'll give you a check for X amount of dollars. And my dad said, sure, I'll love it. He wrote the first 30 pages of the second book, gave it to his wife, my stepmother, Charlie, and great is great. She'll tell him whether it's right or whether it sucks. And that's what you need on. So she read the first 30
And
pages.
it's great. It's the same story as the first one.
This is sensation. This is unbelievable. And some of the best stuff you've ever written. However, it's all in your first book. How great is that? How great is that? And you know what he said without skipping a beat? He said, look, if I didn't know it, the readers aren't going to know it either. Well, yeah, I appreciate you coming on. Go Dodgers. I know you're a big Dodger fan. They're playing the Mets this weekend, so it should be a big weekend. And we'll speak to you next week. I think we're going to Oh, that's great, Mike. I really appreciate it. Thanks, man. All right, there he goes. Dio Savastra is in the house, as the kids say, and he's taking over for Mo Kelly tonight, right? Wow. So, Mo Savastra. So, no Mo. Yeah, but plenty of you want plenty of Savastra. What's on the big program tonight? We're getting
Carry Dyers would be big.
about the strikes going
Big
on.
Love would be big.
Insights that I have about AI and technology, what it did to the special effects industry first, many decades ago, and back that into what technology means to moving forward. That excited about it. Flyers are going on, of course, we'll be covering that. Then there's stuff that Will does every single Friday. So we'll keep doing, including giveaways, games, Amy King's going to be on, and that's right, King's going to be on. Good stuff. Excellent. All right, buddy, I will be listening. You have a nice weekend, and I'll see you. I'll catch you on the flip side. Yeah. Neil Tomager up next. Lydia from Boca. Again, my and the one. We'll help you figure it out. It's kind of what we do. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Yo, dog.
On the Air Radio app. There we go with fire season. I'm Mark Bonner, live from the AFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 major fires have broken out in Riverside County, less than 30 miles apart from each other. One near Jackrabbit Trail in the Lakeview area has injured one person and consumed at least 600 acres. 400 acres. Third is just south of 15 in Beaumont. 5 acres. Fire crews have issued widespread evacuation. Actors have declared a double strike.
Maxwell. Welcome. Thank you.
I hate the
Okay, to speech time. I've been mentioning this to everyone about their appraisals, and I just want you to know that this isn't a witch hunt for Dennywood. It's much more of a treasure hunt for the gold. Shit six, but also green flames.
Yeah. Yes, I see that. A new area we're getting lots of play in, and your office could be at the centre for, is litigation. Retrospective parenting cases. Retrospective.
Bobby sues mum and dad for insufficient attention, leading to lack of confidence, leading to damages against earnings.
Right. Then we're okay. The firm's okay. With that ethically, morally. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, Rob. Are you? Totally. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, Liam, look, so if we invite you to stay with the firm in the new environment, what would have you do is pull an exhaustive redo with personnel maybe next week?
Oh, well, I was ready to do a big redo right now.
No, it's fine. Next week's fine. But I have to ask you this. They're not going to hit anything to freak us out, are they? There's no major deletions this quarter.
No, everything's well within parameters.
Great, okay. Liam, this has been really great. Look, we really hope to look forward to seeing you again.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, this is like you, baby.
Airport, please.
Live, breathe, smell. Full spectrum memory. You can get a willow grain upgrade for less than the price of a daily cup of coffee and 3 decades of backup for free. In-store in-grain procedure with local anesthetic and you're good to go. Because memory is for living.
Okay, great. It's been really great, Liam. We really hope to look forward to seeing you again. We really hope to look forward to seeing you again.
Sorry.
Mr. Foxman, could you just rewind me the last 24 hours? Quality deadline, please. Great. Back that up for me, time 64 for the week. That's great. Joey Flight, Mr. Foxwell. I'm not being funny, right? But look at that. Look at that. That frayed carpet. There, you see?
Seriously.
Yes, seriously. This is a 5-star suite. I paid good money to have perfect details. Now, I've got that shitty carpet for the rest of my life.
Only if you keep looking at it, mate.
Oh, thanks, Jonas. Oh, fuck off. All right, now, you thought the carpet was bad? Have a look at this. You've met Lucy, my wife, at the Dublin wedding? Oh, that's right.
Hi. Hi again.
Yeah. Lucy, Liam, we met at the Dublin wedding.
Liam. Oh, great. Liam, yes. Great.
Thank you.
care.
Yeah, you too.
We're steeped in hiding you.
Oh, you know, in our house.
We didn't know if, well, you didn't know if you were going to make it.
Well, it was over quicker than I thought.
Oh. Let's get you a drink. Beer, okay?
Lovely.
Yes?
So isn't she trying to take advantage of him? Like, if they sex,
Through there,
he
actually. So
couldn't consent.
I'll be in a minute. Okay?
Thank you.
Get back early then. I didn't think you'd make it.
Hey, there are 2 chairs around here. Let me sit on the countertop.
So, how was the appraisal?
Well, they said they'd let me do a redo sometime next week, so.
But good?
We're
I said,
later. That's Junior.
at home, Gina's babysitting.
Oh, Gina. Hey.
Jonas, this is,
Yo, dog, that's a little fucking close for the first fucking encounter, dog. Ever heard of a goddamn handshake? Anyway, I stink. Ricky Canyon. Ricky. You're actually like, obsessed. I'd be like, with what? He'd be like, Justine. I'd be like, how? He'd be like, Ricky's my brother. It goes from Ricky to me to Justine. I'd be like, yo, Justine doesn't even come up in this conversation. She's like, you're talking about her now. They're like, just because you just brought her up. He'd be like, obsessed. It'd be like, it's because Richie Canyon, Nicole Richie Canyon, Richie Band Building. He'd be like, obsessed. I'd be like, what? How is that? He'd be like, dude, Justine used to walk past Richie Band Building after cheerleading practice. You're obsessed. But I don't even know. I don't even think she did, dog. He'd be like, dude, obsessed. He'd be like, dog, calm down. He'd be like, obsessed. Yo, dog. Oh, this is disgusting. Damn, it smells good. Yo, dog. Are you done? Because if you are wrong, then all the right ways on the stars are gone. We will never be anything but love. And maybe gritty, dirty little freaks. Won't you gonna? About reels. JD Trippett. JD Tippett. Easy thing. I'm still a rock star. I got my rock moves, and I don't need you to know what. I'm having more fun, and after we're done, I'm having it all with you tonight.
thank you for the front speech too. Just as fast as I can, to the middle of nowhere, to the middle of my first years, and I swear you're just like a kid. Instead of making me better, keep make mistakes. I want you in a tangent, and then in a candlestick. As you tell me that in it, I'm feeling it. I gotta get a little balance. So, what would you argue for the SAG after you? I'd be like, look, this residuals thing sucks. We should just get paid in stock options, and then if the company does well, we do well. That's, I think, a very good idea. Remind us this song a lot. Coming up, so you better get this party started. Coming up, so you better get this party started. Yeah, that's mine. Does she really? Yeah. Why? I don't know. Coming up, so you better get this party started. Coming up, so you better get this party started. Get this party started on a Saturday night. Everybody's waiting for me to arrive. I'm your operator, call me anytime. Yo, dog. She has a lot of hits. When's the first time you saw her? On the Regis and Kathy Lee show? Mine's in Regis and Kelly. It's like that. Yeah, your man is waiting out back now. What you think about that? I'm gonna stand through it, come through. It's going through with you. What you gonna say? Now you're begging me to stay. There you go. Talking pitiful. Just because I let you go. Now your roots coming out. If you wanna talk, that's talk. If you wanna talk, I'll walk. Yeah, it's like that. I got a new man, he's waiting out back now. What you think about that? About that? Now when I say I'm through, I'm through. Basically, I'm through with you. What you gonna say? You haven't had it your way. Now you're begging me to stay. There you go. Looking beautiful. Just because I let you go. There you go. Talking about you want me back. Just some things like that, like that. I'm through. Basically, I'm through with you.
What you want to say? Gotta have it your way. Gotta play the game. Now you're begging me to stay. Push perhaps. I don't know this song. I wish I could hear the noise all night. Little girl, I can't everything that's all right. And I'm happy I'm everything good. There's nothing more than everything just misunderstood. Yo, dog. What day are you gonna get big? You think you can call this shit? Yeah, if I look at a Jewish calendar. Okay. Got it, dog. Okay. 20 September. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Okay. Minha Mara, Minha Katana, Minha Kadola. Yo, dog. When's the first one? Tishrei. Wishing and hoping and thinking and praying. And after you do. Okay, dog. Cool, dog. Alright, here we go. Now you're begging me to stay. There you go. Look at pitiful. Just because it let you go. There you go. Now do I still want me back? Then let it be like that. Yom Kippur. Maybe September 15th. I don't fucking know. Yo, dog.